Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to get other romance audiobooks for free.
Chapter 51, So That It Breaks Even. After being laughed at by his family and explaining what had happened, Kendrick, back to the hotel. He promised to take Emma and Daniel home once the situation was over. It's better where Emma can talk because right now Emma is still inside, a situation where there is no self-confidence, and he still feels useless. Anyone in Emma's position would definitely feel that way, and she didn't want to force it, Emma, because Emma really needs time for her self-confidence to return. Kendrick didn't return empty-handed. He brought some of Daniel's belongings too, food made by Mother. Kendrick also bought several necessities for Emma. Even though Emma didn't ask. He knew that Emma would definitely ask. Kendrick returned when it was 9 o'clock in the evening. He is quite resistant. It took a long time because of his family, and he had to wait for his mother to finish making food. Luckily, he ordered a lot of food before he came back so Daniel and Emma can eat when they feel hungry. Kendrick walks in without knocking. Because of him, bring a spare key. He didn't want to disturb him, and sure enough, Daniel was already asleep, while Emma doesn't. Emma was lying on a long chair in front of the window. She looked pensive while looking at the beautiful city view. When Kendrick walks inside, Emma turned to change, but not for long, because she looked back at the outside the window. Kendrick put down the things he was carrying, then approached Emma. "May I join you?" he asked casually. Emma looked up, looking at Kendrick, who was standing by her side. Without saying anything, Emma shifted so Kendrick could sit with her. "Why don't you sleep? Are you hungry?" Kendrick asked again, but Emma shook her head. "If you're hungry, just say so. My mom made soup for you and Daniel." "No, thank you for being so kind to me," said Emma, looking down. "What are you saying?" "I should care about you." Kendrick raised. His hand was about to put his arm around Emma's shoulder, but he thought better of it because he was afraid Emma is angry. "I'm really ashamed of you, Ken. I wish I could remember just a little. Were we together? Maybe none of this would have happened. Never mind, I don't blame you. There's no need to feel sorry like that. We fix it from the start. I want you to do it for Daniel, and don't be selfish." Again, Emma nodded. She leaned back and looked out the window. Kendrick too, lean as they do. "I'm looking for a good neurologist for you so you can recover your memory quickly." "No need, Kendrick. Just cure Daniel's illness." Emma refused. "No, Emma." Kendrick took Emma's hand without hesitation. Emma was surprised. He wanted to pulled his hand, but Kendrick grabbed it. "Your memory needs to be restored so you know what happened to you in the past. I'm suspicious. Kimberly played a big role in your memory loss, and I will not let it happen. If my suspicions are confirmed, never mind Kendrick, there's nothing to prove anymore. Kimberly and I are done, have any relationship anymore, because my grandfather has already ended our relationship. Which, let bygones be bygones, because I won't see them again. I can't. I still want to find out what really happened to you in the past. Even though Kimberly is your sister, you must still uphold justice for yourself, alone. Don't let Kimberly's crimes escalate. He has always has unpleasant qualities, that's why we don't like him. Now, don't let him run rampant with his jealousy. After finding out what happened, what do you want to do? Do you want to imprison himself? If you do, then grandfather, who already hates me, will curse. You don't need to worry about that. I'm sure your grandfather doesn't know what's what, done by Kimberly in the past, no way. Grandpa would know because he always defends Kimberly, so you just want to let it go? You want to let Kimberly do it. Did you become like this? That's not it. Right now, I don't know. Instead of thinking about Kimberly, I'd better focus on improving my life so as not to disappoint Daniel. If my memory allows it, come back, then I'll decide what to do with Kimberly later. Okay, tomorrow I will look for a house for you. Now enjoy the soup that my mother made, before it gets cold. Emma nodded. Even though she wasn't hungry, she couldn't refuse because of Kendrick's mother had taken the trouble to make soup for him. Suddenly he wanted to know what. Kendrick's parents aren't angry and hate him. Kendrick returns with hot soup. He sat back down by Emma's side and, blowing the soup, because he was going to feed Emma. Emma looked uncomfortable, but he didn't refuse when Kendrick fed him. The first bite made Emma very uncomfortable. He became embarrassed because he felt he didn't deserve to be treated like that. Emma and Kendrick looked at each other. Emma was getting increasingly uncomfortable, but she couldn't turn away because Kendrick's eyes were like a magnet that made him unable to turn away. Mommy? Daniel's call distracted them both. Kendrick cleared his throat, then walked away, and stepped towards the bed after putting the hot soup on the table. Emma too, turning her blushing face away. What did she just do? They do not had such a relationship even though she had given birth to Kendrick's child. Daddy, why don't you wake Daniel up? Asked Daniel, who was already sitting at the top bed. You were sleeping, so Daddy didn't want to disturb you. Now that you're awake, want to eat Grandma's soup? I want to, but after that Daniel wants to go back to sleep with Mommy and Daddy, said his son, while holding out both hands as a sign that he wanted to be carried. Kendrick picked up Daniel and brought him over to Emma, who was blowing soup because he wanted to feed Daniel. Luckily, Daniel woke up, otherwise he wouldn't have. Know what they will do after that action of looking. Mommy, what about your feet? Daniel asked his mother because of her mother's feet. It's still covered in wounds from walking quite a distance. It's okay, now enjoy the soup and then go back to sleep, said Emma. Daniel wants Mommy to feed him, said Daniel. Come here, sit with Mommy, asked Emma while patting the chair beside her. After this, Daniel wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy, said Daniel. Emma agreed to her son's request without much thought. Just sleep in bed, so big, he was sure he didn't need to get close to Kendrick, but in fact, after the soup finished, Daniel pulled his father and mother. Emma still thought Daniel would be there in the middle so he and Kendrick have some distance and Daniel will be the barrier in among them. Daniel, why isn't Daniel in the middle? Why, Daddy? Emma asked. If so, he had to sleep next to Kendrick and he didn't want to. Daniel doesn't like Daddy only hugging Daniel. Daniel wants Daddy to hug Mommy, also. So Daddy has to be in the middle to break even, said his son. But Emma looked doubtful, because Daniel's sudden request was unexpected. Never mind, let's just do it. Besides, I won't do anything detrimental to you, Kendrick said. Hurry, Daddy, Daniel is sleepy, shouted his son who was lying on top bed. Kendrick immediately approached Daniel and lay beside him. Emma was silent and looked doubtful, but Daniel called again, so Emma couldn't help but climb into bed and lay down by Kendrick's side. Daddy has to hug Mommy too, Daniel shouted, because his father was already hugging him with one arm. Don't hit me, Kendrick asked Emma before he hugged Emma's other arm. Emma remained silent, didn't fight back. Daniel was very happy, because this is what he want. How about it, Mommy? Being hugged by Daddy is very comfortable. Isn't it? Children's questions, which was innocent without meaning to anything, but Emma blushed and even hid it, her blushing face against Kendrick's chest. What's wrong with Mommy, Daddy? Daniel asked. It's nothing. Daniel should go to sleep soon. Didn't Daniel say that, Daniel? Sleepy? So go to sleep. Daddy will take care of you both. Actually, he was very happy to be like that. Daniel really brings good luck, and he hopes that as soon as possible they can become a family because he wants to marry Emma. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mom, said Daniel before going to sleep. Emma said good night to her son. She really wanted to do it soon, moved, but Kendrick's embrace felt comfortable, making Emma fall asleep quickly because for several days he had lacked sleep and was exhausted. Kendrick, very happy, happiness filled the heart. The woman he loved for a long time was in a shared embrace with their son. He swore he wouldn't let it happen. Emma left his life again. Chapter 52. Don't go. The strong arms that hugged her tightly made Emma wake up from her sleep, but he was reluctant to open his eyes because Emma felt comfortable. Emma even hugged Kendrick unconsciously because he thought it was a warm pillow, but a soft kiss that landed on her forehead surprised Emma. Emma, opening his eyes, he was surprised again to find Kendrick hugging him. Emma's seventh gaze fell on Kendrick's broad chest, and again Kendrick gave it a kiss on her forehead because he wanted to do it again and again. Emma picked up his face slowly. Now his eyes were fixed on Kendrick. Wherever the man was looking at him with a smile. Morning, did I disturb your sleep? Kendrick asked, while rubbing Emma's face. Slowly. This was an extraordinary morning for him because as soon as he woke up he found Emma was still by his side and hugged you. Even though he couldn't sleep all night, as a result of being hugged from both sides, but it all paid off because Emma didn't leave. Daniel is hugging a pillow with his back to the two of them. The child was still there, fell asleep soundly. Emma looked nervous. She tried to push Kendrick and wanted to get away from him, the man, but Kendrick just pulled him closer. Kendrick hugged him back tightly so that Emma doesn't leave or move away from you. Don't go, Emma. Let me be like this for a moment. I want to enjoy my time because you are by my side now. Don't walk away from me because I want us to be like this is doing what we've never done before, Kendrick asked while rubbed Emma's head, and again Emma received a soft kiss on her forehead. I feel like we shouldn't be like this, Kendrick. Even though I'm the mother of your child, is not the woman who deserves you. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I know you must be disappointed with what I have done. My current situation too, so sad. I don't have anything, I don't have a penny. 4. Just eat. I'm not around, so I don't think we should be like this. Still many, a much better woman than me, and you don't need to pity me just because I'm your son's mother. Emma said that because she felt like she wasn't worthy of Kendrick. He was just a pathetic outcast, and he knew it. With all the shortcomings that exist in him, Kendrick was able to find it, a much better woman than her. Nonsense, I don't judge a person by what he has. You just experience a little bad luck, doesn't mean you're completely useless. What happened to you, right now, because you are fighting for our son and no one is helping you, even me, don't even know. If I had helped you from the start, then you wouldn't have experienced this. I know your life must have been much better before you came back to this city. Say, me, After you raped me, where did you go? I want to hear anything. What you've been through in the last 4 years, even though there's a lot I want to know beforehand. You've lost your memory, so tell me so I know a little about the life you lived, before you trapped me, and after you trapped me. Nothing special. I work as usual, and I have a life like that, until my parents had an accident. Kimberly and I decided to, came back, and at that time, without saying anything, my grandfather wanted me to get married. Of course refused, because I didn't know who I should marry. My grandfather also explained, because he just told me that I should marry his best friend's grandson. I'm not a doll that my grandfather can control at will, because that's me, do something reckless. I don't know if you'll be the one to marry me, really, don't know, never mind. Now I won't blame you. I was also at fault because of me, too proud to not be serious about finding the truth about you, but now I'm not, will make the same mistake. You have to heal your memory so we know what really happened to you in the past. Emma nodded as a sign that she agreed, even though she felt uncomfortable because again she had to. Makes things difficult for Kendrick, but he also wants to know what really happened to him and why did he lose his memory. He also wanted to know what Kimberly did to him, to the point that he couldn't remember anything. Today I am really happy because you are by my side. Don't leave again, Emma. Whatever happens, don't leave me again. Don't mind Kimberly, nor your grandfather, because they don't care about you either. If Kimberly dares to do something to you, say it to me. Don't ever hesitate, because I won't let him bully you again. Your words make me embarrassed because I don't think I can just fight him, if not remembering our relationship as brothers and remembering my goals. Of course I would. I've been hitting him for a long time, but now I won't hesitate anymore. To him. Indeed, now he no longer needed to be embarrassed about Kimberly because of him. His grandfather no longer helps him. Okay. Before Daniel wakes up, how about we? Kendrick lifted Emma's chin, like he was about to do something. Emma looked nervous. She became embarrassed. What do you want? Emma asked nervously. A kiss for our relationship, which we are just about to start, said Kendrick, brought their lips closer. Emma became increasingly nervous, and became more embarrassed, especially her face. Kendrick was so close she could feel his breath caressing her, his face. Emma even held her breath. Not right. They can't do things this, and no. Emma shouted while pushing Kendrick's face away. Kendrick was shocked, as was Daniel, who was sleeping. Daniel woke up due to screams, her mother, while Emma had covered her mouth because she realized what she was doing, had surprised Daniel. Why is mommy screaming? Daniel asked while still rubbing his eyes. Sleepy, and no. A lizard suddenly fell. Emma lied while pretending to look. Lizard? Is that true, Dad? Yeah, but it looks like Mommy saw it wrong. So it's nothing. Daniel just goes back to sleep. Kendrick also reminded his son not to be suspicious. Daniel doesn't want to sleep anymore. Daniel wants to be with Mommy and Daddy. Daniel immediately moved and lay down in the middle between his father and mother. Today, Daniel is very happy because Mommy and Daddy are with Daniel. Mommy has to promise not to leave Daniel and Daddy again. Daniel asked. Mommy promises. Emma hugged her son and kissed Daniel on the cheek. Of course he won't go again, even though he has to swallow all the pride and shame because he has to. Making things difficult for Kendrick, they lay together. Emma hugged her son, as did Kendrick. Daniel, really happy because he's wanted to be like that for a long time, together with Dad and his mother, and today he got it, but there are still many obstacles for them, of course, from people who don't like their company. Chapter 53. Want to improve yourself. Kimberly was getting ready because she was going to meet Kendrick. Emma is no longer there, so no one bothers him anymore from approaching Kendrick. He was sure it was Emma, had gone with his son, and he really hoped they would go far, and they didn't return. Frederick enjoyed his tea, he was back to normal. Emma's existence means nothing to him at all. Maybe he was used to Emma's difficulties. For 4+ years, Emma and Kimberly have indeed moved together for a long time, with his parents, so that he doesn't worry too much about leaving Emma, but right now, she wants to focus on Kimberly because she's the only one remaining. "Grandpa, I'm going," said Kimberly. "Where do you want to go?" asked his grandfather while enjoying his tea. "I want to go find Kendrick, and I'll be home a little sore later." Kimberly answered, "Stop it, Kimberly. Kendrick doesn't like you, so stop it." "I don't want to. Why did Grandpa ask me to stop?" "Didn't Grandfather promise that he would support me with Kendrick?" That was when Emma left. "When you replaced your brother, Grandfather indeed supported and persuaded him to get engaged to you, but now, I've rejected you, and you know why. It's all because of Emma." "Grandpa should have known, but why did he corner me like this?" "I didn't do anything to make him hate me and all that." "Because of Emma." Kimberly still blamed Emma for destroying her relationship and Kendrick. "Enough," shouted his grandfather angrily. Frederick massaged his temples after being left by his parents. "The lives of his 2 grandchildren have really become a mess. Grandfather, I have never disappointed you like Emma, but why are you angry and shouting like this at me? If Emma doesn't come back, Kendrick and I definitely will marry. The reason you broke up with Kendrick was your bad character, not Emma." "What?" Kimberly was very surprised by what her grandfather said, because this was the first time his grandfather said something like that. "I've thought about why you and Emma could be like this. I have thought about it for so long, so I decided I will look for a psychologist for you to change your bad character, and don't go looking for Kendrick because it can lower your self-esteem." "I don't want to." Kimberly shouted in refusal. "You can't refuse, because I'm really going to look for a psychologist to correct your bad habits that have existed since childhood. Your mother used to defend you, but now I want you to change, and your bad character must disappear immediately so that you can have a better life, so don't refuse." "I don't need a psychologist, Grandfather. I'm still normal, and I'm not crazy." Kimberly shouted out loud. "He doesn't need a psychologist, because that would be embarrassing. Do not let people think they are crazy, so they need an expert." All of which, what happened was Emma's fault, not her nature. It seemed like his grandfather was starting to take sides, Emma, and he didn't like that. "What I've decided, you can't deny it. I'll still look for someone, psychologist for you, so that your ingrained bad traits disappear from you," said his grandfather. His words cannot be refuted. He did it because he wanted to give the best to Kimberly. Emma has been such a disappointment, but Kimberly, that's not allowed, and he will focus on Kimberly so that Kimberly doesn't disappoint him, like Emma, who had disappointed him so much. "I hate Grandpa," Kimberly shouted as she ran away. He wouldn't want his grandfather called a psychologist for him because it was so embarrassing. Frederick could only sigh. He wanted the best for Kimberly, but Kimberly didn't understand what it means. It seemed like he had made a mistake somewhere along the way. This is old, and he knows it's because he pampered Kimberly too much. Kimberly closed the door and loudly, "I don't know what happened to his grandfather, that's all, because of Emma." Again and again Emma got him into trouble, and he would let Emma laugh, because this was embarrassing. He hated it, really hated it, with Emma, and again it was Emma who he blamed, even though Emma didn't know anything. Emma, who didn't know what her grandfather was planning to do with Kimberly. Went along, Kendrick with his son. Of course they went to see the house that would be, he occupied. Even though he wasn't feeling well, he also couldn't stay in the hotel any longer, because one night at the hotel is quite expensive. Daniel was very excited when he saw the house they would live in, even though they weren't big, because Emma doesn't need a big one, let alone just her, occupy it yourself. Daniel couldn't possibly stay with her because he had to earn money, maintenance. He had heard that Kendrick had prepared a special room for Daniel at his house, and it's pretty good, so he's going to ask Daniel to stay with, just his father. Besides, he knew that he was being targeted by Aston, and maybe Kimberly too. Those who don't accept it will come looking for him, so it's better for Daniel not to be with him for a while, and it was all for Daniel's good. Wow. Look at this, Mommy. Does Mommy like this house? Asked Daniel, who was there, in his father's arms. Of course, this house is good enough for Mommy to live in alone. What does Mommy mean? Asked Daniel, not understanding. Daniel has heard that, hasn't he? Mommy will stay here alone and Daniel has to live with Daddy. No way, Daniel doesn't want to. His son refused. Daniel, you must always get treatment and don't make things difficult for Daddy. Prepare another special room for you that is already in his house. Daniel, stay with Daddy. Mommy will definitely go to visit Daniel, and Daniel can come anytime if Daniel misses Mommy. For now, we'll be like this first, until Mommy's condition is better. If Daniel were here, who would look after him, Daniel? Please give Mommy time until Mommy improves. Mommy has to, looking for a job, so Mommy has money for Mommy to use. To put it bluntly, Mommy can't make things more difficult for your father than this. So listen to the words, Mommy, this is also for your good. Mommy won't go anywhere anymore. Mommy, I just want to improve myself. But Mommy, Daniel wants to be with Mommy, said his son. All this time, Daniel has spent a lot of time with Mommy, so now Daniel has to spend time with Daddy. Mommy didn't throw away Daniel, we did, just a separate place to live. Stay at my house, Emma. My parents won't mind, they definitely will. Accept yourself as you are, and I will give you a job. I can't, Kendrick. Please understand my position. I'm really ashamed of you, and, to them, so give me time to improve myself so that I'm not like losers and parasites who can only make things difficult for you. I've said it from the start, you only care about Daniel because he is the most important. Now take care of him, be fine, and I will organize my life to be better until I feel worthy of it. Meet your family and explain to them the mistake I made. Okay, but don't be too long because next week my extended family wants to meet with you. What? Emma was very surprised to hear that. Did he hear correctly? Today you can avoid it, but next week, you have to stay with me and you can't resist, said Kendrick. Daddy, where do you want to take Mommy? Daniel asked. Meet your grandfather and great-grandmother and meet your uncles. Daniel, want to, right? Are they good? Daniel asked like that because he was afraid of being treated badly, as given by Emma and Kimberly's grandfather. Of course they are good, Daniel will definitely like them. Wow, then Daniel can't wait, said Daniel with a big smile. Emma smiled faintly, seeing Daniel's togetherness with his father. It should be him, did that a long time ago. Telling Kendrick the truth, but because Kendrick's relationship with Kimberly prevented him from saying that. Although a lot had happened, but the truth was out and now he wouldn't. Kimberly was reluctant again because she no longer expected help from her grandfather. He knew that Kimberly would be furious when she found out that Daniel was Kendrick's son, but now he wouldn't let Kimberly be arbitrary. Because of him he wouldn't hesitate to hit Kimberly's mouth until her teeth fell out. Chapter 54. You're no longer alone. Finding work was not as easy as Emma imagined. He was always rejected when applying for a job. He has also left several job applications. Company. Hopefully someone will accept him to work so he can do it soon, earn income so that his life is no longer sad and embarrassing. Emma stopped for a moment. She sat on a garden chair with a bottle of drink in her hand. Bring it from home. Where else should he look? He'd better rest for a while. The park, because the weather was quite hot. Emma raised one hand up to block the sunlight from blinding his eyes because it was him, looking up to see the sun shining brightly. He was sure there would be a job for him. He just needs to try and he can't. Just giving up to get a job that is currently difficult to find. Emma sighed. She would be leaving in a moment. Open the drink bottle. Emma gulped down the contents, but someone sitting beside him suddenly made him almost choking on water. Is the adventure finished, Ken? Emma wiped the flow from her mouth and turned to look at Kendrick, who sat beside him. How did the man know he was there? What, Kendrick? Been following him all along? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you seeing a ghost? Why are you here? Are you following me? Emma asked suspiciously. No, why would I follow you? I just saw you accidentally. How about it, your adventure? Have you found a job? Emma smiled faintly, then looked at the water bottle in her hand. He was embarrassed too, answered Kendrick's question. Even though he wanted to change his life for the better, but the job he hoped for turned out to be difficult for him to get. Maybe the guy will, laughing at himself, because he still failed to even get one. He couldn't even work. He really can only disappoint and create. Daniel was just embarrassed. Why don't you answer? Haven't you found it yet? Kendrick asked again, because Emma was silent. He really wants to help, giving Emma a job, but he knew Emma wouldn't want to, and she didn't want to force it so that Emma felt herself useless. Not yet. It turns out to be difficult, answered Emma while holding back extreme embarrassment. Don't give up so quickly, you will definitely get it later. Do I need to help you? I can give you good references, and maybe you can be accepted there. Kendrick tries to offer help and he hopes Emma accepts his offer. I'm bothering you again, Ken. I really don't feel like it. That's it, just a reference, nothing more. I'm sure you can get that job, worth the effort, but please accept my referral. Don't you want to be fast? Get a job so Daniel will be proud of you, so accept a little help from me. Emma looked at Kendrick for a moment. He nodded slowly as a sign, if he receives help from Kendrick. It's best not to be too proud because it's already from, he had difficulty finding work. Good. Kendrick took Emma's hand and got up. Come with me, he said. Where are you going? Asked Emma, not understanding. Have lunch and hang out with me, Kendrick said. What about Daniel? Is he okay today? No need to worry, Daniel is with my mother and he is undergoing therapy. I have got information from one of my cousins if anyone is willing to donate bone marrow for Daniel. Is it true? Emma looked happy to hear the information because it was information, what he really wanted to hear all this time. Yeah, although it's still not certain whether the bone marrow is a match or not for Daniel. But that person is undergoing examination. I'm very happy to hear that. Really happy. Emma's eyes filled with tears. It's not wrong that Daniel was with his father because look, in the blink of an eye, Kendrick alone was able to find a donor who was willing to donate bone marrow for Daniel. You don't need to worry about this because I have asked everyone for help, my family. One of them must have found a donor who had suitable bone marrow for Daniel. Just pray that the person who is willing will get it. Donate his bone marrow so that Daniel's disease can be cured quickly. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Emma's tears fell because it was happy news, what he really wanted to hear. Kendrick pulled her until Emma stood up and then Kendrick, hug him. From now on, you are not alone anymore, because I am here. Now it's my turn. Give the best to Daniel and you don't have to worry about anything anymore. If you want to organize your life better, then do it, but don't refuse my help. Give. Consider me making amends for all the wrongs I did to you. You didn't do anything wrong because I was the one who was wrong, said Emma, because he was in the wrong all along. No, Emma. I was also guilty because I didn't look for the truth seriously, so I don't want you to bear it alone anymore. From now on we are both responsible. You have to tell me whatever will happen. Will you promise me that? Emma nodded, and for the first time she dared to hug Kendrick. Even though he felt embarrassed and awkward, Kendrick wasn't. Kimberly's fiancé again, and she doesn't think there's anything wrong with just a hug. The first hug that Emma gave him made Kendrick very happy. Keep going. It was clear that he really wanted their relationship to be like that, and he was sure, gradually, Emma and he will definitely get close. As time goes by, the feeling of discomfort, Emma's heart, and feelings of awkwardness will definitely disappear. Now come with me. Let's go buy a cell phone and have lunch, he said. Kendrick, but I don't have any money, Ken. You know I can't afford a cell phone. Never mind, think of it as a gift from me because you've been fighting all this time. For Daniel, I'm the mother and I don't need gifts because that's my job, Emma still said, refused, because he didn't like Kendrick. TSK, I told you you shouldn't refuse Emma. Besides, it's very difficult. Call you if you don't have a cell phone. Daniel will find it difficult to talk to you when he misses you, so don't refuse. Emma couldn't help but nod in agreement. He really needs a cell phone. He could talk to Daniel at any time and that would make things easier for him to look for work. Kendrick loosened his embrace, but he didn't immediately ask Emma to leave. Kendrick actually looked at Emma's face while rubbing it slowly. Emma was wrong. Behavior when looking at the gentle smile that Kendrick showed. Even though you lost your memory, you haven't changed at all. I promise you will restore your memory again so you can remember the times we have gone through. Emma's words stopped when Kendrick kissed her cheek. I want you to remember immediately so that you know that you are the only one I have loved for a long time, Kendrick said again and gave Emma another kiss on the cheek. Emma didn't answer. She could feel that the man wasn't lying about what he said. Even though he doesn't remember, he is curious about what childhood was really like, they both. But the most important thing is why he lost his memory and what Kimberly had done to him so he couldn't remember anything. Let's go, said Kendrick, even though he didn't really want to let go of Emma and still want to spend time like that with Emma, but they still have The three of them can spend a lot of time with their son, of course. Chapter 55, Getting Used to Each Other. Emma got a cell phone. Of course it's not a cheap thing to buy, easily. Emma actually refuses, because she doesn't want Kendrick spend so much money just for a cell phone. As someone who, having experienced a financial crisis, of course he had reservations about spending that kind of money, a lot for just a cell phone, but Kendrick still gave it to him because he felt it. Emma deserved it. After giving her a cell phone, Kendrick invited Emma to go to a restaurant to eat. Emma was so obedient and followed him because she knew it would be useless for him to refuse. Kendrick, who knew that Emma didn't like him, didn't care about Emma's refusal. He wants Emma to get used to him, and he also wants her to get used to his gifts. He gave it so that Emma would no longer feel awkward and uncomfortable with him. The food menu was already on the table, but Emma didn't order anything. Keep going. Obviously, this was his first time visiting a luxury restaurant like that. The economy is bad, especially since Daniel has always cared about him since the womb, until she gave birth to Daniel. Just being able to eat a piece of Daniel's leftover chicken is enough. Be grateful. Don't eat food like that. Why don't you order? Don't you like the food at this restaurant? Kendrick asked without knowing that Emma didn't know what to order. Ken, I'm used to fast food restaurants, and luxury restaurants like this are taboo for me. I don't know what to order. What if we go to a fast food restaurant? I'd rather have a piece of fried chicken than an expensive meal at a place like this. It's best to save your money carefully and don't waste it just on food. Expensive. This restaurant looks luxurious, but basically it feels the same as a restaurant. Other fast food. Emma said this in a whisper because she was afraid of someone. Here. What? Why do you say that? Kendrick was very surprised by Emma's behavior. Don't say that. Emma has never been to a restaurant like that, and indeed, the reality is like that. Let's just go. The price of the food on this menu is very expensive. We'll eat at a fast food restaurant, and after that we went to buy groceries. It's better than throwing away your money in a restaurant like this. Emma still spoke as slowly as possible though. In fact, he was very embarrassed, but he didn't want Kendrick to spend more money. Again, Emma, actually, what kind of life have you lived all this time? Are you really? Have you ever eaten at a restaurant like this? I don't like eating in restaurants, because it will waste my money. I prefer it, cooking at home, because it's more economical for me and for Daniel. In a restaurant like this, it's very taboo for me, especially a menu with this fantastic price. My soul remains poor. I cried because all this time I had always been frugal so that Daniel could eat properly. If I spend money carelessly, Daniel will starve. So let's just go. I'm really not used to the atmosphere in a restaurant like this, asked Emma, and she hoped Kendrick takes him away. I really feel guilty now. You still don't even eat, thinking about Daniel's situation. I'm so ashamed of myself that I wanted to punish you at that time without knowing the difficulties you experienced. I'm sorry, Emma, but like me, say you are not alone anymore, because we will bear it together. If you, not used to eating at places like this, let's go. I will follow you so that you feel comfortable. I don't want you to be stressed while eating, so let's go. Kendrick got up and stretched out his hand towards Emma. So far he has always enjoyed it, whatever food he wants to enjoy. He really didn't expect it to be Emma, living his miserable life all this time, and now he will follow suit. Emma's style so that Emma doesn't feel embarrassed and so that Emma can enjoy being together. They both. Sorry, said Emma. Never mind, don't apologize. Once in a while, I want to change the atmosphere and try fast food that many people say is very delicious, so I want it. Try it now. Let's go, and after that we'll do the things you want to do. You want to buy groceries, right? Emma nodded and placed her hand on Kendrick's palm. Before left, Kendrick paid for the drinks they had ordered beforehand, and after that, he and Emma went to a fast food restaurant, which was not far from the restaurant. Kendrick did that because he wanted Emma to be really comfortable when he was with him. If Emma had to be depressed just because of eating with him, then what would she do? Can you win Emma's heart? He knew that even though Emma had given birth to his son, he had to, still fighting to win Emma's heart. Kendrick thought that fast food wasn't delicious, but it turned out to be beyond his expectations. Know that food like that is not good for health. Once or twice, maybe not a problem, because after this, he wanted Emma to get used to his lifestyle. It's not bad, but eating like this isn't good for your health. I've tried it, so starting tomorrow, it's your turn to follow me. Even, right? Emma nodded. She couldn't refuse because Kendrick already wanted to follow her. Eat at a place like that. It feels unfair if Kendrick is always the one who gives in. Kendrick smiled. Apparently what he did worked. Let's go. Now is the time to buy the groceries you want. Kendrick stretched out his hand again to Emma. Again Emma greeted him and followed Kendrick to a shopping center. Why didn't you take anything? Didn't you say you wanted to buy ingredients, food? Kendrick asked, because Emma was just pushing an empty basket. I don't have any money. Can you pay first? I will. Replace it later after I get a job, said Emma, holding back her feelings, incredibly embarrassed. What? Why do you say that, Emma? I don't have any money, Ken. What should I pay for? Emma's face turned red, because he was embarrassed. Tisk, I'll pay. No need to worry because it's all for Daniel too, so take it, the groceries you need, said Kendrick. No, you've given me a cell phone and you've also paid for lunch. I'm the one paying, but lend me the money first. Please, this is my last dignity, asked Emma. Kendrick sighed. He had no choice but to agree to Emma's request. Emma is improving herself and is in a crisis of confidence. The result of having nothing. It would be best if he followed what Emma wanted him to do, not getting embarrassed. Okay, I'll lend it to you and you can replace it after you get a job later. Thank you. Emma's facial expression brightened again and she didn't hesitate any longer after Kendrick agreed to lend him the money. Emma was choosing Daniel's favorite fruit when Daniel called his father. He, who had finished undergoing therapy, asked his grandmother to contact his father because he wanted to know what his mother was doing right now. Daniel knew that his father was pregnant, along with his mother, of course from his grandmother. Because Daniel really wanted to, was talking to his mother. So Kendrick gave his cell phone to Emma. Mommy, what are you doing? Daniel asked when the cell phone had moved into his mother's hands. Mommy and Daddy are buying groceries and fruit that Daniel likes. Later, Mommy will ask Daddy to take him home for Daniel. I don't want to. Daniel hasn't eaten the food Mommy made for a long time, so Daniel want to eat together with Mommy tonight. Daddy had to pick me up because of me. Want to stay overnight with Mommy? Asked her son. Emma looked at Kendrick because of him. I don't know whether Kendrick is willing to pick up Daniel or not. I'll pick him up later after I take you home, said Kendrick. Hooray, I'll wait for Daddy to come home. Daniel was very happy because he got it tonight. Eating together with his father and mother. The joy shown by his son made him. Emma was very happy because her son had never looked so happy before. As long as his son is happy, then he is happy. Mommy, Grandma wants to talk to Daddy, so give me the cell phone, asked Daniel. Okay, Daniel has to be a good boy and shouldn't make things difficult for Grandma. Of course, Mommy, said Daniel. Emma returned Daniel's cell phone and went back, took fruit for his son. Kendrick stepped away slightly at the request. What's wrong, Mom? You don't need to go back. Your father and I will go take him. But, I guess Emma? It's okay, Mommy knows. He couldn't have thrown us away when we came. It's time we met him, so we will take Daniel. Don't tell him, suddenly better, said his mother. Okay, Mom. I won't say anything. Kendrick looked at Emma, have walked away. Indeed, her mother should have met Emma so that she could no longer always experience a crisis of self-confidence. With the arrival of his parents later, Emma will be more confident when she takes Emma to meet her grandparents too, another one next week. Chapter 56, just a little bit. Emma made dinner as soon as she got back because her son was coming home. The food was already served when Daniel arrived, but he didn't busy himself because of Kendrick, help him make food. Even though Emma refused, Kendrick wanted to do it, even though it is something new for him because he has always been there, never entered the kitchen, but now he wanted to enjoy his time together, Emma, to make their relationship closer. What must be eliminated first is Emma's awkward and uncomfortable attitude, and he was sure that the more often they were together, the more Emma would get used to it, his existence. This results in a constant awkward and uncomfortable attitude. Emma feels that it will decrease by itself without the need for force. Moreover, their togetherness can grow feelings between them and him. Hope Emma falls in love with him soon because he wants to propose to Emma as soon as possible, so that Daniel can get the family he wants, and so that they can stay together. He could propose to Emma today, but he knows she will definitely refuse because of him. I'm in a crisis of confidence. Kendrick was asked by Emma to wash vegetables because he said he wanted to help, but instead, he was stunned while watching Emma, who was busy cooking. He remembered first, if Emma really doesn't like going into the kitchen because she's afraid of fire. I don't know what life is like. Emma after she moved, but Emma had changed a lot. Ken, give me those vegetables, asked Emma because she had to cook it. What? Kendrick completely forgot what he had to do. I asked you to wash vegetables, but you just looked at me like that. Is there something on my face? Emma asked while rubbing her face, because she thought there was something there. No, of course there isn't, Emma. I looked at your face because you've always been beautiful, and you make me fall in love with you again and again. What? Emma became nervous and embarrassed because of Kendrick's words like that. There's no need to be embarrassed. When you regain your memories, you'll definitely know why. I've liked you since the beginning. Sorry, I really don't remember anything. Emma looked down, feeling uncomfortable. Do you have no idea at all about your childhood? No, I don't know what it's like. I can't even imagine it. Strange. Have you ever had a headache? Kendrick is like a curious doctor, sometimes, but that was before and not anymore. Okay, tomorrow we go to the hospital. I'll pick you up before lunch. No need to worry, you can pay for it after you find a job. Kendrick, interrupted because he knew Emma would definitely say that he didn't have any money. "Thank you, but give me the vegetables because I have to cook them." Kendrick approached Emma and handed her a basket containing vegetables that he had washed, but instead let Emma continue cooking after the basket moved. Kendrick actually grabbed Emma's hand and hugged her waist. Emma was surprised. She was about to protest, but Kendrick's finger was already on Emma's lips. "Don't shout. We have to get used to this. Promise not to push and hit me?" Kendrick asked with his finger still on Emma's lips. Emma nodded with her eyes wide. Kendrick smiled and put away his finger slowly from Emma's lips. "Grip the basket containing vegetables tightly." Emma held her breath because of the closeness of the two of them. "Why are you so tense?" "I won't do anything to harm you. I just want it like this so you get used to me." Me? Emma turned her reddened face to the side. "Look at me, Emma." Kendrick grabbed Emma's chin and turned her face back, so Emma looked at him. "We should spend more time like this. Not just so you get used to it with me, but I also want you to have feelings for me because I want to get married with you. I know you will definitely refuse if I ask you to marry me now, so I want to. We start slowly until you feel safe with me, and until you feel comfortable when you're with me. I don't deserve you. Do you see me? I'm just a mediocre failure, trying to improve myself. It's best not to be with me. There are still many women who are far away, better than me. Besides, you are my sister's ex-fiancé. How could I, with you? You're the man I rejected. You're my sister's fiancé. Everyone know that, and if we were together, what would people say about you? Don't let your image get bad just because of me, this failure. I don't care what people will say about us because what's important is you, me, and Daniel. Who dares to say that you are a person, fail? Everyone has hard times and everyone has experienced something, failure, and I too have failed, and my failure is to find existence, yourself. Others don't matter to me, let alone the words of people who don't exist. It has nothing to do with us, so you don't need to think too far. You said, if you want to improve yourself, then focus on that until you feel worthy for me, so don't think about what people say about us. You and Kimberly? Emma turned her face back to Kendrick's hand, off his chin. Why? Kendrick looked at him and tried to read the expression he was showing Emma until she understood what Emma was thinking right now. No need to worry, Emma. Kimberly and I never do anything outside limit, is it true? Emma turned again and looked at him. Why? Are you afraid that I have had sex with him, or are you jealous because you think I've done that with him? Isn't that so? Emma was about to step back, but Kendrick pulled her, approached again until their distance was blocked by the vegetable basket he was still holding, by Emma. What a disturbing basket case. If not, then what? Tell me? Emma's chin lifted again. So did Kendrick, brought their faces closer even though it was blocked by the vegetable basket that was supposed to be him, put it on the table a long time ago. Can Kendrick? Emma became nervous. She moved restlessly because Kendrick was getting more and more nervous, bringing their lips closer together. Can I kiss your lips? Just a little to start our relationship, and no way. Emma refused. I heard you say yes. This time Kendrick didn't accept the rejection. Because of that, chin, Emma was lifted a little higher. Emma just got more and more nervous. Her heartbeat even started. He can hear for himself. Kendrick's face got closer, as did his lips. Emma, closing his eyes tightly. The basket filled with vegetables gripped even more tightly, and he looked like he had given up. Kendrick is also sure that he can kiss the lips, Emma today, but unfortunately, Daniel's voice was heard out there. "Mommy, Daniel is coming home with Grandma." Her son's scream shocked Emma. His eyes opened again, and he stepped back quickly. "What, Mommy?" Daniel called again. Kendrick cursed in his heart. Even though he only had a little more left, he failed. Emma put down the vegetable basket and hurried out. He was very surprised when Daniel went inside along with Kendrick's parents. Emma stood in place, wretched. Why didn't Kendrick tell him if both his parents want to come? Honestly, he wasn't ready to meet his parents yet. Kendrick, because he still has no confidence, because he doesn't have anything, even him, still a parasite who makes things difficult for Kendrick. Chapter 57 Dinner. The arrival of Kendrick's parents really meant that Emma couldn't run away because of him. It was impossible to drive away Kendrick's father and mother. Even though he wasn't ready to meet with them, remembering the many mistakes he had made and remembering his current condition, he knew he must have disappointed Kendrick's father and mother because of him, had hidden Daniel's whereabouts from them. No one had brought it up yet, even though at that time Ainsley was helping him make it unfinished dinner. Emma thought that Kendrick's mother would definitely come straight to find out why he lied to them, but apparently until now, Kendrick's mother didn't ask him about it. The two of them were still busy preparing food. The night was almost over. Kendrick was outside with Daniel and his father. Even though Ainsley didn't said anything, but his silence actually made Emma feel even worse, awkward and afraid, because Kendrick's mother might express anger and feelings disappointed after they finished dinner. Feelings of anxiety hit, and this made Emma unable to concentrate, do his job. Really, he was very scared, even though he had met Mother Kendrick once, but they were never alone together like that. "Even though we wanted to ask you to go out to dinner together, Emma. Kendrick didn't tell us you're going to make dinner. If I knew, I would come faster to help you," said Ainsley, who was currently expelling roast meat from the oven. "It's just an ordinary dinner, Auntie." "I really didn't know you were coming," accompanied Daniel. "If I had known, then I would have bought the groceries far away, better than this." "Why say that? This food is also enough for us to enjoy together." "I'm so glad Ken was able to find you and bring you back. From now on, don't always feel like you're alone, because Kendrick always will be with you. If there's something you want or whatever, tell him. You don't need to hesitate, Emma." Emma lowered her head. What she wanted to say was difficult apart from her embarrassment too. Didn't feel good about Kendrick's mother. "It's okay," Ainsley patted Emma's shoulder. "From now on, everything will be fine, because there are us and you are not alone anymore. Trust me, soon, we can treat Daniel's disease. I think Kendrick already told you, if anything, someone who is willing to donate bone marrow for Daniel. I already know, Auntie. I just don't feel bad for you all because I have, hiding Daniel's whereabouts even though I shouldn't have. It started with my mistakes, and now I can only be Kendrick's burden. I don't think you're the only one who's wrong. Kendrick is also wrong. So don't blame too much myself, okay?" Emma nodded and smiled faintly. Hopefully this is a good start for him, to improve himself and to make amends for a mistake he has made, so that he feels the guilt he feels right now can be reduced so that he can actually do it, improve himself. They returned to finish the food, which was almost finished. Daniel already hungry, very impatient, especially since he hasn't eaten his mother's cooking for a long time. Although the house is small and the dining room is not very spacious, but it is still enough to accommodate the 5 of them. In Emma's imagination, Kendrick's father was a man who, scary, but it turns out Kendrick's father doesn't talk much. Even Kendrick's father doesn't ask him anything so that what he was afraid of earlier doesn't happen. "Grandma, tonight Daniel wants to stay overnight with Daddy and Mommy," said Daniel. At that time, he was enjoying his mother's homemade pasta. "Can't we stay the night with you?" His grandmother's question just wanted to tease his granddaughter. "This house is narrow, Grandma. If Grandpa and Grandma stay here, then what about Mommy and Daddy can sleep together?" said Daniel very innocently. Emma was shocked and choked on the food she was enjoying. Emma hit chest and gulped down a glass of water quickly. Her face turned red because she really was embarrassed by the words Daniel had just said. "Don't eat too fast, Mommy." Daniel really showed a no expression, guilty. Emma was still coughing a little because her son's words really could making people who hear it misunderstand even though there are 3 of them sleeping overnight. "So Grandpa and Grandma can't stay overnight because Mommy and Daddy can't sleep together, is that so?" Ainsley asked deliberately. "Please don't listen, Auntie," asked Emma. "It's okay, there's no need to be embarrassed. You already raped her anyway, so there's no need to be embarrassed now," said Damien, and the impact of his words made Emma look down because of him. "So I feel guilty. Dad, why do you always say things like that? I told you I wasn't raped. Besides, don't discuss it here." Daniel heard it, asked Kendrick. "Okay, Daddy was just kidding, Grandpa." "Grandpa, this meat is very good for old people," said Daniel while giving a piece of meat onto his grandfather's plate. "Daniel, why speak so impolitely?" Emma just felt even more uncomfortable as a result. His son said, "It's okay, Mommy. Grandpa and I were just joking, but next time you shouldn't talk like that. Daniel should respect other people more. Old, understand?" "Okay, Mommy," answered Daniel with a big smile. "Emma, next week, Kendrick's grandparents want to meet you. You can meet them, right? Kendrick's cousins also want to meet you." "You do not. There's no need to worry, because they all know you well because you play often together first, because I often invite you to go play with them." Emma frowned at Kendrick's mother's words. Emma even looked over Kendrick and showed an expression that he didn't understand. He really didn't remember. He didn't have anything, even a shadow of Kendrick's cousin. "You must have forgotten them, Emma. But believe me, you know them well, because in the past we always played together with them. Maybe after meeting with them, you will have little memory of them," said Kendrick. What Kendrick said is very true. Your memory must be stimulated again. Do some of the activities you have done before and meet with people who always spend time with you. Maybe that's how you are. I can remember even a little bit, but from that little bit it will slowly become lots. Emma nodded. She couldn't refuse. After all, what Kendrick's mother said, very true. If he meets people he used to know and do some of the things he had done, maybe he could remember a little of it. Return. "Does Daddy still have grandparents?" Daniel asked. Of course, Daniel also has many uncles and aunts who want to meet Daniel. "Are they good, Grandma?" Since receiving bad treatment from grandfather, his and Kimberly's great-grandfather, Daniel often asks that when he wants to meet people, new ones he will get to know. Of course they are good. Daniel doesn't need to worry about meeting him, he said. His grandmother. Wow, then Daniel will be impatient. Daniel smiled broadly. Tonight, Daniel looked very happy. Emma smiled as Kendrick held her, his hands under the table. Even though the dinner provided is quite simple, they enjoyed it, and what Emma was worried about was Kendrick's parents coming. Didn't happen because they were both very good to him, and most importantly, them, doesn't judge herself so she doesn't have to feel like she's useless. Chapter 58 Aston's Evil Plan. Aston, who couldn't accept being humiliated by Emma, went looking for help. Even though Emma was ready to marry him, but Emma actually embarrassed him. He does not, will accept it, really won't accept it because his self-esteem was dropped by a woman. Aston goes looking for an old friend who has some shady business as well, has connections with some dangerous criminals. He was sure his best friend could help because he wanted to avenge his hurt towards Emma. He intends to kidnap Emma, then held him captive and toyed with him until he died so that he would feel hurt. Emma's humiliation paid off, but she had to have a good plan for it, do that, and of course the people he can rely on to achieve his goals. The black market became the destination because Aston knew that his best friend was there. That night, the black market was quite busy as usual due to any illegal transactions taking place on the premises. Aston passed a group of people who seemed to be looking for something. A young man with a scary face walked in front. He was even close, hit the young man, but luckily he immediately dodged, otherwise, maybe he would have beaten by the gang members. Aston immediately looked for his friend who was doing it, shady transactions, because he doesn't like being in that place for too long. Dallas Aston called, waving his hand. Aston, you finally came. I thought you were afraid to come to this place, Dallas said pleasantly, while welcoming the arrival of his best friend. I'm not afraid, I'm just lazy being in a place like this. Aston soon approached Dallas and joined him. What are you doing? Aston asked because there were so many drugs on the table. Doing business, of course. Don't you see? Wait for me to finish, then we'll talk. Aston just watched the dark business that Dallas was doing, but the young man he almost hit had approached them and after that left with his group. That makes Aston curious because he wanted to know what those people were doing in the black market. Who are they, Dallas? Why do they look like they are looking for something? Shoo. Keep your voice down. If he hears, then you won't see the sun tomorrow. Morning. What do you mean? Why does it sound scary? Aston became increasingly curious. He is Keanu Maxton, leader of the Black King organization. If you love your life, you better shut your mouth, said Dallas. What? Why did the name Maxton sound familiar to him? Aston actually thought so. Finally he remembered Kendrick Maxton. Wait, is Keanu Maxton related to Kendrick Maxton? TSK, you really don't know anything. Dallas sees Keanu, who is left with the child, the fruit, and after that, only then did he dare to speak. Keanu and Kendrick are brothers, but the most dangerous of the two is Keanu, so be careful. Aston just nodded. He didn't care because it had nothing to do with him. Who want? All he did was kidnap Emma, and he needed help from Dallas. Okay, I want to ask you for help. Just now I was humiliated by a woman, so I want you to find someone who can do this dirty work for me, Aston said. That's an easy matter, Aston. We'll discuss it after I'm finished, Dallas said. Aston is back, nodded. He believed Dallas would definitely be able to find someone who could help him. catching Emma with whom he would have fun to vent the pain, his heart, but if he wants to catch Emma, that means he's going to harass Kendrick because, without him knowing, Emma was already with Kendrick. Ainsley and Damien had gone home after they talked and had dinner together. Emma cleaned the dirty dishes in the kitchen while Daniel was with her. His father was in the room. Daniel heard that he had an uncle, of course, really wanted to know who his uncle was and why his uncle wasn't home, so he never met the uncle. That's because Keanu doesn't live together with both parents. Kendrick, who tends to be quiet and calm like his father, is not too interested in the organization left by his grandfather. He was more focused on company, while Keanu, who has characteristics like his mother, prefers it challenge. Even though they were both trained to become leaders of the Black King, but Kendrick handed over the position to his younger brother, who he thought was more suitable than himself. Why does Uncle look scary, Dad? Daniel asked his father, who was sitting there, showed Keanu's photo to Daniel, who was very curious about what his uncle looked like. Apparently it's like that. Uncle is not a person who likes to talk a lot and express himself a lot. It's always like that, but Daniel doesn't need to be afraid when he meets him because, actually, Uncle is a good person. But his character is not pleasant. Uncle wouldn't bite Daniel, would he? Of course not. Daddy will ask Uncle to come home when he has time. But Daniel is afraid, said Daniel while hugging his father. Boys shouldn't be afraid. If Daniel is afraid, then how can Daniel protect him? Mommy of bad people? If anyone knew Daniel's weakness, then someone would take advantage of that, so never show our weaknesses to others, because it can be used. Daniel understood, Dad. Daniel wants to become strong so Daniel can protect Mommy from Auntie Evil, said Daniel as he raised his arms and showed them both his thin hands. Good, men have to be like that. They can't be weak and they can't be afraid anything. Kendrick rubbed his son's head as he said those words. Every man born into his family must have a good mentality, and that is not allowed. Shows his weaknesses to others. Daniel, have you brushed your teeth? Emma came into the room because she was new. Just finished washing the dishes. Not yet, Mommy. Daniel is looking at Uncle's appearance. Does Mommy want to see? Uncle looks scary, shouted his son while showing the appearance of his garden from his father's cell phone. You have a brother? Emma asked Kendrick. Sure, but you don't know him that well, because he prefers being with the two, my uncle. Besides, you used to be a crybaby, so my little brother didn't like you. Oh, said Emma, nodding. One more thing he knew, it was Kendrick, have siblings. Come here. Kendrick stretched out his hand towards Emma. He wanted Emma to come to him and join him. Daniel wants to brush his teeth first, said Daniel. Come on with Mommy, said Emma. No need, Mommy. Daddy will carry Daniel, but before that, Daniel took something out of his trouser pocket, and after that Daniel gave it to him, to his mother, and the item he took was the money he got today. This is for Mommy, he said, handing her a neatly rolled up roll of money. Where did you get this much money, Daniel? You didn't ask me for money, grandfather and grandmother, right? Asked Emma suspiciously. No, Grandma gave it, but Mommy needs this money more, so Daniel just gave it to Mommy, said his son. Aren't you lying, Emma? Our son can't lie. Please accept the money and use it to buy your daily needs. No need to hesitate, my mother has already given it to Daniel. You have the right to use it. Actually, he asked his mother to give it Daniel's money because if he gave it directly to Emma, Emma definitely wouldn't want to accept it, and Emma will consider the money she gave to be a debt, which he has to replace. So he thought that was the only way he could do it. Can provide money that Emma can use for daily needs. Take it, Mommy, said Daniel. Next time don't take Grandma's money. Daniel, understand? Emma took it without be suspicious. He will keep the money carefully because it belongs to Daniel, but he can also use the money in situations like now because he hasn't yet have a job. Kendrick immediately took Daniel to brush his teeth, while Emma prepared bed because Daniel will be sleeping soon. Like yesterday, they slept together where Emma and Daniel lie on Kendrick's right and left sides. That night they spent it together again, and maybe tomorrow they will, like that again, but unfortunately they didn't know that Aston was making it that night, an evil plan to avenge his pain against Emma. Chapter 59 A Heart That Begins to Open. Emma was busy in the kitchen that morning because she was making breakfast for her son and Kendrick. He wanted when Daniel woke up from his sleep, breakfast would be ready. Daniel can eat straight away. Daniel still sleeps with his father, and Emma doesn't want to disturb their sleep. Suddenly he felt like they were one family, but after that he started to realize that he shouldn't think like that because of him. Not appropriate. It was suggested that he put those thoughts away because if anyone heard, maybe he will be laughed at because he doesn't know himself and doesn't put himself out there correctly. He hasn't gained his self-confidence yet because he still thinks if he has not been able to meet his own needs because he has not found a job what he wants. Today he will go looking again, and he hopes he can find it, the job he wants. Emma was cutting vegetables when a strong arm hugged her from behind. But she knew who was hugging her because it couldn't be Daniel. Why didn't you wake me up? Kendrick asked as he kissed her back, Emma's head. You're sleeping, so I don't want to disturb you. Emma looked anxious because of Kendrick. Kiss the head and ears. Next time wake me up. I want us to make food together to get us through. Lots of fun things for both of you. If we don't interact often, what? Could you fall in love with me? Please take it slow. If you rush, you'll scare me, Emma asked, because he felt Kendrick was too hasty to feel the love between them grow. Am I too hasty? Kendrick presses Emma until they are each other facing. Emma nodded in response to Kendrick's question. I don't feel like that, Emma. There's already Daniel between us, and I think we really have to immediately develop feelings so that we can get married soon. No longer. That can prevent it, and don't say you still feel bad about it, Kimberly. It's not like that. I just feel, shoo. Don't say anything. Kendrick put his finger to Emma's lips. He knows Emma would give a ton of excuses for her confidence, and she still doesn't. Felt appropriate, so it would be best if Emma didn't say anything. This morning, you were with me again, Emma. I was very happy not only because Daniel's existence, but also because of your existence. I used to think I wouldn't can be with you again since you left me, but whatever you do to, finally you came back to me. Never regret it because this is the way, has been decided for us. I'm sorry. Emma wrapped her arms around Kendrick's neck, and after that, Emma stood on tiptoe a little because she wanted to give Kendrick a kiss on the lips. What's new? He just did that, really surprising Kendrick because Emma kissed him on the lips, without him asking. Emma turned her reddened face away in a hurry. Looks like he has. Crazy that he was so bold as to kiss Kendrick. The man didn't even flinch as a result. Be surprised, and don't say if Kendrick doesn't like what he's doing. Emma, so he felt bad, so he turned around again, but Kendrick was already there, caught his hand, then pulled him closer, and this time there was no more distance separated them because there was no vegetable basket that Emma was holding. "Ken, I am sorry," said Emma nervously because she was afraid Kendrick would be angry. "What are you apologizing for?" "I'm very happy you want to do this, Emma." "I am very happy because you took the initiative first without me having to force you or not, I ask." Emma's chin lifted. Kendrick's breath was already caressing Emma's face, and Emma knew what would happen next. This time Emma put her arms around Kendrick's body. Both eyes are gone, closed, and without saying much, Kendrick brought their lips together and gave a gentle kiss. That's just for the start, because after that they kiss without hesitation. Emma's body was lifted, then Kendrick took her to the table and sat her there, so he can kiss Emma's lips freely. While their son was still sleeping, so they can make good use of such time. After all, it was an opportunity, which Kendrick couldn't waste because that way, Emma would no longer be awkward when nearby. Kendrick and Emma kissed for so long. Like there is quite a longing deep in Emma's heart, but she didn't know what. Kendrick hugged Emma tightly. It felt like he didn't want to let go. He was really lucky to wake up a little early to see which Emma did because she didn't expect that she would get a kiss from Emma. After their kiss ended, they both caught their breath and looked at each other. Emma smiled as Kendrick rubbed his face slowly. Kendrick, too, showed a smile because he was really happy to get such an unexpected surprise, expected from Emma. "I didn't expect us to be like this, and all this faster than I expected. I really happy, Emma. In this way you have opened your heart to me, right? As long as you don't regret being with me, Kendrick, because you know I'm useless, so I hope you can accept me like this. But that doesn't mean I will stop, improve oneself. I will continue to fight to improve myself so that you don't feel embarrassed when he's with me, and so that Daniel won't be embarrassed to have a mother like me. Stupid." Kendrick pulled Emma close and hugged her. "I can't be shy, especially Daniel. He was always proud of you because to him you were an amazing mother, so don't think that you have embarrassed Daniel because he has always been proud about you. I know, I just feel useless. Never mind, soon that feeling will disappear from you. I'll pick you up this afternoon. I will introduce you to someone who will give you work. This is a reference from me, and I hope you don't reject it." "Thank you, Ken." Emma hugged Kendrick, and this was the first time she felt like he wasn't alone, and this was the first time he felt that he could improve himself to his son, proud of him. A very different morning. That's because Emma was willing to accept Kendrick despite the feelings of unworthiness or whatever he still feels, and despite he didn't remember anything about their past, but what he did was a start, which is good for their relationship. Kendrick hopes Emma is always like that, though. Later her sister will oppose their relationship because Kimberly will definitely not be happy, but he hoped that Emma wouldn't care about Kimberly's words for the sake of their relationship. "Has just begun. I have to make breakfast for Daniel." Emma pushed Kendrick's body a little. He said, "Must not forget what he is working on because Daniel is the most main. I'll help, and after that we wake Daniel together. He'll definitely be happy." Emma nodded. Daniel had always wanted a family, and she was sure of him will definitely be happy when the two of them wake him up. Emma is back to creating breakfast, helped by Kendrick. The simple breakfast they make doesn't take much time long. Several slices of spinach sandwiches were already on the table along with all the milk for Daniel, also 2 glasses of coffee for both of them. After breakfast was finished, Emma and Kendrick came into the room and they both lay down next to Daniel for a while. "Wake up their sleeping son," Daniel. Emma called her son in a slight whisper. Of course it wasn't a kiss, he forgot to give it to his son. "Mommy." Daniel opened his sleepy eyes. "Wake up soon, Daddy and Mommy have made breakfast for you," said his father. Daddy. Daniel was even happier because his father was also by his side. "Good morning, honey." Kendrick and Emma kissed their son's cheek at the same time. That really made Daniel happy because that was what he had been dreaming of ever since long. "Is Daniel dreaming?" Daniel asked because he thought what he was experiencing right now was dream. "No, darling. Daniel is not dreaming," said his mother, who kissed his cheek again. "Daniel hopes we will always be like this, Mom." Daniel is very happy because of Mommy and Daddy, together with Daniel. "Daniel's wish will come true," said his mother. "Is it true?" Answered Emma, who was lying next to her son and hugging him. Kendrick, too, lay down, not only hugging his son, but he also hugged Emma. Daniel laughed out loud, because his body was squeezed, but he was very happy. They are like family though. There is no marriage bond between Kendrick and Emma yet, but it looks like it won't be for long. More will happen because Emma has started trying to open herself up. Chapter 60 Evil Deeds Revealed. Kimberly was furious when her grandfather introduced a psychologist to her. Frederick wants his grandson to immediately undergo therapy so that his bad traits can be eliminated immediately. But for Kimberly it was the biggest insult to her because of what she did by his grandfather at this time really embarrassed him. Kimberly's screams filled the house because she didn't accept what her grandfather said, did scare some of the waiters, especially as Kimberly started throwing things. Kimberly is like a 5-year-old child who doesn't get the toys she wants. The bad qualities he had harbored since childhood could truly destroy him. Because of that, Frederick wants his grandson to change, stop throwing things. Kimberly. Her grandfather was really embarrassed that Kimberly was acting like that in front of the psychologist, who began to analyze Kimberly's behavior. The psychologist even wrote a few words in his book. "I know Grandpa wants to embarrass me so that I don't go to see Kendrick because of that." "Grandpa called the psychologist to come," shouted Kimberly. She was sure her grandfather had done that, so he doesn't go looking for Kendrick again. "I'm doing this for your good. It has nothing to do with Kendrick or anyone even. Anyway, I don't want to. I don't want to do this embarrassing thing because of everyone will laugh at me," Kimberly shouted, and after that she ran out. She really didn't want to because people would think he was crazy. "Wait, Kimberly, where are you going?" His grandfather tried to prevent it, but what happened? He did it in vain because Kimberly ran faster and he couldn't catch up. Frederick fell down while holding his chest, and this made several servants panic. So are the psychologists who are still there. Kimberly, who had been running didn't know at all what happened to his grandfather because all he wanted to do was leave, meet Kendrick. Frederick even fainted because his old illness had relapsed because of Kimberly. What actually happened to his 2 grandchildren? One does crazy things and disappointed himself, and the other one actually had a personality disorder. It should be him, took one of them and didn't let either of them move. Maybe with this way, Emma and Kimberly won't disappoint him too much. He should have asked his daughter to treat Kimberly a long time ago. Maybe this way, everything that happened would not have happened, and this could be an accident, happened to Emma that didn't happen. He shouldn't have covered it up, but he deliberately kept quiet, so that Emma wouldn't hate her sister when she found out what Kimberly had done to her. In the past, it caused him to lose his memory, but apparently, even though he had been defended in such a way, Kimberly's appearance actually got worse. Especially after she was dumped by Kendrick. Characteristic: Kimberly's bad situation is actually getting worse. Kimberly, who didn't know that her grandfather had been taken to the hospital, went to see Kendrick. It doesn't matter even if his grandfather stops him because he has to meet Kendrick today, also. I don't know why everyone hates him so much and likes Emma more. Since, in the past, it was just Emma that people cared about, and Kendrick too. Kendrick is the only one Kendrick sees, and he doesn't. Why? That's what made him hate Emma since they were little, and that hatred was ingrained, thus making his bad character even worse. Kendrick, who was working, was surprised because Kimberly suddenly barged into his room. Even though he had been prevented by his secretary, it was Kimberly who, being overcome by emotion, not caring about anything and just going straight in, "Sorry, sir. I tried to prevent it," said his secretary, because he was afraid of heights. Kendrick is angry. "What are you doing, Kimberly? Why are you making a fuss here? I hope this is because of you, Kendrick. Why are you the only one you see, Emma? Why me?" "No," shouted Kimberly loudly. "Don't scream in this place. I'll throw you even if you're Emma's little sister, Emma. Emma. I should have killed him first," Kimberly shouted. Kendrick, very surprised. What exactly had Kimberly done before? Today too. He had to know, so he doesn't guess anymore. "So it's true that you hurt him? So he lost his memory because of you?" "Yes, I did it. I hated him because you all liked him, whereas I don't. I hit his head and pushed him into the river, Karina. I know he can't swim. He should have died then. He should have died, drowned, but my father saved himself." Kimberly apparently said crimes he had committed decades ago with ease because he was no longer. Hold it again, and this time Kimberly didn't hide anything because it was her who pushed Emma to fall into the river when he and Emma were playing together. Kimberly has enormous jealousy towards Emma and hatred towards his own older brother. Did that without hesitation. She dropped her doll into the river, and then she cried loudly. As her sister, Emma, didn't suspect anything and took the doll, but it turned out to be Kimberly, taking advantage of Emma's kindness. Kimberly hit Emma's head and then pushed her, without a doubt. Emma, who couldn't swim, of course, couldn't control herself when she was there, in the water. He shouted for Kimberly's help, but Kimberly was the one who had an evil nature. Instead, he saw him calmly on the side of the river. If their father doesn't come on time, exactly, maybe Emma would have drowned at that time. As a result of this, Emma suffered an injury on the back of his head, and he also experienced great trauma, so he, forgetting his childhood memories and that incident. "How dare you, Kimberly?" Kendrick stepped forward because he wanted to teach a lesson for Kimberly, but Kimberly had already approached him while taking off her clothes. Kimberly's common sense was completely gone. "Look at me, Ken. Look at me. I'm not much different from Emma. I'm also beautiful, and me can satisfy you. So choose me and I promise you won't disappoint you," he said as he took off his top clothes. "You're really crazy, Kimberly. Your illness should have been treated sooner rather than later. You're getting crazier. I think you need a psychologist." Kendrick now stepped in, retreating. He also ordered his secretary to call some people to secure Kimberly so that her actions don't go any further. I'm not crazy. Why do you and grandfather think I'm crazy? I'm not crazy, so I'm not. Need a psychologist. Kimberly shouted loudly. Why everyone thought he was crazy. He really doesn't need a psychologist. Oh, stop, Kimberly. You're embarrassing yourself. Kendrick still prevented her from doing so. Kimberly didn't get any further. Kimberly stopped walking and laughed, slowly. I don't know what he was thinking. Suddenly he just left. Kendrick, too, didn't prevent it because he felt it wasn't necessary. So far he has never seen nature. Kimberly is like that, but today, Kimberly really showed that she wasn't pleasant. But from this incident he learned that it was Kimberly who had made Emma disappear. Memory. Now he knows the cause and he feels it will be easier healing Emma's memory. Now he knows what he has to do because of her. I'm sure Emma must have trauma from deep water. Chapter 61, Getting a Job. Daniel had been picked up by his grandmother because he had to go to therapy for a while. Emma waited for Kendrick because Kendrick had said he would pick her up and provide him with a job reference. This was an opportunity he should not waste, because he really wants to improve himself. Even though the income he earned later wasn't that big, it was enough. Makes him confident because then he won't always make things difficult. Kendrick. He also had to repay the money Kendrick lent him, which he used it to buy groceries. Even though he knows Kendrick probably won't, he doesn't care about it because to him it's not much, but debt is still debt and money. What Daniel gave him, he will keep it because he can use the money when he is there, in an emergency. Kendrick, who just found out what Kimberly had done to Emma, thought about it. It took so long that he finally decided not to tell her about it, Emma first. For now, he should keep quiet because he has a plan that might make Emma remember a little. Sudden memory. Emma was starting to get sleepy because she was getting bored waiting for Kendrick to come home. Daniel has left a few hours ago, and he was already sitting in front of the window playing. The phone is so old. The cool air coming in through the window made him sleepy, especially since he just finished eating. Doing nothing is really boring. And today he hopes he gets a job soon. Emma was almost asleep, but the sound of the car woke her up. Emma was very happy at the moment, saw Kendrick was back. He almost died of boredom from waiting, but luckily Kendrick is home. Because she couldn't wait, Emma left the place, sat down because he wanted to greet Kendrick so they could leave quickly. What is he doing? Of course made Kendrick happy. What took you so long? Emma didn't realize that she was like a wife, welcoming her husband home from work. Have you been waiting for me long? Kendrick looked at the watch that was circular in his hand. It was new, 11:00 in the afternoon, but Emma seemed to have been waiting for a long time. You took so long. After Daniel left, I almost died of boredom waiting for you. Wow, I'm so happy to hear that. Kendrick grabbed Emma's waist and pulled her, approaching. If Emma waited for him like that every day, he would be very happy, but he knew why Emma was waiting for him today so much that he couldn't wait. I'm so happy you waited for me, Emma. If every day you were like this, waiting for me to be back together with our son, I really have earned it. What do I want? I'm actually worried you'll be embarrassed because of me someday. Why do you say that? I will not be ashamed and no one will dare talk bad about yourself, especially while you are with me. Okay, can we go now? I really want to find it. Work, so I don't get bored at home, of course. Kendrick placed a soft kiss on Emma's lips. Before he took her, Emma left. I really want to take you to a nice place after this. Do you want to go with me? Let's just say we are dating so that our relationship gets closer. How about it? You don't mind, do you? Go where? Emma looked at Kendrick with a curious expression because of him. I really want to know where Kendrick will take her on a date. Secret, you will find out later. But for now, I will take you to meet somebody. If you're interested, you can work with him, but if not, I will recommend others to you. Thank you, Ken. Even though you don't need to bother like this because I can search. Own work. I know you're busy too, but you actually want to help me. Never mind, as I said, we are both responsible. You don't want to work with me, then I will help you find a job. Even, right? Emma nodded. Let's hope this is a good start for him and fingers crossed. The reference given by Kendrick was quite good for him because he actually wanted to. A job that doesn't take up too much of his time because he has to have it. Time for Daniel. Not wanting to waste too much time, Kendrick immediately took Emma away, met an acquaintance who would give Emma a job. At first, Emma had time, confused because they were heading to a clothing store in the shopping center, but when a woman greeted their arrival, Emma began to realize that she worked at the clothing store. As he expected, his work did not take up much time. Of course, Kendrick knows because he also wants to have time with Emma as well as with their son. What does it mean if Emma works but they don't have time to be together anymore? Because he recommended that Emma work there and it was actually his clothing shop, one of his best friends. Emma was very happy when she was accepted to work there and she could get started tomorrow. His working hours are also not too long. He can start work at 10:00 and return at 8 p.m. At least her time isn't taken up just for work, because he will have time with his son. A smile appeared on Emma's face when Kendrick was talking to his best friend. Finally, he got a job. To get rid of boredom, Emma looked around the expensive clothes in the shop because he thought he should study a little so that tomorrow would be the time he started working. He didn't make too many mistakes. I don't know why he did, interested in a dress that was in a glass cupboard. Emma even saw it. Took so long because for him it was a beautiful and charming dress, but it was definitely worth the price. No kidding. Do you like the dress, Emma? Kendrick's question made Emma look away because Kendrick had already stepped closer to him at that time. Do you like it? Kendrick asked again because he would give it an if, really like it. No, I just saw it. Answered Emma quickly. Are you sure? If you want, I'll buy it for you, and after thinking about it, I notice you don't have many clothes. How about you pick some clothes here? Consider it as my thanks to my friend because he has accepted you. Work here. No, I do not want. Emma refused because she knew the prices of clothes there were not cheap. Why? There's no need to be embarrassed like that. You can replace it after you get paid. Again, the same trick was given so that Emma would take some clothes. That place. I don't want to, Ken. I'll just go to the department store. There are more discounts there, and I can get 10 pieces of clothing at the department store, whereas here I can only get just one. So just take me to the convenience store. Emma said those words in a whisper, because he was embarrassed if anyone heard. Yes, at the convenience store and at this shop the prices are the same. Kendrick pushed Emma towards clothes rack. He also called his best friend. Ken, I don't want to. Emma refused. St. Don't embarrass me in front of my best friend." Kendrick asked. Like it or not, Emma was forced to obey. He just nodded every time he was a friend. Kendrick picked out clothes that fit her, but in her brain, she, counting every time the clothes are taken for him. Crazy, it looks like 1 month's salary. It won't be enough to pay for all that. I felt like asking Kendrick to go. But he didn't feel good and even changed his clothes according to his request. Kendrick and the shabby clothes he had just worn were in the trash. Kendrick saw his performance and was quite satisfied. From now on, Emma deserves it, got what she deserved, but Emma felt like that. It was a waste that shouldn't be done, but he couldn't say nothing because he couldn't refuse. "You already look beautiful, so now it's time for us to go on a date," said Kendrick Soraya, holding Emma's hand. "You haven't told me where we're going." "I told you, it's a secret. Soon you'll find out, so let's go." Again, Emma just nodded and could only follow Kendrick without knowing if Kendrick would. Took him to a place that was scary for him as an impromptu therapy that he had to do. Get it? Chapter 62, Extreme Fear. Emma didn't suspect anything at all, because Kendrick took her to a park, national site visited by many visitors. He assumed if they really were, we'll gather in a place that offers a lot of beauty. The flower garden, charming, some exotic places, but there are some that he missed, of course, places that, at least he doesn't like it and doesn't want to see it at all, namely a beautiful lake, was in that park. Emma thought Kendrick would take her walking down a crowded street, towering trees, and gardens covered with several types of flowers, the beautiful one. Emma even thought Kendrick would take her on a picnic under a big tree, but it was just a shadow because he didn't dare to reveal it. His wishes on. When she entered the tourist spot, Emma showed that she really was, like. He couldn't hide it, because Emma grabbed Kendrick's hand towards the flower garden. "It feels like I haven't been to that place in a long time. It seems like the last time was when he was still in college, and after that he never came to the park again, because the death of both parents changes many things." "Fast?" asked Emma, who was still pulling Kendrick's hand. "There's no rush, Emma. We still have a lot of time, so there's no need. Hurry. I really wanted to invite Daniel because it's been a long time since I invited him to enjoy time out in the open. After he recovers, we can take him wherever he wants later. By the way, Ken," Emma stopped in her tracks for a moment because someone was there, wanted him to ask Kendrick. Of course it was about their son, and he wanted to know, how far has the process gone through for people who are willing to donate marrow? "The bones are for Daniel." "What is it?" Kendrick grabbed Emma's waist and pulled her close. "I just want to know how far the examination that person has undergone, willing to donate his bone marrow to Daniel. Is it still long?" "No, all the procedures have been carried out. Just waiting for the results, and if there are any, his bone marrow is a match with Daniel, then he will be brought here soon." So, Daniel was able to immediately have a bone marrow transplant. Grafting operation, it will be done many times until Daniel's illness is cured, explained Kendrick and him. I'm sure Emma will be happy to hear the news he conveyed. I'm very happy to hear that, Kendrick. Even though I thought there was no hope, again for Daniel, because I'm useless, because I don't have anything. Which, I expected only my grandfather, but he didn't want to help me for free. I should have handed Daniel over to you from the start, and if I did, that's it. I think Daniel has recovered now. I don't want you to talk about that anymore, Emma. There's no need to bring up anything else has happened, and now leave it all to me, as all my family will help me until our son recovers. I'm very grateful. I can't wait to meet them and express my gratitude to them. If that's the case, I will immediately call my grandmother and say that you want to meet with them. Now let's enjoy our time together. After this, I want to take you to a fun place. Kendrick invited Emma to walk towards Flower Garden. He would make Emma's heart happy first before heading over an extreme place that he was sure Emma wouldn't like, but he had to do it because this is some impromptu therapy that Emma needs to get. A fun place? Emma looked up, saw Kendrick. After that she looked forward. Yes, it's a fun and beautiful place. Everyone loves it. Kendrick pretended not to. Knew because he wanted to see Emma's reaction. Emma didn't suspect anything, especially since Kendrick really made her happy. They enjoyed time in the flower garden along the tree-lined streets, big while holding hands, and after this, then Kendrick will invite Emma to the lake, but before that he would try to find out what Emma thought about deep water and whether or not Emma had ever been to the beach before. This place is really beautiful. I really want to bring a book while sitting downstairs. Tree, said Emma, you're right, especially in spring. It would be even more beautiful, but now is the season, hot. What if we go to the beach? You've been to the beach, right? Beach? Emma's facial expression changed. He didn't seem to like the place. Even he did not answer Kendrick's question. Why? Have you never gone to the beach? Emma stopped walking. So far, he has always avoided puddles of water, wide and deep like a river, lake or ocean. I don't know why he never did like it. Every time he saw the sea, river, or lake, he had a strange feeling. Feel it. A fear beyond words. He even felt, if he doesn't want to approach her because he's afraid. Emma, don't you like the sea? Kendrick asked as he approached Emma, who was standing a little far from you. I don't know, Ken. I always feel scared when I see a lake, sea, or whatever. That's why I never wanted to approach him. Why do you feel like that? Something must have happened, right? Have you ever drowned or something? Kendrick started fishing because it could have been Emma. Remember something from the question. I don't know. I just feel like I've experienced something unpleasant somewhere like that, so I don't want to approach him. Emma, don't you want to find out about this? What do you mean by that? Follow me. Kendrick took Emma's hand and led her away towards the lake. Where are you taking me, Ken? Emma asked suspiciously. To find out why you are afraid of deep water. Your fear is certain. There's a reason, right? I'm sure it has something to do with what you're going through, but you can't remember, so let's find out. We went to the lake because I wanted to see what you're really afraid of. No way, Ken. I don't want to. Emma pulled Kendrick's arm so that Kendrick could stop his crazy idea because he was really scared. No need to worry, Emma. I'm here, so you don't need to worry, but I'm scared. Please don't do it. Emma still asks, but Kendrick persists, pulling him towards the lake. Emma's breath caught when the beautiful lake came into view. Maybe it's beautiful for you, who liked it, but not Emma, because it was a very scary place for her, who has an extraordinary fear of places like that due to past trauma he can't remember yet. Emma is still begging Kendrick to stop the crazy stuff. Emma's face was even pale, even though the lake was still several hundred steps away. Her legs were shaking even more so that Emma fell down because she didn't able to step foot into the lake again. Emma hugged herself. She feel extreme fear. Cold sweat even dripped down his forehead. No. Emma was extremely scared, and she couldn't hide it. Emma, do you remember anything? Do you remember what happened before? Kendrick was already crouching nearby, and he hoped Emma would remember something. I don't know. Emma held her head. Suddenly she seemed to see two little boy on the side of a river. Emma, look at that lake and remember when Kimberly pushed you into the river. Emma was surprised to hear Kendrick's words. Kimberly pushed him into the river. His eyes bulged, but his gaze was fixed on lake. Shadow 2, the little child actually became more visible, clearer and fainter than Emma. He remembered that time, but he couldn't stand the headache that suddenly struck him. This made Emma scream loudly, and not long after she fainted, Kendrick immediately grabbed Emma's fallen body. It seemed Emma had remembered something. He hoped this was a good start for Emma getting her memories back though, even in a slightly forceful way. Chapter 63, Not Accepted. Because Emma fainted, Kendrick couldn't help but take her to the hospital. This time it was him. We'll check Emma's condition and find out what reaction she is showing. Emma could have bad consequences for herself or not because she remembered that Kimberly had said that Emma would go crazy. Even though he didn't believe Kimberly's words, but there's no harm in finding out. He hopes that what happened to Emma after seeing the lake can bring him back. He had little memory of the crimes Kimberly had committed. Not only that, he too hopes that Emma can recall memories of her childhood. While on the way to the hospital, Emma was delirious while saying something. He also mentioned Kimberly's name several times and asked Kimberly to help him. It seemed that when this incident happened, Kimberly just watched without any intention of helping Emma. If his guess wasn't wrong, it was because Emma said the word correctly over and over again. Kimberly did have a petty heart, but she didn't expect Kimberly to be so evil, to the point of wanting to kill his own brother just because he was jealous of Emma, even though what makes him disliked is his bad character. Kimberly doesn't, introspection, but he always beats Emma and Emma. Kendrick sure is grandpa, they knew about it, but their grandfather hid it. Please, help me, Kimberly. Emma's hand looked like it was about to reach for something because indeed at that time, he seemed to see himself in the water. Emma's face was still pale. The fear he felt could be clearly seen from his facial expression. You're too much, Kimberly, you're really too much. Kendrick hugged Emma tightly. Can he imagine how scared Emma was at that time? Never mind Emma, he was sure of everything. A person in Emma's position would definitely experience trauma due to such a cruel act. Kimberly, a doctor was waiting. He was a neurologist who had been called, Kendrick, to check on Emma. The doctor, of course, immediately got ready, as soon as Kendrick arrived carrying Emma, who was still unconscious. Emma immediately was treated, and fortunately he only fainted due to fear and shock. Will he go crazy because of those memories? Kendrick asked the doctor, just finished checking on Emma's condition. What are you saying, sir? Of course not. Did the blow he received not injure his brain nerves? Of course the blow hit his brain nerves, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared. Memory, but he wouldn't go crazy just because of the blow he got. But there was something more dangerous than that blow. What do you mean by that? Is there something else that's causing him to lose his memory? I've checked, but it really needs to be checked further. He can't got his memory because someone gave him medicine, and that medicine, I think, is a drug that can make someone never get their memory back. If he consumes a lot of it, it will be dangerous for him. Kendrick was very surprised to hear the doctor's words. Drug? I don't know why he was suspicious, The perpetrator was Kimberly because there was no other perpetrator besides her. Then what about the situation? Is he really going crazy? Now Kendrick is worried because he didn't know about the drug. Hopefully not. We'll see when he wakes up what his behavior will be like, changed or not. I hope not, because his behavior changed. That means he needs it, psychologist, and has lost memories. It would be better not to come back at all than for him go crazy. Kendrick clenched his fists because he was holding back his anger. Really, Kimberly had gone too far by force-feeding her own sister with drugs. It was dangerous for Emma not to remember anything. He doesn't think Kimberly did that, just so that Emma doesn't remember her childhood, but so that Emma doesn't remember the crime, which he did. After talking to the doctor, Kendrick entered the room where Emma is at. It seemed like he would have to tell Emma about the medicine, but he would have to see Emma's reaction when she realized. Hopefully Emma is still the Emma he knows. If Emma would go crazy, it would be better if Emma didn't remember anything. Kendrick sat by Emma's side and held her hand. What punishment is appropriate, Kimberly, get for the crimes she has committed? Who deserved to punish him? It's definitely Emma, and he hopes Emma is okay because Daniel will be very sad at the moment. See his mother later. While waiting for Emma to wake up, Kendrick seemed worried. Moreover, he didn't know how much impact the medicine Kimberly had given Emma had. The dose of medicine that Kimberly had given to her own sister. Help me, Kimberly. Emma begged again amidst her dawning consciousness. Return, Emma. Kendrick approached him and held his hand tighter. Emma still is delirious and completely sobered up when he screamed loudly. No one can, Kendrick did, besides calm Emma down and wipe the sweat that was flowing from his forehead. Are you okay? Kendrick asked him. He hopes Emma will still be Emma. Emma answered with a nod, but he wasn't sure until she actually was. Shows that he is fine. Do you recognize me, Emma? Do you remember what we just did? Emma looked at him, and it made Kendrick a little worried. Kendrick repeated. The question came back with an increasingly anxious feeling. Kimberly, she was the one who pushed me into the river. She was the one who hit me, said Emma, because she remembered that part. Hey, so you remember? Do you also know who I am? What do you mean by that, Ken? Of course I remember, and you did it on purpose. I went to the lake even though I already said that I would. Emma stopped talking because Kendrick suddenly hugged him. I know I've gone too far. But I did it on purpose to make you remember something. Me, so glad you're back, Emma. Even though your memory doesn't fully return, but I'm so happy that you're okay. I'm afraid that when you wake up, I'll find different you. I really don't want that to happen because I'd hate myself if something bad happened to you. What do you mean by that? If those memories were to come back, what would I be? Others? No. But without you realizing it, it seems like Kimberly gave you, and that medicine is a drug that can make someone unable to remember their past anymore. The drug also has side effects, and the drug can make you crazy. What? Emma was very surprised to hear Kendrick's words. Is his own sister that crazy, that commits heinous acts for the sake of his goals? But it seems like what was said by Kendrick is not a mere gimmick. I don't accept it. Emma shuffled out of bed because she was about to leave. Kimberly has. It was so outrageous, and he wouldn't let Kimberly run rampant any further. Today, he would make a calculation on Kimberly. Where are you going, Emma? You have to rest, so don't go anywhere. prevent Kendrick, but Emma can't accept what Kimberly has done to her. He didn't care about anything because he wanted to teach his little brother a lesson. God damn it. Of course, look for Kimberly. I want to teach a lesson to her already. Made me like this, so don't stop me. Not only hurt me but him too. Wants to kill me with that drug. Has he lost his mind and gone crazy? I'm sure grandfather knew about this, and he kept quiet all this time and even defended himself. Kimberly. I really won't stay silent. Grandpa shouldn't be so defensive. Kimberly, even though she has also gone too far, then go with me. I'm afraid that when you're careless, Kimberly will actually do something to you. I'm sure he deliberately gave you that medicine not only so that your memory wouldn't come back, but to cover up his crime, so I went with you. Emma just nodded because she couldn't wait. Now he would have no more doubts, showing his togetherness with Kendrick to Kimberly and her grandfather. Today, he wanted them both to know that Kendrick was the father of his son. It's up to them what they want. Said that he definitely wanted to teach Kimberly a lesson for what had happened. Kimberly did to him even though she didn't have all his memories yet. Chapter 64, Making Calculations. Frederick is already at home because he is fine. Kimberly, too, was at home that day because his grandfather forbade him from going anywhere. Although Kimberly refuses to go to therapy because she doesn't want to be considered crazy, but Frederick still is, still trying to persuade her granddaughter because she wants Kimberly to live well, married, so he doesn't chase Kendrick anymore because Kendrick clearly doesn't wants Kimberly. Kimberly was in her room, as was her grandfather. They don't know if Emma will come today to make a calculation on Kimberly. Emma, who doesn't, patiently, he immediately jumped out of the car when Kendrick stopped his car. What he did of course shocked Kendrick, because Emma could have fallen, but Emma didn't want to mince words anymore. Emma even walked quickly without waiting for Kendrick. What is Kimberly? Kimberly had to pay for what she had done all this time, and she wanted her grandfather to know what he had done. Kimberly did it even though she suspected that her grandfather had known from the start. However, he tried to hide the crimes committed by Kimberly. Kimberly, get out! Emma shouted as she kicked the door open. Kimberly, those in the room were shocked. So was his grandfather. Emma screamed, was hurt again where he asked Kimberly to get out because his business was only on Kimberly. Frederick immediately came out of his room. I don't know what else Emma wanted, but he had kicked Emma out. Even if his grandson begs under his feet, he won't help because Emma has been very disappointing, but unfortunately Emma has come, hasn't she, to ask him for help. Get out, Kimberly! Emma shouted again loudly. Insolent! Who gave you permission to go home and scream in this house as much as you like? Your heart. Do you think you have the right to do that? Asked his grandfather, who didn't happy with what Emma did. I'm just looking for Kimberly, grandfather. I want to settle accounts with her, and this time, you can't defend him. What do you mean by those words? Wow, that's really shameless. You're so brave to come back to this house, Emma, she sneered. Kimberly, who had just come out of his room. Emma didn't waste any time because she was already overcome by emotion. Kimberly approached her grandfather, but Emma was already running towards him and lunged at Kimberly. They both fell to the floor. Kimberly screamed while her grandfather looked on in surprise. What did Emma do? Especially when the gold was sitting on Kimberly's body. What are you doing? Let me go! Kimberly shouted while struggling. You're really rude, Kimberly. Why are you so mean to me? What a mistake. What have I done to you to make you so mean to me? Emma grabbed her hair. Kimberly even picked it up, and it made Kimberly scream because of her hair pulled upwards. What are you saying? I didn't do anything. Kimberly tried to hold his hand. Emma was pulling her hair at the moment. Let go of your sister, Emma, shouted his grandfather too. I won't let go of a murderer like him, grandfather. Now I know if he wanted to kill me at that time. He's the one who made me lose my memory. He hit my head and pushed me to fall into the river even though he knew I couldn't swim. He watched my death on the side of the river, and if Daddy wasn't there, I guess I was dead by then, shouted Emma. What? Frederick was very surprised to hear that, because as far as he knew, Emma and Kimberly playing in the river, and accidentally Kimberly pushed Emma and fell into it. Rivers and factors were done unintentionally. That's what he knows, and where the incident occurred, Kimberly hit Emma on the head. She didn't know at all. Liar, Grandpa. Don't believe him, shouted Kimberly, who was still trying, struggled, and removed Emma's hand from his hair. Don't cheat anymore, Kimberly. At least I've got a little of my memory. It's really cruel to do that, and not only wants to kill me, but you too. Give me medicine so that I can't get my memories anymore, and so that I can become crazy. What is your heart really made of, Kimberly? Emma screamed and then banged. Kimberly's head fell to the floor. Why do you hate me so much, Kimberly? After hitting Kimberly's head, Emma also hit Kimberly in the face with her fist. It hurts. It hurts. Are you crazy? Kimberly could only scream because Emma was sitting on his body, so he couldn't move. The crazy one is you. Kimberly's head was hit again, and then Emma hit her in the face again. Stop it, Emma. You could kill your sister. His grandfather hurriedly approached to grab. Emma was still hitting Kimberly's face to vent her anger though. Kimberly is his sister, but he will not be generous because of Kimberly's actions. Mean to him. I don't care. He even wanted to kill me at that time. Grandpa was also evil in defending himself and doesn't care about me. The mounting emotions were vented with hit and smashed Kimberly's head on the floor. Fresh blood even flowed from Kimberly's head due to the impacts she received. Kendrick has entered. Inside, he hurriedly ran towards Emma and pulled Emma away from Kimberly. Emma rebelled. He shouted for Kendrick not to stop him because he really wants to teach Kimberly a lesson. Let go of me, let go, shouted Emma while struggling. Enough, Emma, you can kill him. Calm your emotions. After all, he is your brother, and you can't kill each other. Kendrick intervened and tried, holding Emma. You're crazy, Emma, you're crazy. Kimberly shouted angrily when she saw fresh blood on her hands. When he touched the back of his head, you've really gone too far, Emma, shouted her grandfather too. It's you guys who are outrageous. He wants to kill me, and he even wants to make me crazy, but grandfather covered up all his crimes and defended himself. Why, grandfather? What am I, not your grandson? Why are you defending him and covering up the crimes he committed? Me. It was just an accident that happened when you were little. How can you punish it? Your sister is like this just because of the accident she did to you in the past. Emma really has no heart. Her grandfather actually blamed Emma because she was still. Assume it was an accident caused by the children. Accident? What kind of accident did grandfather mean? What was that action? This was done when he hit my head and then pushed me to fall into the river. Done on purpose? Was there something like that on purpose, grandfather, explain what your sister said. Kimberly, now Frederick sees his second grandchild because of him, felt that Emma wasn't lying because she could see Emma's emotions explode. I didn't mean to, grandfather. I was just playing with the wooden stick and hitting it, here and there, but I accidentally hit Emma so she fell. Kimberly started, arguing with her tongue and cursing in her heart, because Emma remembered the incident. It should. He gave more and more doses of medicine so that Emma couldn't remember anything. Again, don't brag. Kimberly. Even though I haven't gotten all my memories, I remember, you dropped your doll into the river and then you asked me to get it. You even cried so hard that I felt sorry for you and I took a doll. But what did you do? You hit my head hard, then you pushed me until I fell into the river, even though you know I can't swim. I ask help from you, yet you stood by the river to watch me die. If there isn't, Daddy, wasn't I dead at that time? And that's what you hoped for, right? Emma, repeating his words again. If his grandfather's incident was an accident, done by children, it meant that his grandfather was really on Kimberly's side. Is that true, Kimberly? Asked their grandfather. No, Grandpa. Don't believe what he says. Don't cheat, Grandpa, Kimberly, shouted his grandfather loudly. Kimberly looked at Emma with his sharp gaze. He really hated Emma. Kimberly, his grandfather shouted again, yes, I really want to kill Emma because everyone likes her. That's it, why do I hate him and want to kill him? I thought he would die at that time, but unfortunately no. I did give him medicine so he wouldn't get it, his memory again, and for him to go crazy. If I knew he would get his memories again, I must have given a large dose so that he really went crazy at that time. This, shouted Kimberly, who wasn't hiding anything anymore because Emma had already remembered what it was. Which he did first, but after he finished saying that, a slap, Kimberly got it, and it surprised her because it was the one who slapped her, his grandfather. Not only once, Frederick slapped his grandson in the face again. He always defends it. Chapter 65: The Consequences of Personality Disease. After the slap that Frederick gave his grandson, the atmosphere became silent. Frederick walked to the chair and sat there. The old man was silent as if he was thinking something. Really, he didn't expect Kimberly to do such a cruel act to his own brother. It is true that Kimberly has had a very bad character all this time. He knew it was because Kimberly did have a personality disorder, but he didn't suspect that Kimberly even committed such an evil act. He really only knew that what happened to Emma was an accident, while Emma and Kimberly were playing. His son-in-law did not explain in detail at that time because no one knew about Kimberly's evil deeds apart from Emma. At that time, the wound on Emma's head was thought to be the result of being hit when she fell inside river. That's why no one is suspicious at all, but what? Turns out Kimberly was like that, evil, and his crimes are definitely the result of the personality disease he suffers from. Why did you hit me, Grandpa? Kimberly looked sad because this was her first time. His grandfather hit him even though it was Emma who should have been hit, not him. You really destroyed me with what you did, Kimberly. I thought all this time, if what happened to Emma was the result of an accident that you accidentally caused, but it turns out you did it because of your hatred towards your own brother. I really can't believe this, Kimberly. Frederick was really disappointed by his grandson's behavior, who was so out of bounds just because of the hatred he felt for Emma, is his own brother. As Emma asked, What was he really thinking by Kimberly at that time? Why could he do something crazy and cruel to you, his own birth? I did it because I hated it, grandfather. Everyone liked him, but he didn't, with me. Why does everyone like Emma? Kimberly sounded disapproving, because he really doesn't accept that everyone likes Emma, even Kendrick's existence. This time it was definitely for Emma, not for him. Isn't that clear, Kimberly? I've always disliked you because of your bad character. That, and my cousins don't like you because of your character, but why do you blame Emma? You should introspect yourself to find out what happened, so people don't like you, said Kendrick, who had been silent until now. Kimberly must know that she is not liked because of Emma but because of her character. It's bad even though he has said it many times. That's because I like you, Kendrick. You should know that because I already do. I've shown my crush since childhood, but the only ones you like are Emma, and Emma. I'm really sick of that name, because you all just defend Emma, shouted Kimberly loudly. Enough, you have a bad temper. Why are you blaming Emma? It's been me all this time. Defended you, because I thought you would give me hope after Emma disappointed me, but apparently, you too disappointed me. Have you guys satisfied now? Do you want to see me die now so that you will be completely satisfied? Shouted Frederick, who was so disappointed in his two grandchildren. One has a disease, personality, and does crazy things to his own brother, and that one is gone from home and gave birth to a child who belongs to someone who is unknown until now, who is the father of the child. Really, he didn't want a grandson like that and him, really disappointed. Everything was my fault, and don't say that grandfather wants to defend him now. Did grandpa forget what he did? Don't be stupid and forget what's what. He did, and you, Kendrick? Kimberly looked at Kendrick. Emma already rejected you. She even slept with a foreign man and gave birth to his child. Can still take it, and you, grandfather, Emma has disappointed you in such a way. By sleeping with a strange man, he humiliated you by doing so. What, have you forgotten what he did? You're mad at me now, because you want to defend himself? What a coincidence that you brought this up, Kimberly. The foreign man you were referring to, who had spent the night with me, so I had Daniel standing in front your eyes now. Did you see it? I'm sure you know him so well that he familiar to you, said Emma. Now it's time to tell your sister and her grandfather if the man she slept with that night was Kendrick. Once they know, what else? What do they want to say? What do you mean by that? I really don't understand. Kimberly shouted, I told you, that man is standing in front of you because that man is Kendrick. Me, set him up 4 years ago, without knowing if he was the one I should marry. I've been silent all this time, because I don't want to destroy our relationship as brothers because of you at that time, and Kendrick are engaged, but now it's time for you and Grandpa to know. If Kendrick is the father of my son, Frederick was surprised again, and it looks like today he will get lots of surprises from his 2 grandchildren. Kimberly was surprised. She looked at Kendrick, but not for long. Then, his laughter sounded loud because he didn't seem to believe what Emma was saying. Say now. Impossible, impossible, he shouted loudly. No need to shout, it's the truth. Enough, Emma. There's no need to brag just because you're close to Kendrick, and maybe you said these words because Kendrick was willing to acknowledge your son as his son. You may be able to deceive people, but you can't deceive me, so it's best not to tell such ridiculous jokes because you will be the one embarrassed. Myself, shouted Kimberly, not believing what Emma was saying. "I don't care if you believe it or not, Kimberly. None of that matters because indeed Kendrick is the father of my son, and the most important thing right now is, what punishment do you deserve for the evil actions you did to me a few years ago? Even though my memory hasn't recovered completely, I want you to get rewarded for what you did to me. Enough, Emma. You two are brothers and sisters. What do you want to do to me, your sister? Don't say you want to throw him in jail, because that's not it." "That's really funny," said his grandfather, who had gotten up from his seat. "He wouldn't let Emma throw Kimberly in prison because Kimberly will get worse, become crazy. He has done evil to me. Is it wrong for me to seek justice for what he did do? Because he is my brother. Prison is enough for him. Take responsibility for what he did to me all this time." "No. If you do, then you will have my body tomorrow morning," shout his grandfather. He didn't want his two grandchildren to have a dispute like that when it could be a problem resolved in a family manner. Don't let them become gossips again, many people, because of sibling arguments that never end. Look, grandfather is defending himself again. Grandfather always does this to cover up his crime. Grandpa shouldn't have prevented me from reporting his actions to police. Don't go too far, Emma. You don't have any evidence to put me behind bars. I'm going to prison, especially since that incident has passed a long time ago, shouted Kimberly. Enough, Kimberly, go into your room now, his grandfather ordered. I don't want to. I'm not a child that Grandpa can order like that. I said go into your room, Kimberly. Don't let me repeat myself, and you have to remember one thing. Your actions are truly unforgivable, and so are you. You must be treated immediately because you have a mental disorder. That's your personality disease too, must be cured, so starting tomorrow, I will send you to the hospital so that you undergoing treatment there. If you don't want to, then I will let Emma drag you into prison, so you better do what I say. Just by the way, that's all. Kimberly can be cured, and she hopes Emma will be generous to her sister itself so as not to magnify problems that have been occurring for decades. Indeed, what Kimberly did was outrageous, but she wanted it all. Solve it in a family way. Kimberly stomped her feet on the floor. He was really annoyed at how he was treated, like that. Even he was very embarrassed because Kendrick was there, and now he will laughed at because he would really be considered mentally ill by people. All of it, because Emma suddenly came and questioned what he had done. He didn't accept it. Not only didn't he accept it because Emma embarrassed him, but he didn't accept Emma's togetherness with Kendrick. Kimberly couldn't help but go inside. His room was according to his grandfather's orders. Emma left without saying goodbye to her grandfather, because there was nothing more to talk about. I'll think about that later and think of an appropriate punishment for Kimberly, even if she knew that her grandfather would definitely defend Kimberly. Kendrick followed him and left very much. I'm grateful that Emma didn't kill Kimberly, because if that happened to Daniel, it will definitely be sad. Frederick sighed. What really happened to his two grandchildren? Currently he is enjoying his old age with his two grandchildren, but what they are doing, it only makes him disappointed that he can't even enjoy his old age because of his actions. They both. Chapter 66, Hidden Plans. Kendrick chased after Emma, who walked away feeling disappointed because her grandfather still defended Kimberly, even though it was clear that Kimberly had committed a crime. Big. It wasn't like he wanted his grandfather to throw Kimberly out as punishment. He wasn't that evil, but what do you expect? Even though he was disappointed with his grandfather, but At least her grandfather had taken the initiative to take Kimberly to the hospital because he also felt that Kimberly needed it to treat her evil and jealous nature. Emma, wait. Kendrick chased and grabbed Emma's hand. Emma looks moderate, crying due to disappointment in his younger brother and grandfather. They are family, but they weren't like family at all. They are actually like strangers. He and Kimberly was like an enemy who attacked each other here and there even though she didn't do it, because he didn't hold any grudges against Kimberly. Why can't they, like a family in general? Kendrick pulled Emma and hugged her. He could see the disappointment in the expression on her face. Emma. It's true that Emma and Kimberly should live as harmonious sisters. However, Kimberly's crimes have been visible since she was little, but her crimes have been allowed to persist, only so that the crimes he committed continued to pile up. No need to cry, no need to waste your tears just because of Kimberly. Are they my family or not, Ken? Why are they so mean to me? What mistake, what have I done to them? I knew I had disappointed my grandfather, but I didn't. He should hate me so much. Am I his biological grandson or not? That question, Emma said because she was like a stranger to her grandfather. Don't say things like that. As bad as they are grandfathers, and your sister, and you shouldn't ask questions like that. But they're not like my family, and it's like I don't have the same family. Your grandfather is disappointed in you, Emma. But believe me, after this he will look for you and ask you to talk. At this time he was emotional and shocked, with the reality he had just heard. Give your grandfather time to think with, clear. At least he had made up his mind to treat Kimberly despite her, still a little defensive of Kimberly. Trust me, everything will be fine. I'm not sure, said Emma because she wasn't sure everything would be okay. As Kendrick said, trust me, Emma. There's no point in being angry now. It's better to give it away. Time for your grandfather to think, and we'll see what he'll do next. I'm very sure he will come looking for you, believe me. Kendrick repeated, so that Emma would believe him. Emma nodded slowly even though she wasn't sure her grandfather would come looking himself, but he will try to believe Kendrick's words even though it seems like that. His grandfather's arrival was not important to him because he knew that his grandfather would, if he came, his grandfather would definitely do that for Kimberly. Let's go home. Maybe Daniel has finished his therapy, only Daniel, which can make Emma not emotional because it is impossible for Emma to show it, his anger in front of their son. Again, Emma nodded and very obediently followed Kendrick back home, his grandfather, because Kendrick's car was there. Kimberly watched them from the window, his room with suppressed anger. He still thinks that MMA is the mastermind, all the bad things that happened to him. If Emma didn't come back, then he would. Kendrick will not leave behind, and neither will what he did before. Revealed, Kimberly's evil thoughts returned to work. All of this is because of deep hatred towards Emma. The hatred that has been built up since childhood has become ingrained. No, won't just keep quiet. Emma is so happy with her life, because Kendrick is with him while he doesn't. Even though it's still hard for him to believe that Kendrick is that guy, slept with Emma, but he wouldn't let her be happy when he had to, devastated because soon he will have to go to a mental hospital. After this, his grandfather's affection could have shifted to Emma without them. Emma and Kendrick actually have a son. It all sounds like bullshit. I don't know what the story is like that it's actually the father of Emma's son. Kendrick. Was it another charade played by Emma? Has Kendrick been cheated by Emma because Kendrick is still trying to chase Emma? I don't know why he is actually suspicious like that. Emma must have played a cunning trick to get her son to have one father so that his disgrace wouldn't be too bad and so that their grandfather would forgive him. But, is Kendrick that stupid? Nothing is impossible because men are stupid when they fall. Love, I will reward you, Emma. Laugh until you're satisfied for now. Be happy, because you already got Kendrick, but soon, I'll take it all, that happiness. Don't think I will stay silent and let you be happy, when I was considered a crazy person. Kimberly said those words as she watched. Kendrick opened the car door for Emma. Jealousy filled his soul, and even his hatred towards Emma grew day by day, just getting bigger. Right now he is the loser, but later he will be the winner and Emma will replace him as the loser. Frederick called Kimberly and asked him to leave. Kimberly was very obedient in following her grandfather's words because they were there, a hidden plan that he will carry out later to get back at Emma. Again, Emma had to become a victim of her sister's madness. Kendrick had taken Emma away from that place. It would be best for Emma not to return to her grandfather's house for some time, because he was worried about Kimberly's evil nature. This incident definitely made Kimberly hurt, and she was worried that Kimberly would get worse, craze. It would be best if he didn't let Emma go out alone for a few days, because he was really worried that Kimberly had evil intentions towards Emma. On the way back, Emma was mostly silent because she was thinking how to restore lost memory. Honestly, he really wanted to knows about his childhood because he wants to know why Kimberly hates him so much. There must be a reason, and he hoped he wasn't being arrogant towards Kimberly, causing hatred to grow in the heart. Emma. Kendrick called her and touched Emma's hand. Emma turned and smiled faintly. If Kendrick wasn't there today, maybe he wouldn't be. Never know what happened to him, and maybe he is still alive in his world, a dark one where he doesn't have any memories, but he will still accept hatred from his own sister. What are you thinking? Don't force yourself because it's not good for you. I'm not forcing myself, Ken. I'm just thinking, how can I do it? Get my memory back so I know what mistake I have done, so Kimberly hates me so much. Maybe I've hurt him, so that made him angry. That's why he hates me to this day. You used to be just a whiny girl, Emma. You were afraid of many things, even you were scared. Meet Max. Then what crime could you do to Kimberly, Max? Who is he? He's my cousin. He used to make you cry the most, because he always did. Locked you in the cupboard. Every time you come, you always cry when you meet with him. That's why he tricked you and then locked you in the cupboard. Then what can you do? You even got the title of the most crybaby child. If you don't believe it, I'll take you to meet them. Maybe that's how you are. I'll get some fragments of that memory. Okay, now I really want to get my memories back so I don't live inside darkness caused by a past that I can't remember. I don't want to guess either. That's why I need my memories. You will definitely get it, said Kendrick, gripping her hand even more tightly. Emma nodded and smiled again. Again he thought, maybe if there weren't any. Kendrick, you will not be able to deal with what is happening today and this time. First, he is very grateful that Kendrick is by his side. He knew they were together for sure, was really hated by Kimberly, but now she wouldn't be afraid of Kimberly and him anymore, will fight for what he rightfully has. In the past, he always gave in, because he needed his grandfather's help, but now there was no excuse for him. to give in to Kimberly. Chapter 67 laughed at again. Because Emma wanted to meet Daniel, Kendrick took her home because Daniel has indeed finished undergoing therapy and will go home with the two of them, her parents. Kendrick had contacted his mother and asked her not to accompany Daniel because he will take Emma home. This opportunity is also possible, used to stimulate Emma's memory again. They used to be neighbors and the house where Emma used to live is still there, already occupied by someone else. He will invite Emma to come to the house, because maybe Emma found her lost memory. Daniel, who really wanted to go home to his mother, was very surprised because his grandmother didn't took him to his mother. Even though he really missed his mother and wanted to ask, his mother made food, but his grandmother didn't say anything. "Grandma, why don't you take Daniel home to Mommy?" "Daniel wants to go home, Mommy's house," said Daniel to his grandmother. "No need because Mommy and Daddy will be here soon." "What? So Mommy wants to come?" Daniel, who was previously sad, now looks cheerful. "Yes, that's why we'll just wait at home. Daniel can't wait for Mommy to come." "Grandma," said Daniel cheerfully, but his cheerfulness vanished when he saw a man with a different expression. "It's nice to be at home." Daniel hugged his grandmother tightly and, hiding, because he was afraid, "Keanu, are you coming home?" Ainsley asked because what Daniel was afraid of was his own uncle. "I'm bored." "Whose child is that, Mom?" "Did Mommy and Daddy adopt a child?" Keanu asked because he didn't know Daniel. "Just random." "This is Daniel, your sister's son, huh?" Keanu was quite surprised to hear his mother's words. "Your sister was raped by that crybaby, so don't be surprised," said his father as he stepped forward, past his second son. "What?" Keanu, who knew who the crybaby his father was referring to, was shocked again, but soon he burst out laughing. Finally he got hit by the stone with that crybaby. Suddenly he felt satisfied. Because of that, Keanu laughed out loud again. "Scared Grandma," said a frightened Daniel. "No need to be afraid. That's Uncle Daniel. Is it true?" Daniel dared to look at Keanu, which scared him. "Come here, do you want some candy?" Keanu asked his brother's son. Daniel looked doubtful. He was still very scared. "Go. There's no need to be afraid of Uncle." Ainsley lowered Daniel from his arms. He went to his uncle. Daniel looked up, looking at his grandmother. Ainsley nodded as a sign that Daniel didn't need to be afraid of his own uncle. Daniel stepped closer to Keanu, who was giving him candy. That young man, even squatting when Daniel was near him. "What's your name?" he asked Daniel. "Daniel, is it true that you are the crybaby's son?" "Mommy doesn't cry even though she often cries," answered Daniel. "Okay, that's called being a crybaby. Do you want to come with me? Let's do something fun, what men always do." "What is that, Uncle?" asked Daniel, who had already gotten candy from his uncle. "Do you want it or not?" "I want to," answered Daniel without knowing what fun thing he wanted to do. His uncle. "Don't do anything strange with him, Keanu," said his mother. "I know. Keanu has invited Daniel to go do something fun." "He meant," Ainsley smiled, even though Keanu was like that, it turned out he wanted to be close to his nephew. Soon, Kendrick will definitely be laughed at by his own younger siblings, and he hopes they will, arrived quickly. Kendrick and Emma were close, but he drove the car slowly. Emma watched the road they were walking on while trying to remember his time looking for Daniel. The street was dark enough that he couldn't see anything clearly. At that time he was very tired and he was also holding back hunger and thirst. What he thought, It was just Daniel at that time without thinking about anything else. Ken, you said before that I always follow you wherever you go. Is that true? Emma was still looking at the street looking for something she could remember. Yes. Because our ages are so different, you always wait for me to come home at my mother's house. Sometimes you see my mother making food, but you don't dare to get close because of you, afraid of fire, and sometimes my mother takes you to Grandma's house, because of that. My family knows you well. When I meet them later, will they scold me because I have set you up? Emma turned, looking at Kendrick for a moment. No, they can't be angry, but I don't know about my grandmother. Kendrick said, that's because it could be that her grandmother scares Emma, because she knows her grandmother sometimes do something unexpected. It could happen, and he hoped his grandmother didn't scare Emma. Is your grandmother so scary that she will judge me later because I have trapped you and kept Daniel's whereabouts a secret? No, of course not. Okay. Even though your grandmother will be angry, I'm ready for the consequences because she is. I was wrong, and I deserve your family's anger, so I will prepare my heart when I meet them, and I am ready. Take responsibility for what I do. That's good, Emma. Trust me, whatever you do will definitely be forgiven. You want to be responsible. I definitely will. Emma smiled faintly again. Now he doesn't want to, afraid of anything else because he will be responsible for what he has done. If Kendrick's grandmother asks him to leave Daniel, he will too. Must be able to do it because he knows Daniel will have a better future. It's good to be with Kendrick, and she won't be happy when she's with him because he didn't have anything, but he would still ask them to let him meet with Daniel. As long as his simple request is granted, he will let it be. Daniel with the Kendrick family. They had arrived at the Kendrick family residence. Emma was not immediately invited, went inside, but Kendrick asked him to take a walk around the house while showed several places where they had played together in the past. Kendrick even invited Emma to enter the yard of the house where she used to live. Of course, after asking permission from the owner of the house, Kendrick left Emma alone. He didn't bother Emma because he knew Emma. It takes time like that alone to remember the memories he once had passed by while he was living in the house. Emma approached a swing that was under a large tree that had previously been made by his father and still exists today. He saw the swing and caught a glimpse of him, remembering when a man pushed a small child on a swing, and he felt that it was him. In order to get more memories, Emma, sit on the swing and push it slowly. That's right, he remembered it even a little. Kendrick approached Emma, who had already left, from the top of the swing. Emma didn't say anything because she wasn't sure, but she was going to continue, trying to remember every memory he ever had in that place. Did you get anything? Kendrick asked. I guess, answered Emma. Do you want to go into your house first? I can ask the owner for permission if you want. No, let's just go home because I want to meet Daniel. Okay, let's go back. Kendrick took Emma's hand and asked her to leave. The house was very close, so they walked. He ordered someone to pick up the car later. Ainsley welcomed their arrival. Emma still looks awkward, but Kendrick's mother, always friendly as if he had never done anything wrong. Where's Daniel, Mom? Asked Kendrick. With your sister in the room. Go see what they're doing. Keanu is coming home? It's normal, he said, because his younger brother rarely comes home. He said he was bored, said Ainsley. Okay, I'll go take a look. Kendrick goes to his sister's room to see what's what, which her sister did with Daniel, while Ainsley invited Emma to prepare dinner. Emma didn't refuse. She followed Kendrick's mother, and when they were busy, Keanu could be heard laughing from the room because he was laughing at his brother, who was raped by Emma. Fate, Kendrick couldn't do anything other than that, letting his little brother laugh at him. Chapter 68. Stay. Keanu, who usually rarely wants to stay overnight, decided to stay that night because he wanted to continue his unfinished game with Daniel. They spent time together playing a game. Daniel was the one who was afraid, because the expression on his uncle's scary face was no longer afraid of him because they have done something fun and they will continue it again after they finished eating. Like Daniel, Emma was also a little scared when she met Keanu for the first time after such a long time. Even though in the past Keanu didn't like Emma because she was whiny and always followed his older brother, but the young man still respected Emma. Dinner this time felt a little different because their youngest son rarely came home. Because he is busy with organizations and several businesses that he founded himself, suddenly he was at home and wanted to stay overnight, plus the presence of Emma and Daniel complete their togetherness. Usually, it's just the three of them at home. Kendrick, indeed, choosing to live with his parents is not without reason. He does not want to. Both parents are lonely, especially since his younger brother has decided to live outside. Kendrick doesn't even intend to buy a house unless his father and mother stop him. Daniel, who is already familiar with his uncle, is discussing the game they just had, Just Play. Because he liked the graphics of the game, so he threw a lot at it, questioned to Keanu because he wanted to learn it. Emma, are you staying over tonight? Ainsley asked Emma. I don't think so, Auntie. I have to go home. Why, Mommy? Mommy just stay the night because Daniel still wants to play games with me, Uncle asked his son. No, darling, Mommy didn't bring a change of clothes. Next time, Mommy will stay overnight. That's an easy matter, Emma. Just stay the night. I'll lend you my clothes, he said, Ainsley, and he hoped that Emma would stay overnight. Mom, will Grandma be home tomorrow? Now Kendrick is the one asking, like, why? I want to take Emma to go see Grandma. Besides, Keanu is at home. You can visit your grandparents. Okay, Mommy will call her later after we eat. Grandma has already. I've been wanting to meet Emma for a long time. This would be a great opportunity to bring them together. You don't need to worry, Emma. There won't be any blaming yourself for what happened between you and Kendrick. It's okay, Auntie. What happened was my fault, so I don't mind because, yes, the fault is mine. Never mind, we don't like to judge. Let's just say there was a bit of a disaster. Besides, this way you and Kendrick can be together even if you already have Daniel. Isn't that very nice? I actually really hope that you two get married as soon as possible. For that, please give me time until I am worthy because I am still not worthy right now. You don't need to think about that, Emma. You've always been worthy of Kendrick. Hopefully with these words Emma will no longer feel like she doesn't deserve it. Emma smiled faintly. She just wanted to stand up for herself so that people wouldn't talk about them. Don't let anyone think Kendrick married someone, a bum like him, and don't let anyone say he's looking for one opportunity when in trouble. Honestly, he didn't want anyone to talk bad about Kendrick just because of him. Mommy, tonight I want to sleep with Uncle, said Daniel. Ask Uncle. If he doesn't mind, then Daniel can do it. Uncle has given permission, said Daniel with a big smile. Then Mommy won't forbid it, said Emma, because she wouldn't forbid it, because Daniel really needs to be close to his uncle. Even though Keanu doesn't talk much, Daniel likes him. Daniel follows Keanu after they finished eating. They are like old friends who are very close because, behind Keanu's scary face, apparently he likes children. Kendrick also invited Emma to go to his room because Emma would be staying over tonight, even though Emma hasn't agreed to it. This is their chance for both of them, especially Daniel wants to sleep together with his sister. He really shouldn't waste this opportunity. Go take a shower. I'll get my mother clothes that you can wear, said Kendrick when they were in the room. Just take me home, Ken asked Emma because she didn't feel like staying there. Come on, we've never been together like this. As long as Daniel is with my sister, we can make the most of our time together. Don't you want to sleep alone with me, Emma? And it's not like that. Emma became nervous and the incident 4 years ago where she trapped her. Kendrick actually remembered it, making his face blush. Why? What are you thinking? Kendrick approached her and hugged Emma. No, nothing. Emma answered quickly. Don't let Kendrick find out what he is. Think about it because it's so embarrassing. Okay, go take a shower, I'll be right back. Emma nodded. It looked like she had to wash her hair quickly to get rid of her perverted thoughts. Get away from him because it's so embarrassing. Indeed, they have slept together some times, but together with Daniel, and now they are alone. Emma takes a shower quickly and waited for Kendrick to return wearing just a towel. Kendrick was surprised because he felt like he hadn't been out for a long time, but Emma had finished. Why so fast? Are you showering or not? Kendrick asked suspiciously. Of course I took a shower. Where are the clothes? I want to sleep right away. Tisk, even though I wanted to shower with you. Why didn't you wait for me? And no way. Emma looked very nervous, and Kendrick could see it. Kendrick approached Emma and gave her clothes that Emma could wear. He wanted to tease Emma because Emma looked shy. Why, Emma? Don't say you're embarrassed now, even though you weren't embarrassed at that time at all when you trapped me, he teased. At that time I didn't think much, so I did it without thinking. Oh, so now you're thinking about us doing it again? Kendrick is deliberately teasing him. No. Emma grabbed the clothes Kendrick gave her and then ran into the room, took a shower because he was embarrassed. Kendrick chuckled, even though if they did it again that would be it. Won't be a problem. Think of them as giving Daniel a younger sibling. After putting on her clothes, Emma hurriedly got under the blanket and pretended to sleep. His body was even covered by a blanket. Really, it feels very different from that time, when they slept with Daniel. Kendrick, who saw it, just shook his head. Emma seemed afraid of being attacked by him. However, after he finished showering, Kendrick removed the blanket covering Emma's body. Emma was a little surprised, but she looked nervous again because Kendrick was there, approached him and lay down beside him. What are you thinking, Emma? Are you afraid of me? No, I just... Emma's words were stopped because Kendrick planted a kiss on her. His lips. There's no need to be nervous like that. I won't do anything out of line, especially if you don't want it. Besides, you've experienced a lot of events today. You're tired, so take a rest. I won't bother you. No, but not yet, because I'm sure will be annoying when the time comes. Hearing Kendrick's words made Emma's face blush again. Kendrick, he rubbed Emma's face slowly, then he kissed her again. Emma. Slowly, but surely Kendrick started kissing, and Emma became so carried away, they didn't hesitate to deepen the kiss they were having. Kendrick he couldn't control himself, but he remembered the words he had just said. Therefore, like it or not, he had to let go of Emma's lips. I really want to have you, Emma, but I don't want to rush. Go to sleep, if not, I won't bear the consequences, he said as he hugged Emma. Emma, too, nodded. She looked comfortable in Kendrick's warm arms. Good night, Emma, said Kendrick as he planted a kiss on Emma's forehead. Emma smiled. This was the first time she felt happy after so much had happened inside his life in the last few days. Now he doesn't have to worry about anything, because he was no longer alone, but it was too soon for him to feel like it was all over. Peace, because his crazy sister is planning something evil, plus Aston is also planning to avenge his hurt. Chapter 69. Think about it. Daniel woke up earlier than his uncle, who was still sleeping. Daniel slowly left the room, and after that Daniel went into his father's room where the two were. His parents were still sleeping. Even though he wanted to sleep with his uncle, apparently he didn't. Fun, and she doesn't want to sleep with Keanu anymore. Emma, who was still sleeping, woke up when Daniel entered her arms and hugged him. Emma looked at the clock, and it turned out it was still 6 in the morning. Good morning, Mommy. Daniel, it's still early. Why are you awake? Emma turned and saw Kendrick, still sleeping by his side. Sleeping with Uncle isn't fun, said Daniel. Why? Didn't Uncle give you a pillow? Emma hugged her son and gave a kiss on her forehead. No. Daniel prefers to sleep with Mommy and Daddy, so Daniel doesn't want to sleep anymore with Uncle, said Daniel. Why are you two already noisy? Kendrick pulled Emma close and hugged her. Good morning, Dad. Daniel immediately moved because he wanted to lie down in the middle, between father and mother. Kendrick, who was hugging Emma, couldn't help it or not let go of his embrace, because their son was already lying between them. Why is Daniel awake? Did Uncle throw you out? No, Daniel just wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Daniel smiled and he looked happy because his father and mother were hugging him. Today we want to go to our great-grandfather and grandmother's house. They all want to meet with Daniel, but Daniel will go with Grandma and Grandpa later. What about Mommy? Mommy goes too, right? If Mommy doesn't go, then Daniel also doesn't want to go because Daniel is afraid that his grandfather and great-grandmother will be evil to Daniel. No, Daniel, they're not bad. Daddy has told you, hasn't he, son? Men should not be afraid. Daniel has to be a strong child before he can protect a woman. Now Daddy will protect Mommy, but one day, Daniel must protect someone Daniel loves. So from now on Daniel has to throw away the fear that Daniel feels so that Daniel can become a great man. Is it like Uncle Keanu? Can Daniel be like Uncle? Asked Daniel fully. Spirit, yeah, Daniel can be like an uncle, so from now on Daniel can't be afraid of anything again. Okay, Dad. Uncle said he would teach Daniel after Daniel recovered. Suddenly he idolizes his uncle because they talked about many things last night, and Daniel, those who are curious of course get many extraordinary answers to many questions, which he threw at Keanu. Looks like your sister has a fan now, said Emma. That's good, even though he looks scary, but he has a good heart. He just looks scary on the outside, but yeah, don't make him mad, because he won't. Ended well. Besides, if he wanted to teach Daniel, that would be great. Keanu definitely can. Eliminates Daniel's fear, and his character is very similar to yours. Because you used to be scared too. Hey, I was little then. Emma defended herself even though she didn't remember how scared she was himself at that time. Is Mommy also scared? Daniel started to look curious. Yes, not only is Mommy cowardly but Mommy is also a crybaby, said his father. Wow, it's appropriate for Uncle to call Mommy a crybaby, but Daniel isn't a crybaby because Daniel is rarely cry like Mommy. Good, boys have to be like that. Remember, Daniel can't be afraid of anything, because that would be Daniel's weakness, which could be exploited by anyone. What? Daniel understood, Daddy. From now on, Daniel won't be timid anymore because Daniel wants to protect Mommy from evil auntie and great-grandfather. They won't be able to do anything. You're mean to Mommy again because Daniel will protect Mommy, said Daniel. Daniel and Daddy will protect Mommy. Kendrick hugged his son together. Emma. He didn't expect it after losing Emma 4 years ago because of Emma refusing to marry him. She actually got something unexpected after them meet again because Daniel is an unexpected beautiful gift. Now he must be grateful for the tragedy that happened to him 4 years ago. Because of that tragedy, not only can he have Emma back, but he can also have Daniel, who will unite the two of them. But this is my first day at work, Ken. What time are we going to Grandpa's house, and your grandmother? Asked Emma. No need to worry. I'll talk to my best friend later, so you can go home later. Beginning. I'll pick you up at 6 in the afternoon, so we're not too late when we arrive. Daniel will follow my father and mother, so we will catch up. Okay, I'm nervous because this is the first time I've met them. Mommy can't be afraid and cry anymore because Daniel isn't afraid anymore, said his son. Emma laughed. She was embarrassed by her son's words, but she didn't remember how whiny he was when he was little. If he imagined it, he suddenly became embarrassed, alone. Even though it was still early, the three of them didn't sleep anymore. What a fun conversation. They did strengthen their relationship and slowly made Emma feel comfortable. Daniel was very happy because he could be with these two people. This morning, Daniel was very happy because Mommy and Daddy were with Daniel. He said, Daniel, I'm sorry, Mommy. Daniel. Mommy is useless and too selfish, sacrificing Daniel's happiness. Mommy can't go anymore. Daniel asked while hugging his mother. Mommy isn't going anywhere, but it's best. Now we get up and shower. Invite Emma. Daniel wants to look for Uncle, said Daniel, who had woken up from his sleep. No, Uncle is probably still sleeping. Stop, Emma. It's okay. Daniel had gotten out of bed. Do not run, said Emma, who was already sitting on the side of the bed because she wanted to go to the bathroom. Daniel rushed out of the room because he wanted to wake his uncle because of Keanu had promised him something. After Daniel left, Emma went to the bathroom to wash his face. Kendrick also followed suit and washed his face by Emma's side. I have to go home after this, said Emma. What's the rush? I have to change clothes first, Kendrick. Don't tell me I have to wear clothes. Your mother again, because I don't want to. Why? Kendrick asked. You see me? Emma, who had finished showing her appearance, your mother's clothes. Not too small or too big, and this is narrow, said Emma. Kendrick chuckled. His mother's clothes were indeed narrow and didn't really fit Emma's body. Kendrick approached Emma and hugged Emma's waist. Even though the clothes are tight, you are still beautiful, he praised. Emma looked down with a face, blushed. He wasn't used to being praised like that because he rarely had relationships with man. Emma. Kendrick lifted Emma's chin. He really wanted to ask if Emma wanted to marry him or not, but he decided not because he knew Emma's answer was still, don't have confidence yet. Kendrick kissed Emma's cheek, then hugged her. Think about his wishes. Do you want to say something? Emma asked because Kendrick seemed to want to say something to him. I want us to get married soon. What do you think? Emma's words stopped because Kendrick stopped her words with a kiss. Think about it. I don't mind you being like this, and neither do you, my family. I want us to get married soon so that Daniel is happy, so I want you. Think about it from now on and tell me the answer as soon as possible. Emma nodded. It seemed like she really had to think about this carefully for a while. Daniel's front is also for himself, but to be honest, there is still a feeling of lack of self-confidence. Himself. Daniel's voice was heard outside because he was looking for his mother. Emma and Kendrick soon came out so that Daniel wouldn't have to wait too long. Daniel shows the toy that Keanu gave him. Daniel looks like that, happy, and of course Emma was very happy to see her son's joy. Isn't this what did he want all this time? He wants his son to be happy, so what else is he looking for? If so, should he immediately answer Kendrick's request? Looks like he should. Discussed this issue with Kendrick again when they were alone. Chapter 70, A Promise That Has Been Kept. As Kendrick expected, Emma's grandfather would come looking for him. No, precisely looking for Emma through him, and sure enough, the old man was already there, his office, when Kendrick arrived. Kendrick wasn't surprised at all by Grandpa's arrival. Emma, because she already guessed it. Frederick deliberately came looking for Kendrick because he wanted to find Emma, but there were several things he wanted to discuss with Kendrick. Of course, regarding the problem of his relationship with Emma, where they suddenly had a son. He wanted to know whether what Emma said was true or not. If it was Kendrick had slept with him 4 years ago, he didn't understand what actually happened. But he had to find out about it, especially when he suddenly felt stupid because he was being played by his own grandson. I don't know what trick. What is Emma playing? It's bound to be complicated. That's why she wants to know what Emma said last night was true, or was it just Emma's trick? I didn't expect you to come, grandfather. Why didn't you tell me first, formerly? If I had known, then I would have come sooner so you wouldn't have to take so long, waiting for me, said Kendrick nonchalantly. I don't want to bother you, but you should know my purpose in coming here, and I hope you answer my question well without covering anything up, said Frederick and him. I hope Kendrick can work together and not help cover up the truth. Happened only so that Emma's mistakes would be covered up. Whatever you want to know, just say it. I will definitely answer Grandpa's questions correctly. No need to worry, I won't hide anything, he said, and he was 100% sure that Emma's grandfather wanted to know what Emma said, revealing the truth if he is the father of the son. Tell me honestly, what did Emma say last night is right? Is it true that you are the father of her son? Kendrick's guess was right on target. Emma's grandfather's arrival really wanted to ask Kendrick about that. What Emma said is true. She didn't lie to you, grandfather, and me. I also have no reason to lie to you, despite my relationship with you. Kimberly is over, but I have no intention of lying to anyone. That's all. Sounds like a joke, but it was 4 years ago before Emma refused to get married with me. I was trapped by someone, so I spent the night with him. Because the drug was so strong I couldn't see who was trapping me at night. I also had difficulty finding out who the perpetrator was who had trapped me. Because of that, at that time, the perpetrator disguised himself and I couldn't find him, but it turned out to be the one who did it, is Emma. I say this not as a joke because I have proof, Because I've done a DNA test on Emma's son and the results are true, shows that Daniel is my son. What kind of joke is this? What is Emma actually playing at? Making a complicated drama like this? Frederick didn't understand what was going on, carried out by his grandson. It all sounds crazy because Emma rejected Kendrick, but he left, trapped the man. What was Emma actually thinking? Indeed, he didn't at that time, told Emma who she was going to marry and didn't show Kendrick a photo. Emma is angry when she finds out she is getting married. He should have spoken nicely, with his grandson, but if Emma really wants to trap someone, why does it have to be Kendrick? Why not other? What kind of crazy coincidence is this? Everything that happened was felt very strange and complicated, and all because of Emma who had complicated things. I also don't understand what Emma was doing at that time, but it's true. Like that, and I never want to say this disgrace to anyone because for me it is very embarrassing. Even though it felt very strange at first, this isn't what Grandpa said, because in this way, Grandfather has fulfilled the promise he made to my late grandfather. That's why Grandfather, don't hinder my relationship with Emma, especially from the start. This is what should happen, and I agreed to Grandfather's request at that time, because I couldn't refuse Grandfather's insistence. All this really sounds absurd. What did Emma tell you, the reason for doing that? Did you really say that? Asked Frederick curiously. Emma, there must be a reason why he framed Kendrick, even though he really didn't understand what Emma was really thinking. But this fact cannot be denied, especially since Kendrick has admitted that it was Emma, trap him. Again, he thought that he was very embarrassed by what was happening at that time. If his best friend Jaeger Maxton were still alive, it seems like he would laugh at what's happening right now, because it's all true, confusing. It's true that everything that happened sounds absurd, but like this, it's not bad either, because Emma and I have decided to get married soon, even though Emma hasn't yet answered, but I'm sure he will immediately accept my proposal. Grandpa doesn't need any more. I'm worried about Emma, because soon she will be my responsibility. Grandpa, just focus on Kimberly. As long as Grandpa takes him for treatment and he wants to change, then I won't worry about what happened between him and Emma first. Consider, of course, the information that Grandpa has heard so far is true if Emma had an accident, but if Kimberly doesn't change and still wants to harm Emma, then I won't hesitate to make a calculation with Kimberly, and this is not Grandfather's threat, but this is a warning because I want Kimberly to change too. You don't need to tell me. Kimberly is undergoing therapy right now. I have got what I wanted to know. Frederick got up from his seat because he had finished. Thank you and sorry for disturbing you, he said. Don't you want to meet Emma? Kendrick also left the place. Saturday, no, just tell me when you two will get married. I will definitely come and tell him I'm sorry. He can come home any time if he wants to come home. I will, except himself, said Frederick. I'll tell him and I'll take him to visit you, Grandpa. Thank you, said Frederick before leaving the room. How cute. They, going around in circles with lots of problems, but in the end they get back to where they were originally, because from the start, Emma and Kendrick were destined to be together. If only at that time he had brought Emma and Kendrick together in person and talked nicely with Emma without forcing it, then this complicated thing won't happen. But, even so, in the end Emma returned to Kendrick. Isn't this great? Finally, the promise he made with Jaeger Maxton was fulfilled, and he didn't need to worry about Emma anymore. Now he had to focus on Kimberly's order. The bad thing is that it will heal quickly so that Kimberly and Emma's relationship can be repaired, so they can live like brothers and sisters in general. Chapter 71 Proposal. As promised, Kendrick will pick up Emma because Emma will be leaving today. Met his grandfather and grandmother after a long time. You could say it's been decades and, of course, this made Emma a little nervous. He has made many mistakes. Not only did he do something wrong to his grandfather, but he also did wrong to the Kendrick family, because he had summoned Kendrick and hid Daniel's whereabouts from them. But today he won't run because he wants to apologize to Kendrick's extended family, because he had disappointed them all, and he hoped that forgiveness was there for him though. In fact, he was afraid that Kendrick's grandmother or grandfather would get angry and ask him to leave. Daniel, Emma was still working when Kendrick came to pick her up. Because Kendrick has spoken, with her best friend, Emma was allowed to go home early. Actually, Emma, I felt uncomfortable because it was his first day at work, but he had asked for more permission. Even so, he still followed Kendrick to meet his grandparents, as well as other extended families. Do you want to hear the news, Emma? Kendrick asked Emma at that time. They were in the car. What news? Not scary news, right? Emma suddenly became worried. With the news that Kendrick will convey. Of course not. I just wanted you to know if your grandfather came and asked some questions. Hello, oh yes. Emma looked at Kendrick in disbelief. I told you, didn't I? He will definitely come to look for me and him. Indeed so. What did he ask you, Ken? Did he scold me because I hit Kimberly, or is there something else? No, of course not. He asked about the truth of what you said about if I am Daniel's father. It seems like he doesn't really believe that's why he's finding out. Then what else did he ask you? It's true he didn't bring up anything about it. My actions towards Kimberly? Of course not, Emma. Your grandfather said you could come home any time if you wanted to, because he will welcome your return. It seemed like he wasn't angry anymore, especially since the beginning. This is what should happen to both of us. Okay, I'm a little relieved to hear that. I hope this way everything will be fine, so that my relationship with Kimberly can be like that of a normal sibling. Everything will be fine, believe me, said Kendrick, holding her hand. Emma nodded. Now she felt like little by little everything was coming back, as before, and he hopes that his life will get better. After meeting the family, Kendrick, looks like he had to answer Kendrick's request yesterday because he wasn't there. Another reason to refuse to marry Kendrick. After driving quite a distance, they arrived at a very large house. Emma looked at the house and looked amazed, especially since this was his first time seeing a house that big. He was sure that the Kendrick family was not an ordinary family, and he could see it. Everything didn't seem like a joke. Even the rows of cars parked at the house made him nervous again because he could guess that there were already many people waiting their arrival. I'm so nervous, said Emma while holding Kendrick's hand. It looks like they've come. You don't need to worry. They're definitely waiting our arrival. Even though she was nervous, Emma nodded and followed the steps. Kendrick. The sound of people talking could be heard as they stood in front of the door. Emma, holding his chest and taking a breath. He really should be ready, but he's still hiding behind Kendrick's back when the door to the house opened. Guys, we're here. Kendrick's words stopped everyone in their tracks. Speak. All eyes turned to Kendrick and Emma. Emma became more visible. It's awkward, because he's still hiding behind Kendrick. Look, that crybaby still hasn't changed. From the past until now he is still the same, hiding behind Kendrick, said one of Kendrick's cousins. What? I'm not hiding, said Emma, who stepped forward. Come on, you've always been like that and you haven't changed until now. Another cousin also answered. Hey, don't tease Emma like that. Kendrick's grandmother said because she didn't want to. Her grandchildren are scary, especially as Emma is experiencing memory loss, and that can happen. Made Emma even more afraid, especially since Emma had always been timid. Sorry, Grandma. Everyone was silent, no longer teasing Emma. Come here, Kendrick. That he's here? Asked the grandmother. Where's Daniel? Isn't he here yet? Kendrick asked as his son was nowhere to be seen. In the room, he said he was tired and wanted to rest for a while. Come here, Grandma. Wanted to talk to you too, Grandma, regarding our relationship and what happened between the two of us. That's one thing. Unexpected accident. What kind of accident? Try to explain, asked his grandfather. That. Kendrick was hesitant to explain, especially his super-duper cousins. That annoying bastard was there, waiting for him to say that embarrassing incident happened to him. They were all waiting for Kendrick to say about the rape incident, but Kendrick was silent, and this of course made Emma uncomfortable, because he felt he had gotten Kendrick into trouble. I raped Kendrick. I'm sorry. Emma couldn't help but say that, especially since that's what happened. Emma looked down after saying that. The atmosphere, it was quiet, but soon everyone could hear their laughter. Kendrick massaged temple again? Again he had to be laughed at by all of them. What is this? This is the first time a man has been raped. Lucky you're not the one who's pregnant, Kendrick, said one of his cousins, and again they burst out laughing at the embarrassing tragedy that befell Kendrick. Emma is increasingly uncomfortable because Kendrick has to bear the shame of the consequences, his actions. Sorry, they laughed at you, said Emma quietly. No need to think about it. I've been laughed at by them since I was little, so there's no need. Think about it, said Kendrick. You see, a crybaby and a coward can actually trap someone. Isn't that beyond normal? Looks like you won't be able to lock it in the cupboard anymore, Max. They're back, laughed, and Emma felt like they weren't strangers at all. Emma stared them one by one and tried to remember everything he had gone through with them. All when he was little, but it wasn't easy. Guys, stop laughing. You're scaring Emma, said the grandmother. Sorry, Grandma. It seems like Kendrick is the only one who has experienced something like this in our family, so I'm sorry, because this is a rare incident that probably won't happen again. Okay, now it's time for Grandma to have a serious talk with Emma. Heard that, Emma? Become anxious. So it's true that you raped Kendrick? That's right, Grandma. At that time I had dark eyes. That's why I did it without thinking. Okay. I've heard the story and it's a bit confusing, but it's been a long time. You are truly soulmates, especially since the two of you are already betrothed. But, because you raped Kendrick, so you have to take responsibility, and I think you are. Know what you have to do, especially since there is Daniel between the two of you. I know that's why I'm willing to marry Kendrick, said Emma without hesitation. What? Kendrick was surprised to hear Emma's words because he thought Emma was still hesitant. Marry him. Regarding your question this morning, this is my answer, Ken. But you know I'm not worthy and inappropriate, and I hope you don't mind marrying me like this. Stupid. I told you I don't mind, Emma. As long as you want to marry me, then that's more than enough. Thank you. You went through a lot of trouble because of me, so please forgive everyone. I've done wrong, that I've embarrassed you. They're just joking. There's no need to think about it. Hey, where's the proposal? One of the 6 twins threw that question. Later, Kendrick said, "You're not the one who has to propose to Emma, Kendrick. But Emma is the one who has to propose to you." What? Kendrick and Emma were shocked at the same time. "That's your punishment, Emma," said the grandmother who agreed to this crazy idea. Apply. 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 The cheers were heard, which made Emma embarrassed, especially when suddenly someone gives you a flower that was taken out of a vase. Quickly apply. The request was heard again. The world felt turned upside down. But from the start, indeed, their roles are reversed. Because the cheers made Daniel and his grandmother come out from the room. They want to see what happens, and as requested by them, everyone, MMA was kneeling in front of Kendrick with a flower. Even though he was embarrassed, amazing, but he couldn't resist. "Ken, will you marry me?" Emma asked with her face bright red, because of him, really embarrassed. Kendrick massaged his temples, because Emma was being bullied by her cousins, just for fun, but Emma is willing to do it. Even so, this is a moment that will not, never forgotten by anyone, even himself. "Will you marry me?" Emma said her proposal again because Kendrick hadn't yet. Answer. "Of course, you should already know my answer," answered Kendrick, followed by, cheered his mischievous cousins. Daniel cheered happily because his parents wanted to, married, and so did the others. Even though Emma was embarrassed, she felt happy because no one judged him for what he had done, not even all of them, except himself. Chapter 72, Still Far from Hope. Kimberly was having dinner with her grandfather that night. Frederick looks quite happy that Kimberly no longer refuses to consult a psychologist. Even though he still refuses to go to the hospital, but he wants to do a consultation at home. He wasn't even refused to undergo psychiatric therapy even though he wasn't want to. Frederick noticed that his grandson looked calm, unlike usual. It seems like there has been progress even though Kimberly has only had a few consultations. He is expect more from her grandchildren and hope that Kimberly can really change. "How about the consultation you had?" he asked curiously. "Well, everything went smoothly. Grandpa doesn't need to worry because I won't." "Disappointing grandfather," said Kimberly. "Good. Now I expect a lot from you because I will give everything I have you." "What about Emma? Are Grandpa sure she won't come home and ask, right?" "No need to worry because he won't do that." "Are Grandpa sure?" Kimberly looked at her grandfather for a moment, but then went back to eating. Kimberly actually showed a very calm attitude even though she usually would, angry or making many comments due to his disbelief, but this time he looked different. "Of course Grandpa is sure because soon Emma will marry Kendrick." Frederick deliberately said that because he wanted to see his grandson's reaction. Kimberly definitely will. Furious at the news he had just said because Kimberly was always crazy about him with Kendrick and didn't want Emma to unite with Kendrick, but it turned out to be her guess wrong because Kimberly looked relaxed and didn't even show any anger or emotion, and the answer he gave was enough to surprise Frederick. "Oh, that's good," said Kimberly while enjoying her food. He succeeded, hiding his surprise at the news his grandfather had just told him, and managed to trick his grandfather by showing that he no longer cared about him. "That problem. Aren't you angry? Have you been able to accept their relationship?" Her grandfather was suspicious, because Kimberly didn't usually act like that. "I've given up, grandfather. The love I have for Kendrick has never been reciprocated." from before until now, so I have given up. Maybe he's already married, Emma, so I don't want to chase her anymore, or anything. There's where when I feel tired and bored with what I do, that's why I don't want to chase love anymore, which will never be mine. Good, Kimberly. You finally woke up. Grandpa was very happy to hear that, and you should act like that. Grandpa really wants you and Emma live in harmony as brothers. Don't fight anymore, just because of a man. Finally you realize that Kendrick is not your soulmate. Focus on improving your character. You're bad, and after that you can marry a much better man. Trust me, you will definitely get it. Frederick was very happy with the changes, Kimberly. He should have taken Kimberly to therapy a long time ago, so she could have something. Good character, but it's not too late. Kimberly smiled. He will indeed focus, really focus like his grandfather, say. Just let Emma enjoy her time and she will focus on what's happening, he's doing. But will he stay silent? No one knows whether Kimberly has really accepted Emma and Kendrick's relationship or not. He no longer looked like he usually did, full of passionate anger. Kimberly actually looked calm so that her grandfather thought that his grandson had changed. I'm finished, grandfather. I want to go to my room to rest, said Kimberly. Get up from your seat. Go, you really need it. Kimberly walked away, but she turned for a moment to look at her grandfather who was still there. Haven't finished enjoying the food yet. Without her grandfather knowing, Kimberly sneaked in his room to do something. Kimberly was in her grandfather's room not so much. It took a long time and he came out after getting what he wanted. It's okay, Emma is married and Kendrick. He will hold back the feelings he feels right now, but that doesn't mean he will just keep quiet. I don't know what Emma is doing right now, Kendrick. He's going to pretend he doesn't know so his emotions don't explode, but is it true? Has Kimberly accepted Kendrick's relationship with Emma for granted? There really isn't one. Who knows? Emma, who was visiting the Kendrick family's house, was really trying hard, searching for his lost memories. He hangs out with Kendrick's cousins, listening to their stories about his childhood where he always followed them everywhere. Kendrick left. If he heard their story, he would be embarrassed, but unfortunately he wasn't, can remember anything. Of course it wasn't easy because of the medicine given by Kimberly, for him makes it difficult to get his memory back. If not for the medication, it's likely that his memory will be easy to get back. After gathering with them, Emma sat down and looked pensive. Who knows how long he will experience that? He himself does not know even a shadow. He didn't get it when he was still small. He was already like an empty shell that has content. The harder he remembers, the harder he gets to remember. Kendrick is talking to someone, of course one of his family members, asked for help to find a donor and he got good news because it was someone who wants to donate his bone marrow to Daniel. He has completed the examination, and the good news is that the bone marrow he has is very suitable for Daniel. That was very good news, and he was going to tell Emma, but she actually very surprised because Emma looked pensive as if she was thinking about something. What are you thinking, Emma? Don't tell me you've changed your mind and you haven't. Wants to marry me. It's not like that, Ken. I'm just trying to find my lost memory, but it turned out to be difficult and I was like an empty shell. Memories of our childhood, I really want to know, but no matter how hard I try to remember it comes to naught. Is all this because of the medicine Kimberly gave me? If so, what There is no medicine that I can take to be free from the influence of Kimberly's medicine. Give. Seeing all of you, I really want to get memories again. We used to be together. Emma looked sad because she had forgotten many deep things. Your life, and it's not a pleasant thing because no one wants to forget. Sweet times in his life. You don't need to worry about that, Emma. You will definitely get your memories back, sooner or later. Now let's focus on Daniel first because the donor wants it. Donating bone marrow to Daniel is coming soon and Daniel can do it. Surgery to cure the disease. Is it true? Emma's facial expression changed. At first he looked sad, but now he has an expression. His face lit up after hearing Kendrick's words. Yeah, in 2 days the person will be brought here, so during those 2 days we have to. Took Daniel to undergo an examination whether he was ready to undergo surgery or not, and I want you to accompany Daniel and focus on him. What about my job? I just started. Should I stop or should I? Taking leave for a few days, asked Emma. There's no need to think about that, Emma. I'll talk to my best friend later. You just need to focus on accompanying Daniel so that he is ready to undergo a marrow transplant, bone. You don't need to think about anything else, just give your time to Daniel. Okay then. I hope Daniel's transplant can work smoothly so that Daniel's illness can be cured, that's for sure. Daniel will definitely be able to recover from his illness. Now we have to share this good news with others. Daniel will definitely be very happy to hear that. Emma nodded and followed Kendrick. Not only Daniel, this is good news for him. His life was really heading in a good direction and he hoped he always got that happiness. He also hopes not only his relationship with Kendrick is getting better, but so is his relationship with his family, improving, but unfortunately, it seems that one hope is still far from it. Hope. Chapter 73 Unexpected Tragedy. An evil plan has been prepared and the target is only one, namely Emma. A few days, recently, Emma has been searched for, of course, by people who want her self-destruction. Because no one knows that Emma is already with Kendrick, so finding her isn't easy, but that doesn't mean that Emma can't be there. Found. Emma, who was busy accompanying Daniel, carried out a series of examinations before the bone marrow transplant operation was performed, did not realize if there was one stalking and following him. Kendrick is also busy preparing the best place for Daniel underwent surgery, and not only that, he also had to welcome people who was willing to donate bone marrow to his son. That day, Emma went home briefly to get something. He was accompanied by a woman Kendrick assigned to accompany Emma. Actually, that woman is bodyguard, but Kendrick didn't say it directly. He said to Emma if the woman was the driver who would take Emma anywhere. Emma went because Emma couldn't drive a car. Wait here, I'll just be a moment. Emma asked the bodyguard who accompanied her, go home. He would only take things for a moment and then leave again, to the hospital where Daniel was undergoing treatment because of surgery, scheduled to be held tomorrow. Yes, miss. The bodyguard stood in front of the door, looking around, but there was no one suspicious at all. Indeed, nothing seemed suspicious, and the situation remained stable. Safe until Emma comes out because she already got what she wanted. Let's go, said Emma because she was finished. Yes, miss. The bodyguard stepped towards the car and opened the door for Emma. But from a distance a group of people had actually been following them, and without realizing it they were already getting ready. They will go straight to the hospital because Kendrick is already waiting there. Without any suspicion at all, the car started. The situation still looks good, but the further away the situation looks, the more suspicious it is from behind. There were 2 cars following. The bodyguard started to look suspicious. Because of the situation, that's very suspicious. The car he was driving deliberately turned the other way because of him, wanted to see whether his suspicions were true or not, and sure enough, 2 cars were there, still following behind. Why are you going this way? Don't you know the way? Asked Emma. Because of the way they were going should not be that way. Sorry, Mississippi, looks like someone is following us. What? Emma turned and sure enough, from behind she saw 2 cars following her. What do they want? Asked Emma, who sat up straight again. Wear your seatbelt, Mississippi. If they are following us, then we have to be careful. I'm going to call Mr. Maxton right now and tell him if we being followed. Emma nodded and put on her seatbelt. His premonition was suddenly bad, and he trying to find out who was following them. Are they people? Was it ordered by Kimberly, or was someone else ordering people? Is it to follow him? Suddenly he remembered Aston. After she refused to marry the man, Aston can't be seen anymore. He almost forgot about its existence because he was busy with. He went through many things and many events. If it's true, those people are subordinates, Aston, that means he is in danger and he must be able to escape because of him. I'm sure that Aston's threat that he uttered at that time was not a joke. Sir, it seems we are being followed. The report was given to Kendrick, who was waiting for Emma's arrival. The news shocked Kendrick, and he felt it. Not good news. Followed. Like, what do you mean? Are you driving the car too fast, or is there something wrong? Anything else? Kendrick doesn't know about Emma and Aston's problems because Emma had told him that so he wouldn't suspect anything. He actually is worried that Kimberly would act recklessly. That's why she ordered the child, his fruit, to follow Emma. I don't know, but we were followed after Miss finished taking things from her house. Moment, there are 2 cars behind us, and I don't know who they are or what their purpose is. Use any means to escape. Trick them so you don't get caught. I will. Get there immediately, so do whatever you can do. Kendrick ordered. Yes, sir, answered the subordinate. Emma turned back again to see 2 cars following them. He can spot people carrying firearms because of the cars they use, quite open. Even though it's still clear, it looks like they really are criminals, not afraid of anything. Quick, don't let us get caught, said Emma, because she was sure it wouldn't be a good thing until he was caught. No need to worry, Mississippi. I will trick them until Master comes to handle them all. Emma was quite surprised to hear the words of the woman in question, as his personal driver. He even looked at the woman with a suspicious look. Moreover, suddenly 2 pistols were taken out by the woman. Who are you really? Emma asked him. I am a bodyguard assigned by Mr. Max to look after Mississippi. But I pretended to be a private driver to make Miss feel comfortable. Okay, now I depend on you. I guessed that they were people. Aston's orders, so don't let them catch me. It will not happen. The car was swerved in a different direction and 2 cars were in pursuit. It still follows them. Now they are increasingly convinced that they are indeed being followed, and Emma became increasingly convinced that the people behind there were the same people ordered by Aston. Kendrick, who received the news, asked his mother to come immediately so that Daniel was there, who looks after. He wants to go to help Emma, and she will calmly leave her son to his mother because she was worried that, apart from targeting Emma, her son could also, becomes the target of an enemy he doesn't yet know. Why are you in such a hurry, Kendrick asked his mother, who had arrived. Emma is in danger. I have to go help her immediately. What? What do you mean by that? His mother asked. Take good care of Daniel, Mom. Don't let me finish saving Emma, Daniel. Actually, he's in danger, so take good care of him, okay? Go immediately, said his mother. Kendrick has wasted a lot of time waiting for his mother to come soon. Hurry up. He also contacted Keanu because he wanted his brother to help. Even him felt that he was capable, but all his subordinates were together with his younger brother. Hearing the news, of course, Keanu immediately looked for the location of Emma, who at that time was still being chased, and tried to escape. Their car was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. I don't know how many times their car was hit from behind, causing dents in the car's body here and there. 10. The heat hit the car, causing the car to become even more damaged. Emma shouted loudly when the car he was riding in was hit again. The bodyguard too, overwhelmed, especially now that not only 2 cars were following them. It turns out, there were others who followed from behind, so suddenly they were there, besieged. Hold on, miss. The scream was heard, followed by a loud blow from behind. Emma screamed again and held on tightly as the car spun down the road. Crazy, he didn't expect to experience something like this. He should have told. Kendrick was about to threaten Aston, but because of the many events he experienced made him forget the man's threat. Give up, we only want that woman. If she doesn't stop, then we will. I'm going to roll your car into a ravine, a man shouted, and the man was there, on the side of their car. A gun was issued to shoot, but it was meaningless, because their car was again bombarded with hot lead from all sides. Emma looked down and again could only scream, as did Kendrick's men. They were attacked from the right, left and rear. The car was almost gone. Formed after being showered with hot lead and hit hard from behind. Watch out! Emma shouted, because there was a bend ahead. All the events that happened, it was so sudden that it couldn't be avoided, especially when the car kept getting hit non-stop. The speed of the car could no longer be stopped until finally the car crashed into the road divider, so hard that the car bounced and hit a tree nearby, side of the road. Chapter 74 has been taken away. Keanu immediately moved quickly after hearing the news from his brother. If this had happened, something to Emma. Several of his subordinates were ordered to move after him, found Emma's location, but the location was quite suspicious because of the car. The one MMA was riding in was on the side of the road and wasn't going anywhere. He sure is an incident must have occurred. Hearing news from her sister that Emma's location was very suspicious, it just made Kendrick even more worried. He was sure it was Kimberly's doing, nothing else, but there is something more dangerous than Kimberly because embittered enemies truly want to destroy Emma. Kendrick immediately left without waiting for Keanu to arrive. They will meet at that location later. He didn't want to waste time because Keanu said he suspected something had happened, an unexpected incident for Emma. He hoped he wasn't late at all. Keanu had already left with his men to the location of the incident, and where they were, suddenly all he found was a car lying on the side of the inner road. The situation was destroyed, but Keanu and his men moved as carefully as possible. There were enemies around the place, so they had to be alert. The atmosphere was very quiet. Gunshot marks and car tire marks on the asphalt could be seen, and it can be concluded that an incident has occurred, and it seems like there was a shootout at that place. The car lying on the side of the road started to be checked, but they didn't found anyone in the car. Sir, there's no one, but there are traces of blood on the leaves. Keanu's subordinate, give him a report. Look, maybe there are still some around here. Keanu ordered. His subordinates, too, split up to find the whereabouts of Emma and the men Kendrick ordered to look after Emma. Kendrick, who followed, finally arrived. He saw his younger brother joining his subordinates, looking for. The feeling just got worse, and now he was sure it wasn't just Kimberly involved, because Kimberly couldn't have done something like that without anyone help. Kendrick jumped from his car, then ran over to Keanu, who was there. Explore the forest on the side of the road. What happened? Didn't you find anyone? He asked. There aren't any. Emma isn't there, and your men aren't there either. But we have to look nearby first because my men found traces of blood. Possible they just ran away and hid because I guessed there had been a shootout around this place, explained Keanu. If that's the case, let's look for it. I've asked Uncle Michigan for help to look at this location. He was sure that with his uncle's help, Emma's whereabouts could be easily found. If indeed Kimberly asked someone to help carry out the action, then they had chosen the wrong opponent because they wouldn't be able to hide because of their uncle. We'll find their presence even in an ant hole, while waiting for information from his uncle. Kendrick and Keanu explore the place, while following the trail of blood on the leaves. I don't know whose blood it is, that's for sure. They have to get a few clues, especially clues to the perpetrator who did the thing. That's so they know what they will do later to fight back. They were getting further away from the side of the road because of the traces of blood they saw, deeper into the forest. The subordinate who walked first in front, suddenly, just stopped their steps because they get something. They called Kendrick and Keanu to hurry up and see what they were doing. Get it? Without wasting time, Kendrick and Keanu ran over to their subordinates, those who at that time were seen helping someone, Emma. Kendrick thought that Emma was found by his men, but after him, when he saw it, he was disappointed because what he found were the men he had assigned to look after Emma, and the situation is very worrying because there are many wounds on his body, and the traces of blood they found were traces of his blood. Where's Emma? Kendrick immediately asked, because he wanted to know where Emma was. Sir, Miss has been taken away, his subordinate answered quietly, but he still managed. Heard it. Who took him away and who did this? Miss said Aston's name. Hearing that was enough to make Kendrick surprised because he thought that Kimberly was the mastermind behind what happened, but apparently it was someone else. Do it. Even though he didn't know what Aston's purpose was in kidnapping Emma, he would leave Emma in that man's hands for too long. Who is Aston? Is he your enemy? Keanu asked, while burning a cigarette. No, but we have to go save Emma. I don't want her to stay in too long, the man's hand, because that is not a good thing. You can come back, I just need them, and I'll leave after Uncle tells me where Emma is. I'm free, brother. I'm bored too, so I'll go help you to save that crybaby who would become my sister-in-law. So let me help you to get rid of my boredom. Cigarette smoke exhaled. It felt like that was it. He hadn't stretched his muscles in a long time and he wasn't going to waste that opportunity. Keanu actually looks excited because he will have fun soon. Kendrick orders his men to carry their wounded comrades, while he and Keanu chose to go because they wanted to find their uncle. Maybe now we have found Emma's location. They have to study situation and see the enemy's defenses so they can make careful plans to save Emma, who by now might have been taken by the enemy to their base. I don't know what Aston's goal is, but the man is really tired of life and he will make sure of it. The man will no longer see the morning sun, even he will not get death easily. Emma, who had been taken by the enemy, did not know where she would be taken. His head hurts, even his temples were bleeding from the hard impact he received from the car, hit a large tree on the side of the road. An incident that happened suddenly makes them helpless. Kendrick's men fought back and opened fire on the soldiers, the enemy who was then surrounding them. A shootout occurred, but it was not balanced, because there are traces around the location of the incident. Because of that, he ran out of bullets. Kendrick's men ran towards the forest to lure the criminals away from them, didn't kill Emma. Some of the criminals chased him while showering him with lead, hot because they won't leave any witnesses, and some of them are interesting. Emma, who was helpless, got out of the car, and then they took Emma away from that place. Kendrick's helpless henchmen look on from behind the tree where he is hiding, but he was helpless and couldn't help Emma because he was also being hunted, and the people continued to shoot at him until he was helpless, so that all he could do was run until the people were no longer chasing him. They thought he was dead after receiving 2 shots in the back. Emma was forcefully pulled out of the car when it arrived. Emma has no energy to fight, especially since his head was throbbing with pain. A flash of memories, strange things started appearing, and it gave him an even bigger headache. Now he is between conscious and not. He could no longer tell whether what he was currently experiencing was real or just a dream. Her body was pushed so hard that it made Emma stuck to the floor. His vision was blurry, so he couldn't recognize it. People who were watching him. Who are they who have kidnapped himself? He was so curious, but his consciousness was slowly fading away, so he could recognize the people who kidnapped him, but one thing he knew, they were boy and girl. Chapter 75 Aston's Revenge. Emma began to recover consciousness, but she was already in a different room. His hands were tied on his back and connected to the head of the bed, because that was his position, was lying on an old bed that didn't belong to anyone. His mouth was closed, with a cloth so Emma wouldn't scream or anything. Emma was surprised to find herself in such a state. In the midst of still consciousness, before he had recovered enough, he tried to pull his hands away, but the cloth was binding them. He couldn't let go of his hand easily. His head hurt so much, it really hurt. Trying to remember what happened to him even though he had to fight the pain in his head. He remembered even a little. He was followed and then caught, and he was sure that, doing that is Aston. Aston, who was hurt, asked his best friend for help to find a group, a criminal who can help him carry out his revenge on Emma. He, offering a lot of money to the group, also offers fun to them because he would let Emma take turns with them and he would be the audience to witness Emma being raped by the group. That was the reply, what Emma deserved, and deserved for rejecting him too, playing with himself. It was Emma's fault for embarrassing herself in such a way, and now Emma will pay for what she has done. Emma is taken to the group's headquarters paid for by Aston. There aren't any of them. Who knows that they have made a big deal with the wrong person, after being rejected by Emma. Of course Aston didn't know that Emma was actually getting closer with Kendrick. That's why he ignored warnings from his best friend. Because of that, all he thought about was revenge. Emma pulled his hand again because she had to untie his hands so he could can run from that place. Her head still hurt when Emma picked it up. His vision seemed to be spinning. It must have been because of the impact he had made. He even felt like his head was going to explode because his head was throbbing. What a mess. Who can help him? He really didn't know, let alone his gut feeling. It gets worse when someone comes into the room. Emma's heart beat when the sound of footsteps continued to approach. He was eager to see, however, every time he, lifting his head, only excruciating pain that he got because that's all he could, lay down in submission until he could see the person approaching him. Well, apparently Sleeping Beauty is awake now, the sneer was heard, and of course, the pout was given by Aston. Emma motioned for Aston to let go and took his hand, which is tied. You look very impatient, Emma. Are you eager to get started, the game? Aston's words were certainly not understood by Emma, and she asked Aston to remove the cloth that was gagging his mouth and the cloth that was binding him. Both hands. Oh, it seems more fun to hear your screams. No need to worry, everyone will have a turn and they will satisfy you. I will be the audience, and I will be watching from the best side to witness the destruction. You. Aston put one leg up on the bed and pulled the cloth covering Emma's mouth roughly. Emma screamed because she felt her lips being scratched by the cloth. What exactly do you want? Shouted Emma loudly. Of course I repay you for my hurt. Don't pretend to forget this, Emma. I told you that I will avenge the insult you gave me that time, so don't pretend you don't know what I want. The insult you will have to pay with your own destruction. You're crazy, Aston. If you hadn't threatened my son, I would have been married with you. But you actually threatened him and didn't want him. All of it. It's not my fault, because I already told my grandfather that I was willing to marry him, a man who wants to accept my son, but you can't accept him, so what's wrong with me? Reject yourself? You shouldn't blame me because our marriage could be cancelled, also because of you. Emma shouted again, because she didn't accept Aston's blame, himself. If only Aston hadn't threatened Daniel and could accept his existence, her son, she must be ready to marry Aston. But what happened was outside his will. He's someone else's child. Why would I accept him? I'm not a hypocrite, so I am. Do what I should do. Besides, you shouldn't reject me on the wedding day. I've liked you for a long time, so I thought I'd get it yourself when your grandfather offered me marriage, but it turned out to be you instead. Embarrass me. You should just enjoy your time serving them. Aston stepped away, then raised his hand and patted him. Emma swallowed hard when someone opened the door to the room, and not long after, Emma was very surprised, saw dozens of large men enter the room, and they were people who would enjoy her body according to Aston's orders. What's taking so long? We can't wait to taste her body, said a man who has a bigger and taller body, and he is the leader of the group. He's there and waiting for you. You guys can enjoy your time, I can't. Would be annoying because I would just be a spectator. After you enjoy body, then I will give you the payment you deserve, and after, then you can go. This is truly the best job I've ever done, because apart from getting money, we can also taste the hostage's body. We don't think a job like this will work. We got it a second time. The group leader looked at Emma passionately. Who would have thought they got such an amazing job from an embittered young man? Usually young men like that would taste the body, the victims first, but Aston wasn't interested and let them do it. Do it. Don't do it, Aston. "Don't do this cruel thing to me," shouted Emma. He tried to kick and pull his hands so that the ties on his hands could be released. However, the bond was so strong that it made Emma unable to do anything. "It's best not to rebel, Emma. Just enjoy their game. After all, you have experience with this, right? I heard it from Kimberly. If you're sleeping with a strange man until you get pregnant, pretend you're doing it again and maybe they'll give you another child, Kimberly." Emma remembered her sister, because just before she fainted, she saw a woman and a man. He was sure the man was Aston, but the woman, him, suspicious if it was Kimberly. But if it was Kimberly, why not Kimberly? It is there. Has Kimberly gone, or did she just look wrong? Where's Kimberly? Emma asked this to make sure what she saw was true. Was it Kimberly or someone else, because he didn't see the person's face? Correct. Why are you looking for your sister here? Do you think I'm supposed to be her babysitter, guard at 24 hours? Instead of looking for your sister who definitely doesn't care, yourself, you better think about your situation, because soon the show will start. So do it now if you want your payout, and remember, give me a show. Interesting thing. Aston ordered the criminals who were assigned to him, raping Emma. You're crazy, Aston. Is Kimberly collaborating with you to destroy me? Shout, Emma, and she hoped that Aston would answer her question, but the man just walked away and laughed out loud. Emma is increasingly afraid because dozens of men are starting to taste her body, take off their clothes one by one. They even fought over whose position it was, who would taste Emma's body after their chairman. Emma kicked again and pulled his hand so he could be free, but his efforts were still in vain. His pleas to Aston to let him go were ignored, especially as Aston was already there, was in a position where he could witness an interesting sight, and he would, enjoying the spectacle of witnessing Emma's destruction. Chapter 76 Sudden Attack. Emma continued to scream, begging for this cruel act not to be carried out. Very Aston, looking forward to the interesting spectacle that he will soon witness. Emma is worthy, get it, especially since she's just a woman who pretends to sell high prices. After this, Emma, whether he lives or dies, he doesn't care at all, because he already planned it. Threw Emma's body into the wilderness where no one could find the body if Emma dies. Don't touch me, shouted Emma as the group leader approached her, starting what he should get as payment. Emma kicked again, so they stopped, but two people actually grabbed his legs so he couldn't. Kicked again. Emma became even more helpless. His screams became louder and louder. When the clothes he was wearing were pulled by someone until they came off, the criminals laughed and became increasingly impatient, and so did Aston. I can't wait to see the interesting part. They really think they will have fun and enjoy Emma's body. None of them are, realizing that at that time they were surrounded by dozens of people out there. That headquarters, not that big. Nor did they make any calculations if there would be any enemies to be had. They fight because they only focus on what they are doing at that time, namely, having fun tasting Emma's body as promised by Aston. Kendrick and Keanu, of course, came after learning about Emma's whereabouts. Their uncle. They immediately rushed to a location quite far away. The place is quiet. It was quiet, and of course that made Kendrick and Keanu suspicious, because the place wasn't quiet yet. Of course it's not dangerous. They asked their men to move to scout and see the situation. Kendrick and Keanu moved closer to the enemy's base. It really looked quiet, but when they were so close, they were shocked by the screams of Emma, whose clothes had been ripped off by the criminals who wanted to enjoy her body. "Don't do it, I beg you." Emma's request sounded vague. Of course Kendrick and Keanu knew that Emma was in an impossible situation. Emma continues, begging and trying to rebel. He hoped there would be a miracle, free himself from those loathsome criminals. The cursing and screaming, as if it were meaningless. She was really about to be stripped naked by thirsty men, to taste her body, but at the same time suddenly heard a sound, loud explosion out there. Aston was shocked and jumped out of his seat, as did the criminals, wanted to taste Emma's body. Without waiting for a signal first, the explosion was heard again, and the explosion was deliberately done to attract attention, their attention. The criminals immediately put on their clothes and took them. Their firearms were on the table. Aston also pulled a gun from his waist, because he had to protect himself. Especially since he didn't know where the sound of the explosion was coming from. What happened? Didn't you say no one would come to help him? He asked, the group leader, who didn't take that into account because Aston did say, no one will help Emma, but in fact, there is an attack out there, means someone is coming, and most likely that person is coming to help Emma. How would I know? No one will help him, said Aston, who was also surprised, because of the sudden attack, insolent. Immediately look who is coming and be alert. The leader of that group gave orders to his subordinates. They all immediately got ready, welcomed the sudden arrival of the enemy. Emma was just left behind. Because the most important thing at that time was fighting the enemy. Aston also followed because he wanted to know who had attacked him, even though he really did. Sure, no one would come to help Emma, but it seemed like everyone was outside estimation. If things don't allow it, then he will run to the rescue himself, because he didn't want to die stupidly in that place. Keanu and Kendrick broke through easily because there was no defense made by the enemy. They rushed in, but they had to stop for a moment, because suddenly the enemy attacked them and shot them from the spot hideaway. Kendrick and Keanu chose to hide to avoid the hot lead, who hit them. Aston was very surprised when he saw Keanu Maxton, a dangerous man he met at the market, dark. The words of his friend at that time said, don't look for things with Keanu Maxton, because he will get bad things, is also remembered. Aston swallowed, spit. He looked at the group of criminals, then looked at the firearm that was in the cause's hand. He had to make a decision. Damn it, why is Keanu Maxton here? Apparently the group leader knew Keanu, but Keanu is famous among criminals while Kendrick is more famous among criminals, among entrepreneurs. Keanu is famous not only because he frequents the black market, but because his business. How about this, boss? We've offended the wrong person, shouted his men. Aston was rude, he didn't tell us this. Now we're at it, in trouble because of him. We'd better leave, because we won't be able to win, fight them. The order was given not because they were cowards, because they knew who they fight, and they will not win, even they will suffer bad if they keep fighting. The criminals were about to leave, because they didn't want to interfere anymore. They will hit Aston and let the man suffer the consequences, but when they turned around, Aston, there are no more of them. The group leader cursed and, cursing, because Aston had left them their chance to run, very little, because Kendrick and Keanu's men made another explosion, which destroyed part of the building. They started to panic and wanted to run away, but because there was no defense they made it. Kendrick and Keanu broke in easily with their men. Criminals who want to escape can only choose to fight. Adieu. Shooting was inevitable, and it all happened at very close range. Keanu, who came to have fun, of course went crazy and shot at the enemy, without giving them a chance to run. He thought he would get it, interesting game, but in reality, it's only like that. That's why Keanu went crazy, hit the enemies with hot lead, leave them to me, and go find Emma. Keanu said to his brother, knock them out, Keanu. I know you like this part, and the guy named Aston, I will give it to you to pass the time after I get it, leave everything to me, said Keanu as he threw his cigarette butt. Little left, I trust you. Kendrick invited several of his subordinates to come along for the time being. Keanu was having fun again and shooting at the enemy who was starting to get cornered. Come here all of you and become easy targets for my firearms. Keanu shouted while, shoot. He also laughed out loud in the middle of the gunfight that was still going on. Kendrick went looking for Emma while shooting at the enemy who attacked him. Hope Emma is okay, but she also has to be alert because Aston isn't there. Keanu continued to attack and beat the criminals. The corpses are all over the place, bloodstains were everywhere. Some bombs were in pairs because the place would be blown up to remove traces and evidence. Emma. Kendrick shouted for Emma when he entered a room, however, Emma wasn't there. The sound of Emma's screams that had previously been heard was no longer there, again. Kendrick looked for Emma in all sides of the room, but Emma was nowhere to be found. Kendrick ordered his men to split up to look for Emma, but Emma was not there, anywhere because Aston had already taken him away. Chapter 77. Want to wash your hands. Aston deliberately ran away while carrying Emma, of course with a purpose. Then he won't trouble himself because the most important thing is her life, and she took Emma to save her life from Kendrick too. Keanu. Emma was forcefully pulled through the dark forest. Luckily she rushed. Take action before Kendrick and Keanu break into attack. Surely he already had a backup plan and he just needed to get out that forest. Moreover, he had already contacted someone who would take his role after this. He really had a very perfect plan to escape because if he succeeds, then he won't be the one Keanu will hunt down fast. Aston shouted while pulling the helpless Emma. Emma's hands were tied, and a gun stuck to his temple. He was threatened with a firearm, so he was completely helpless. Let go of me, Aston. It won't do you any good to do this to me, said Emma. Shut up. Even though I wanted to see your destruction, everything failed because of your arrival. Those who pretend to be heroes to save you. Emma frowned. Who is Aston referring to? Who do you mean? Emma asked. Maybe if he knew who was coming, help himself, he can put up resistance so he can be free from Aston. Why, will you be happy after hearing it? Will you laugh after heard who came to help you? Just say it. I'm sure you must be afraid of them, so you immediately ran and took me hostage. You really don't have the guts, Aston. You're so brave, kidnapped me, and paid the criminals to taste my body, but when I got an attack like that makes you run helter-skelter. Aren't you ashamed as a person, man? If I were you, I'd rather hide in an ant hole, so I don't. Found it, sneered Emma. If it hadn't been for the gun, he would have fought back, but he had to look for it. Chance. Shut up. Who allowed you to insult me, Emma? Don't think it's coming. To Kendrick and Keanu can save you. Just so you know, I did it on purpose. Take you because I already have another plan for you. This time I will wash your hands, and I won't have anything to do with your death," he heard coming. It was Kendrick and Keanu that made Emma feel like it was a breath of fresh air, and she had to confide Aston so he can be free from the man, so he doesn't make things difficult for Kendrick. And Keanu is more than this, even though he doesn't know what Aston means or wants. Wash your hands of his death. I don't know what the man was actually planning. He should immediately fight back and free himself. Kendrick, who couldn't find Emma, immediately ordered his men to scattered because he suspected that MMA was no longer there. He has too asked his uncle for help in finding traces of Emma's whereabouts. He was sure Emma hadn't far taken away by Aston. Keanu, who was having fun, looked so satisfied though. The combat wasn't that challenging, but he felt quite satisfied with enough action. Thrilling. Emma has been taken away and I have to look for her. Are you finished? Asked Kendrick to his sister. TCH, your enemy is really unpleasant. You can only play hide and seek like this. Where else did he take that crybaby? Has Uncle provided any information? Uncle is looking. While waiting, we should split up to look for me. I'm sure they haven't gone far because we didn't hear a car engine or anything else at the time we break in. Aston is just a coward, so it's understandable if you don't get a challenging challenge. Never mind, even though they are cowards. I enjoyed it. Now let's find their whereabouts, Emma, before she is taken further away. Again, a cigarette was burned to drive her away. Boredom and ward off the cold night wind. Kendrick shook his head at his younger brother. Not wanting to waste time, they immediately split up to look for Emma. That building, it will be blown up later to remove traces, of course, after they find it. Emma's whereabouts. Emma was still being pulled through the large trees. Aston is still with his plan. He continued to pull Emma, but Emma had already started planning something, carry out the action. Emma stopped her steps suddenly. Aston was forced to, stopped and pulled the rope that tied Emma's hands. What are you doing? Walk quickly. Aston ordered. I will no longer follow your orders, shouted Emma, who suddenly ran towards Aston. Aston was shocked and attacked by Emma suddenly. Where was Emma? Butting his head towards Aston's face, he succeeded in making Aston scream. The bridge of his nose was hit hard by Emma's head. The rope and the gun that he didn't hold on because Aston was holding his nose, and the flashlight he was carrying fell the ground, but Emma kicked her foot again into the area, so Aston came back, screamed in pain. Emma immediately ran to save herself while Aston's screams attracted attention. Kendrick and Keanu are already close to their existence according to instructions given by Michael. You're impudent, Emma, Aston shouted. Flashlight and gun grabbed, and after that Aston, chasing Emma, who had run through the forest while shooting at Emma. With relying on moonlight, Emma dodged the gun bullets fired by Aston and looking for a way out of the forest. While chasing Emma, Aston makes contact, someone, and provide their location. He didn't realize that he was either being chased. Kendrick and Keanu ordered their men to hurry, and so did they. Chase. The light from their firearms startled Aston. The man turned away, and was again surprised to see dozens of people running towards him. Who are they? Is Para criminals he paid or what? Before he even knew who they were, Aston already did, bombarded with hot lead. Damn, shouted Aston, who ran back because he knew they must be Keanu and Kendrick, but he was again showered with hot lead. Aston tried to dodge, but he was caught. surrounded by Keanu's men so he couldn't escape any further, let alone, he had a hole in his leg. "You're insolent!" Aston shouted after he could no longer run because he was being held at gunpoint. Firearms and even pistols had been disarmed. The man cursed, but he fell silent when Keanu stepped closer to him while burning a cigarette. "Finally caught. You're mine now to fill my board time," said Keanu. Aston gulped. Damn it. If Emma hadn't fought back, he would have run away and washed her hands in that matter, but Emma just ran away. "Catch him," Keanu ordered, walking away to follow his older brother. "Go look for Emma." The sound of gunfire that was heard certainly made Emma even more afraid because of her. Thought it was the people who wanted to rape her who were chasing her. Emma kept running until he found a highway. He was about to run into the forest. Across the street, stopped when he heard Kendrick's screaming voice calling him. "Emma, don't run anymore." Kendrick shouted, asking, because the situation was safe, because of him. "I'm sure Keanu has caught Aston." "Kendrick?" Emma, who was already across the street, was very happy because of Kendrick. Following him. "Ken, I'm here," Emma shouted, but she waited until she was sure and saw Kendrick. Kendrick rushed over to Emma, who was still quite far away. "Ken, I'm here," shouted Emma again. He was about to run across the road too, approached Kendrick, who was not that far away, and he could already see Kendrick clearly, but no one expected at all because it was so sudden. A car appeared and came around the corner of the road. The car was at high speed, approached Emma. Emma was shocked, as was Kendrick, who shouted for Emma to get out of the way. However, it was too late because the car had already hit Emma hard. That incident, it only happens in a matter of seconds, so it can't be avoided or prevented. Emma's body was thrown to the side of the road while the car hit her directly. "Just run away and leave." Kendrick ran over to Emma and was so shocked, found Emma lying motionless on the side of the road. Chapter 78. Forced to lie. The night was getting late. Daniel looked restless that night and couldn't sleep at all, even though tomorrow he has to undergo a bone marrow transplant operation. It's because of his mother. Didn't come to visit him even though he had been waiting so much for his mother's arrival. Every time Daniel asked his grandmother, he only got a simple reason, which his grandmother gave him so he wouldn't worry, but Daniel is smart, of course, suspicious, and not believing what his grandmother said. Her mother should have come because her mother had promised, but until now her mother hasn't. Was seen, and this made Daniel start to whine so he could meet his mother. "Grandma, why isn't Mommy here yet? Didn't Grandma say Daddy was away? Pick up Mommy? But why hasn't Daddy come with Mommy yet?" "What, Grandma lied to Daniel?" Daniel asked suspiciously because his grandmother had always been there, said that his father and mother were about to come, but his grandmother also looked anxious. Although he was still a child, but he felt something had happened to his mother. "Grandma told me, Mommy and Daddy Daniel will be here soon," said Ainsley, who didn't know what was happening to Emma. "Grandma's lying. Daddy's been gone a long time ago, but why didn't he come with me, with Mommy? Has something happened to Mommy, Grandma? Is Auntie evil, bothering Mommy?" Daniel again asked lots of questions, and of course, Ainsley is confused because Kendrick and Keanu haven't given her any news. "Daniel, it's so late. Daniel should rest because tomorrow Daniel has to undergoing surgery. If Daniel doesn't get enough rest, Daniel's health will worsen. If that happens, then the sad one will be Mommy." Daniel, Ainsley tried, persuaded in the hope that Daniel would immediately rest so that he could have surgery tomorrow. running smoothly, but Daniel wants to be with Mommy, Grandma. Is Mommy leaving again like time, that? Daniel asked again. No, of course not. Wait, Grandma will contact Daddy Daniel and look for him. I don't know whether they will arrive or not, and Grandma thinks they definitely will. Several hours had passed since Kendrick left. He was sure his two sons had saved Emma. Okay. Quickly call Daddy, Grandma. Daniel asked impatiently because he was so tired, wants to talk to his mother. To keep her grandson calm, Ainsley contacted her son and, hoping that his son had really saved Emma so that Daniel could, talked to his mother and went to sleep immediately. The chaotic situation at that time after they captured Aston created the situation. It got so bad, especially after experiencing a terrible accident that just happened, making Emma unconscious. Kendrick was so panicked. He had many wounds on his body. Emma even had fresh blood flowing from Emma's head. Kendrick shouted, ordering. His men immediately brought the car because he had to take Emma home. Get sick as soon as possible. Hang in there, Emma, hang in there. Kendrick asked Emma where Emma was, in his arms. A feeling of fear filled my heart. What if something happened to me, Emma? What should he say to their son? Keanu watched his brother from the side of the road. He didn't approach him and remained silent. It turns out that love is really troublesome, and it seems like he's not the right person to fall for. Love someone because he doesn't want to be like his brother. Not wanting to wait, Kendrick ran while carrying Emma. He can't, waited too long, because Emma's condition was very worrying. Kendrick too, ignoring his cell phone, which was ringing non-stop, because his mother was calling him. Ainsley, I became worried, especially as Daniel whined again because he couldn't wait, and finally, Ainsley contacted Keanu and hoped that Keanu would give him some news. Keanu is lucky, answered a call from him, and he felt a little relieved even though he didn't know what yet happened. What happened, Keanu? Why can't your brother be contacted at all? What are you guys? Has not succeeded, Mom, something bad happened. We managed to catch the perpetrator, but suddenly there was someone who hit Emma. What? Ainsley almost screamed at the news. How is he doing? He asked, feeling anxious, but in a low voice so that Daniel wouldn't. Here, critical, and now, we will take him to the hospital. Oh my God. Ainsley fell down because her legs couldn't support her. That's news. Bad then. How would he explain Emma's situation to Daniel? Why did that happen? Coincides with the day when Daniel will soon undergo surgery? Daniel definitely will. Sad to hear about her mother's condition, and don't let it make surgery necessary from failing, because it will no longer be easy to find a bone marrow donor. Daniel, why Grandma? What happened to Mommy? Asked Daniel, who was starting to look suspicious. Grandmother's condition. No, honey. Mommy and Daddy are going to meet the person who wants to donate bone marrow to Daniel. They talked to the person for a while and said, Daniel needs to sleep soon. Tomorrow they will meet Daniel. Believe me, he said again, had to lie, and this time he hoped his grandson would believe what he said. Grandma's lying. Now I want to talk to Mommy. Quickly give me the cell phone, to Mommy. Daniel whined while shaking his grandmother's shoulders. He wouldn't believe it. Before he spoke to his mother, Keanu, give it to your brother and say Daniel wants to talk to him. You know, I mean that, right? Ainsley asked her son. Keanu asked his mother to wait a moment because Kendrick was still carrying Emma and ran towards the car that had stopped. Like it or not, he had to follow his older brother. Even though he wanted to go home alone, seeing his brother's condition really made him pity. After waiting a while, the cell phone changed hands. Of course, Keanu motioned to his brother so that Daniel wouldn't know what was happening to his mother. "Daniel, Daddy heard you don't want to sleep." "Why?" Kendrick acted as usual. Even though his heart ached to see Emma's condition, he had to hide it so that he could hide it. His son was not sad because his condition could get worse. "Daniel wants to talk to Mommy." "Why is Daddy answering?" asked his son. "Hey, it's very late. Mommy is tired and already asleep. Daddy can't bear it. Wake him up, so it's best Daniel also goes to sleep, because if Mommy finds out he will. I will be angry with Daniel, so go to sleep quickly so that Daniel has to undergo surgery tomorrow to run smoothly." "But Daniel misses Mommy," said Daniel pitifully. "So Daddy has to wake Mommy so Daniel can talk to her?" "No, don't. Daniel just misses Mommy." His son sounded like he wanted to cry, because Daniel really misses his mother. "No need to be sad. Tomorrow Daddy will visit Daniel, so go to sleep and don't makes Grandma worry." "Okay, but Daddy has to promise to visit Daniel with Mommy," he asked his son. "Daddy promised," said Kendrick while looking at Emma. He hopes Emma is fine, even though he was hit hard, and he hoped that he could meet Daniel tomorrow, his mother, so that Daniel would not be sad about his mother's condition so that he could undergo surgery. "Why did you promise your son like that?" "You see Emma's condition. I'm actually worried he's going to go into a coma," said Keanu after his brother returned his cell phone. "I don't have a choice because Daniel needs rest because he has to go through tomorrow operation. He couldn't be tired, so I had to lie." If Emma wasn't aware either, I was. I have to find another reason to deceive her, but I hope Emma wakes up quickly, even though the situation is like this. As long as Daniel can meet him, that's enough, but if he falls into a coma, how can I bring Emma together with Daniel? Daniel will definitely hate me because I neglected to look after his mother. Actually, he did too, worried and afraid that what his sister said would happen because they could see. Emma's condition is very worrying, but hopefully there will be a miracle because of it. Daniel would definitely be very sad to see his mother in such a condition. Chapter 79, Can't Cheat Anymore. Emma hasn't regained consciousness yet. Of course, this makes Kendrick worried, especially today has changed. Not only was he worried about Emma's condition, he also had to go back, lying to his son, who definitely really wanted to meet his mother. Who knows, what other excuse would he give Daniel, but this time he felt Daniel definitely will believe whatever excuse he will give later. After being taken to hospital, Emma immediately underwent treatment. His right hand broken, as was his left leg. As a result of being hit by a car so hard. No, Emma only received injuries, but she also suffered broken arms and legs. The perpetrator who doing that is of course being sought, and again Kendrick asked his uncle for help, because only his uncle could find the perpetrator. "I don't know who did it. What is certain is that this person is allied with Aston. After getting it later, he won't forgive the perpetrator who made Emma like that." A feeling of fear enveloped his heart. Kendrick was afraid that what his younger brother said was true. Emma will fall into a coma because since last night there has been no sign of Emma conscious, even though the wound has been treated. He seemed to be sleeping, but was hard to wake up. Now you have to, anyway. His son will definitely look for his mother soon. Emma was treated at the same hospital as Daniel. This was done so that they would not. It's a hassle going back and forth. especially as soon Daniel will undergo surgery and they will be incredibly busy. Kendrick asked his brother to come back because if he couldn't persuade Daniel, maybe Keanu can, because Daniel has always liked his uncle. Ainsley, who received news that Emma was also in the hospital, rushed to go, saw Emma's condition. Daniel was still asleep when he left. Surely he didn't, leaving Daniel alone because Damien was there. Really, he really wanted to know, what about Emma's condition? Kendrick is alone waiting for Emma because his sister has gone home, but she will come back later according to his brother's request. Kendrick sat on the side of the bed where Emma was, lying unconscious in a terrible condition. He looked pensive and not excited. This situation made his mother, who had just come in, feel sorry for him. Never had he seen Kendrick like that before, and this was his son's first time like that. He really couldn't bear it, but everything that happened was certainly not what he wanted. How is Emma doing? Ken asked his mother, who stepped closer. He's still unconscious, Mom. What other excuse should I give Daniel while he was looking for his mother? Daniel would definitely be sad to see Emma in this condition. He will definitely blame me because I neglected to look after his mother even though I did, promised him. What answer will I give Daniel later? Kendrick looked at her mother for a moment, then she turned back to look at Emma. If it's like this, we can't trick him anymore, right? Just let him see Mother's condition so that she doesn't worry. Even though he will be angry later, it's better for him, see the mother's condition straight away rather than us continuously deceiving her. Daniel's son, smart, he won't believe the tricks we give him. Today he will live surgery, so he shouldn't think too much. If we always trick him, he definitely will, thinking about her mother's situation, but if we show Emma's condition directly, we can give an explanation and we can persuade him so that he doesn't worry and stay undergoing surgery. So you don't need to worry. You don't need to trick him anymore. After him, wake up later, Mommy will bring him here and will persuade him. Mommy will too. Asked Keanu to come to help persuade him because Daniel was a little obedient to him. I asked Keanu to come and he said he would come in a moment. Okay. Ainsley rubbed her son's back in an attempt to comfort him. He knows Kendrick must be sad to see Emma in such a state, and soon Daniel will be the saddest person to see Emma's condition. Daniel, who was left behind, began to wake up. He thought he would find his father and mother, but it turns out that all he found was his grandfather. Grandpa, where are Mommy and Daddy? Daniel asked while still rubbing his eyes. Sleepy. They haven't come yet, Damien answered, and he gave the answer according to orders. His wife quickly called Daddy, Grandpa. Daniel is having nightmares and Daniel doesn't like it. Daniel asked, what dream did Daniel see? Did Daniel meet a monster? As best he can, had to engage Daniel in conversation until his wife returned. No, Grandpa. This dream is scarier than the dream of meeting a monster, said Daniel. Oh, yeah? Tell Grandpa, what's scarier than monsters? Grandpa, Daniel dreamed that evil auntie hit Mommy. Daniel hated evil auntie. He always bothering Mommy, and for some reason, Daniel had dreams like that. Now on, where's Mommy, Grandpa? Daniel was afraid that evil auntie would really hit Mommy, feeling. Of course he has felt uneasy since last night, but he is just a child. It's hard to express his feelings, especially since last night he was always lied to. Wait a little longer, maybe Grandma will be back soon. Why do you have to wait for Grandma? What Daniel wants is not Grandma, but Mommy, he said. Daniel. Damien was silent. He couldn't cheat on Daniel like his wife did. He'd better asked his wife to come back so that Daniel wouldn't experience excessive anxiety. Daniel is getting more and more suspicious seeing his grandfather's attitude like that. He was very sure something had happened to him. Her mother. Why is Grandpa silent? Has something really happened to Mommy? He asked. Let's wait for Grandma, okay? Damien asked. Mommy, what happened to Mommy? Daniel started crying because he felt like he had done it. Something happened to his mother. Damien tried to cheer him up. He contacted Ainsley. Ainsley asked Damien to take Daniel to the room where his mother was undergoing treatment, maintenance. They couldn't lie anymore, so they reunited Daniel with his mother. Is the best choice even though Emma's situation doesn't allow it. Daniel's crying stopped. For a moment, he was very happy because his grandfather said he would take him to see his mother, but he was very surprised when he was taken into a room. Why did Grandfather bring Daniel here? Daniel asked. Daniel wants to meet Mommy, right? Asked his grandfather. True, but why here? Asked Daniel again, who didn't understand. He was even more surprised because his father and grandmother were in the room, but when he saw his mother lying there, on the bed in an unconscious state, Daniel immediately screamed, Mommy! Daniel burst into tears again. He even tried to rebel against it. His grandfather's arms. Mommy, what happened to Mommy? Daniel asked while shaking his mother's arm, but there was no reaction at all. Daniel got up on the bed to call his mother to wake up immediately. Wake up, Mom. Wake up. Daniel asked, but again Emma didn't respond to his request. His son. Daniel cried loudly while hugging his mother. Ainsley looked away. He didn't able to see it. Kendrick turned away, holding himself back. Daniel's cries were heard, heartbreaking, and he again asked his mother to wake up, and again Emma did not respond. Chapter 80. Feeling useless. Wake up, Mom. Wake up. Daniel's request asked his mother to wake up again, was heard accompanied by crying because his mother did not respond even though he had, trying to call. His crying didn't stop, so Kendrick approached his son then, carrying him. Kendrick was about to persuade him, but Daniel's crying became louder, in his arms. His mother's situation really made him sad, especially since his mother didn't, moving and not answering his calls. Don't cry, Mommy will definitely be fine, Kendrick said comfortingly. Why is Mommy like that, Daddy? Why, someone hit it and took off. Who? Did the evil auntie do it? I don't know. Daddy is trying to find out. Daddy promised not to let anyone go who had hit Mommy. Now Daniel doesn't need to be sad. Mommy will definitely be fine. Fine. Daddy will bring Daniel breakfast because Daniel already has to go surgery in a few hours. Daniel also has to shower first. I don't want to. Daniel doesn't want to go anywhere. Daniel wants to be with Mommy, so Daniel doesn't want to have surgery. His son refused. You can't do that. Mommy will be angry if Daniel doesn't have the surgery he has scheduled. I don't want to. Daniel will have surgery after Mommy wakes up, so wake up Mommy, Dad. Wake up Mommy right now. Daddy can do it, right? He whined. His son, Daniel. Mommy isn't sleeping, so Daddy doesn't have the ability to. Wake him up, even a doctor can't. Then Daniel doesn't want to have surgery. Daniel wants to wait for Mommy to wake up before he wants to surgery. Daniel struggled in his father's arms until Kendrick, lower it. Daniel returned to his mother and lay down by her side. Daniel only wants to be with mommy. Daniel doesn't want to be with anyone else. Get up quickly, Mom. Let's just go back to New York so we won't be bothered by the evil auntie again, said Daniel. Hearing that, Kendrick felt that he was completely useless. Even though he had promised to take good care of Emma, but he was negligent, which made Emma like that. Daniel must have been so disappointed in her that he took his mother back to New York. Daniel. Daddy is useless, isn't he? Kendrick's words stopped because of his mother, touched his shoulder. Don't force him. The more you force him, the more he will refuse. Give him time together with her mother. We'll talk to her again later, said Ainsley. It's all my fault, Mom. I was negligent, so everything that happened to Emma was my fault. Kendrick tried to restrain himself. He couldn't bear to see the condition of Emma and his son, who cries incessantly. Let's go out first. Let's let Daniel be with his mother for a while, he said. Ainsley. Kendrick walked away while rubbing his eyes. Ainsley and Damien looked at each other, just before following Kendrick out of the room. They really have to give Daniel time until things calm down because Daniel is getting more and more forced. Wouldn't want to. Wake up, Mommy. Don't sleep all the time, begged Daniel, who kept crying. Daniel doesn't want to, if not with Mommy. Daniel doesn't want to recover without Mommy. Get up quickly, he begged. The sound of Daniel crying could be heard from outside. Ainsley peeked every now and then because she was worried, with his grandson who could vomit at any time if he cried too much. Daniel must be very disappointed in me, said Kendrick in despair. Don't blame yourself, Ken. You've tried, but everything went against your will. Daniel can definitely understand, but right now he needs time because his mother's condition will definitely make him very sad. We will explain it slowly later, and Mommy will help you, persuaded him to want to undergo surgery. Mommy thinks your sister will help, but, wait a moment, Kendrick nodded. Even though he was silent, his mind was confused. Hopefully Daniel doesn't hated himself because of the negligence he had done, because if it came to Daniel he would hate it himself. He was sure he would definitely lose them. Even though Daniel is still small, he couldn't underestimate his words about wanting to invite his mother back to New York. Ainsley sat by her son's side and gave a slow greeting to his back. He knows for sure. It's hard for Kendrick, but he is sure everything will be fine, and he is also hopeful. Emma immediately came to her senses so Daniel could calm down. Who did this, Ken? Have you found the culprit? Asked his father. I'm asking Uncle for help to find out, and I think soon he will. Give me news. You just look after Emma. We will look after Daniel while he undergoes surgery, and Keanu, who will take care of the perpetrator, said his father. Again, Kendrick just nodded. He hoped his son could be persuaded and would be willing to carry on surgery, but he had to persuade his son first. So Kendrick moved and entered the room again. Daniel was still hugging his mother and still crying. He felt, after meeting Emma and knowing Daniel's existence, not happiness, which he gave them, but he actually got Emma into trouble. If it's true that the culprit is Kimberly, she won't be so generous anymore. Daniel, can we talk for a moment? He asked. No, Daniel only wants to be with Mommy. His son refused. So Daddy's presence is no longer needed? So Daniel doesn't want to be with Daddy anymore? It's not like that, but Daniel only wants to be with Mommy, his son said again, the same one. Okay. If Daniel doesn't want to be with Daddy anymore, Daddy won't force him. Everything that happened was Daddy's fault. Sorry, even though Daddy promised to, looking after Mommy Daniel, but Daddy can't occupy it. Daddy, why is everyone mean to Mommy? Great-grandfather was so mean to Mommy, Auntie too. Why, Dad? Maybe great-grandfather was angry because Mommy had made a mistake and Auntie, I've never liked Mommy for a long time. Why? Daniel looked at his father for a moment, then he hugged his mother again, tightly, because Auntie has been jealous of Mommy for a long time. It seems like Auntie will never be, hates Mommy, and he will continue to harm Mommy because of that hatred there is, and we, as men who love Mommy, must take care of Mommy. Daniel will definitely protect Mommy from evil Auntie and evil great-grandfather, said his son. If that's the case, Daniel must get well soon, because if Daniel doesn't recover, what will Daniel do? Can you protect Mommy from them? But Daniel doesn't want to leave Mommy. What if Auntie comes and hits him, Mommy? Daniel doesn't want Daniel's dream to come true. For that reason, Daddy will look after Mommy when Daniel undergoes surgery. If you don't do it, Mommy will be very sad when she wakes up. What, Daniel? Want to make Mommy sad? No way, Dad. No way. If that's the case, Daniel wants to have surgery, right? Kendrick asked, and he hoped his son, willing to undergo a scheduled bone marrow transplant operation. Daniel looked at her mother for a moment, but she nodded slowly. Good. When Mommy wakes up, she will definitely look for Daniel and ask him whether Daniel has had surgery or not. Daniel has to do it quickly, get well, and so that Mommy doesn't worry anymore. But Daddy has to promise to take good care of Mommy. Don't let Auntie be bad. Go inside and hit Mommy, begged his son. Daddy promises you, no one will bother Mommy while Daniel lives. Operation, Mom. Mommy has to get up quickly, Daniel asked his mother again. Daniel was still lying there, her mother's side, while Kendrick sat by Emma's side and held her hand. Hopefully, Emma wasn't like that for too long, because she wanted them to be together again. THB 81 kidnap and erase their tracks. Kendrick didn't leave Emma when her son underwent surgery. He had promised he would look after Emma, then he will keep his promise so that his son doesn't worry. He hopes Daniel's operation went smoothly because he was looking for someone. Donating is not easy. Emma's hand was gripped and didn't let go. Kendrick looked at him and said nothing. Why didn't Emma realize it too? What has happened? It's the doctor who examined it. Emma's condition said that her head had been hit hard, and it was her feeling, obtained by Emma from 2 accidents she experienced due to circumstances. His car was destroyed. What happened to you, Emma? Don't you even realize? Our son is undergoing surgery now, and he really needs you, and so do I. If you continue lying like this, Daniel will be sad, and the operation he is undergoing could potentially fail because worried about your situation. Wake up, Emma. Daniel really needs you at the moment. Things are like this. Kendrick rubbed the back of Emma's hand and kissed him. He hoped that Emma would hear what he said and immediately wake up, because he knew, for Emma, the most important thing is their son. Kendrick was silent, lost in sadness. Happiness is right before your eyes, and what they had almost achieved was suddenly lost because of an incident. This isn't fun. Really, he really wanted to find out who Aston's allies were. Had hit Emma, but he couldn't leave Emma. He also really wanted to interrogate Aston, but again he had to restrain himself. Keanu will definitely take it, that role, especially since his younger brother really likes torturing someone, but he really wants to give a lesson to the person who hurt Emma. Hopefully his little brother will leave a part for himself and didn't finish off Aston so quickly because he wanted to get involved, having fun together with his sister. I hope you hear my voice, Emma, and I hope you wake up soon. I promise, to you, whoever has made you like this, I will not let go. He wants it. Kimberly or anyone else has nothing to say sorry for him and Aston. He must be serve the punishment he deserves. You don't need to worry, because he doesn't, will die easily, especially since he has made you like this. So hurry up and wake up. From now on, no one will be able to hurt you. I swear on that. We will live together with our son, as a family, so be aware, Emma. Hurry up, wake up so I can make up for the time I've missed with you and Daniel. Give me that chance so I can be a useful man for you. It was quite a long statement, and he hoped that Emma would hear it and immediately come to her senses. Temporary coma. Yeah, hopefully it's only temporary and doesn't last long, because it's not just him who's sad, but the saddest one is definitely their son. The reason they share, Daniel, Emma, is everything. Kendrick moved up and gave Emma a kiss on the forehead, and after that he sat down. Return. No response at all made him really sad, but this time he didn't, helpless and unable to do anything. His gaze couldn't leave Emma's face. Finally someone came into the room and distracted Kendrick. Keanu walked in. He came to see his brother because he had something to say, and he felt his brother should know about that. How about it? Have you found the culprit? Kendrick asked his sister. Of course. It's not difficult to find the perpetrator who hit Emma. Keanu stepped closer and stood near his brother. He also noticed that Emma wasn't there. Wake up, tell me, Keanu. Who did it? Kendrick seemed impatient to find out. A man we don't know. I caught him when he was about to run away, and I'm sure he was paid by someone to do that stunt. Now he's me. Take him to headquarters, and in a moment I will interrogate him to find out who, the mastermind who had ordered him to hit Emma. You don't need to come down, Hans, brother. Take good care of your family and leave everything to me. The man named that Aston, he would accompany me to play, because I was bored and the guy crashed. Emma, I will interrogate him until he opens his mouth and says who is paid for it. They both will not get anything good because of them. It's already in my hands. This is what he looks forward to the most, because it's fun. The final part of the game where the enemy is already in hand. Blame them, so brave to find a case, and now they will enjoy the punishment because they have to pay for what they have done. I really want to be involved, but unfortunately I can't because I have to look after Emma. Fine, that's why I can only hand them over to you, Keanu. Interrogate the man until he opens his mouth, and if the culprit is Kimberly, I want you to kidnap him secretly without anyone knowing. Then you can play with him, because this time I will no longer be generous. I don't care that she's Emma's sister, and I don't care about her, granddaughter of grandfather's best friend. What he did to Emma was so outrageous that I want you to kidnap him, then erase his traces so that no one knows. Where is he? Keanu looked at Kendrick. He was quite surprised because his brother wasn't there. I've been that angry before, but it seems like this time my brother is really angry. I'll definitely do it. Leave it to me. Besides, I haven't in the past. I like Kimberly, so I will make this your request an opportunity to vented my dislike for him. She's just a hypocritical woman who pretends to be nice to, seeking attention. I was very surprised that you wanted to get engaged to him, even me. Thought you were crazy at that time. I don't know what your goal is, but this time you don't need to. Generous to a woman like her, like having a grudge against Kimberly. Keanu looks excited because he doesn't like Kimberly and neither does he, their other cousin, and if it's true that Kimberly was involved in what happened to Emma, he hoped Kimberly had taken the precautions to escape because she definitely had. We'll get Kimberly then disappear without a trace. Thank you, I'll leave them all to you, Kendrick said. Even though he really wanted to involved, but let the fun part be taken by his little brother because his little brother is being bored. Kimberly, just wait for the play date, and once the truth comes out, nothing will be able to find his whereabouts and no one will know what happened with him. Not only her grandfather, Emma won't know what happened to her sister. Later, because the most appropriate place for Kimberly is the stomach of a medium crocodile, hungry in the pool, and the crocodiles will definitely be very happy to get food, delicious food that they had been waiting for so long, and he felt that the crocodiles were sure will cheer happily when Kimberly goes downstairs to headquarters. Chapter 82. Daniel's sadness. Time was moving so slowly. That's how it felt because everyone was waiting inside, anxious state. Daniel is still in the operating room for the transplant, bone marrow, and Emma, who was also unaware of her condition, pathetic. Ainsley and Damien waited anxiously for their grandson. News, of course the extended family had heard that. That's why Kate and Albert decided, come to the hospital to see what's going on. There was no change in Emma's condition. She still lay unresponsive though. Someone called and talked to him. The impact he received was quite fatal, and this made Kendrick have to accept a reality that had just been conveyed by a doctor in charge of treating Emma. The doctor said Emma might just experienced shock, so the situation was like that, but the worst thing was the collision. The hard work that Emma gets can make her fall into a coma. If that happens, then they won't know whether the coma that Emma will suffer will last a long time or not. Not because some patients who fall into a coma will wake up after several years, some even reach a dozen years. Of course, that's not pleasant news. Of course, this news made Kendrick not at all enthusiastic. After meeting, instead of happiness they get but obstacles for them, before coming together, is really quite heavy. Now he just hopes for a miracle. What he feared about Emma's condition did not happen. Several hours have passed. Daniel's operation has been completed, but that's it. It's still initial surgery because there are still follow-up operations. Daniel was already aware, and of course, what he was looking for was his mother's whereabouts. Where's Mommy, Grandma? Daniel asked weakly because his strength was not yet there. Recover. Get some rest first. Mommy is fine, said Ainsley. Despite the situation, Emma still hasn't changed at all. Daniel wants to meet Mommy, Grandma. Daniel wants to see how Mommy is doing. Take Daniel to Mommy, Grandma's place, Daniel begged. Daniel, you just had surgery and Daniel is not allowed to move much. Daniel, you have to rest first and after Daniel's condition gets better. Grandma will take Daniel to see Mommy. Daniel tried to persuade his grandson to rest first. I don't want to, Grandma. Is Mommy not awake yet? Is Mommy not awake yet? Daniel started crying because he wanted to see his mother, and she also cried because of him. He knew his mother hadn't woken up yet. That's why his grandmother didn't take him to see him. Her mother, Mommy, Daniel is just sleeping. No need to worry. Maybe tomorrow Mommy will be soon. woke up so Daniel had to rest so that Daniel's mommy wouldn't be sad after he woke up later. Grandma will accompany Daniel and take Daniel later after Daniel has rested. Daniel wants to be with mommy, Grandma. Daniel wants to be with mommy. Daniel cried. Sounds sad. Ainsley could see her grandson's sadness, but there was nothing she could do, apart from persuading Daniel. He knew Daniel must be very sad because of his mother's condition, but what can they do? They really don't have any power over it. Woke Emma up, and this was the most difficult day for them, especially Daniel crying. Her mother was relentless even though she had to rest a lot after undergoing surgery. Don't cry, Daniel. Don't cry. Ainsley asked, feeling sad because he couldn't bear to see his grandson crying for his mother. Which child is not sad to see his mother lying helpless and not conscious? Daniel's cries made Ainsley cried without wanting to because he could see his grandson's sadness. He hoped Emma immediately realized so that Daniel wouldn't be sad. Hopefully there will be a miracle because of him. Really didn't have the heart for his grandson. Mommy, why isn't mommy awake yet? Daniel's request was heartbreaking. Ainsley couldn't hear it. He tried to persuade because he was worried about the situation. Daniel will get worse. His grandson again made a heart-healthy request. If it continued like this, he wasn't sure Daniel would recover because Ainsley contacted Kendrick and asked him to come to persuade Daniel. Possible, his father's arrival could cheer up Daniel, who was sad. Kendrick was forced to leave Emma for a while. Of course he asked his grandmother, who had come to look after Emma. He was worried about Emma, but he also had to think about his son's situation. When he came inside the room where Daniel is being treated, Daniel is still crying uncontrollably. Persuade him, Ken. Mommy can't do it. Maybe Daniel will listen. Your words, said his mother. I'll try, Mom. It must be hard for Daniel because he's always been with me all this time, with his mother, but the situation is exactly like this. I'll try to persuade him. Do it, Mommy. Hope he doesn't cry anymore because it's not good for his health. Kendrick nodded and stepped closer to Daniel, who was still crying, called his mother. He felt sad because he could see his son like that. Sad. He felt guilty again, and he felt that he had been negligent, so he didn't can look after Emma well. Daniel, why are you crying like this? Shouldn't Daniel be resting? Kendrick sat by his son's side and rubbed his son's head gently. Hopefully Daniel can talk to so he wouldn't cry like that anymore. Mommy, Daniel wants to be with mommy. Daniel said those words again because all he wants is his mother. Daniel knows mommy's current situation. If Daniel keeps whining, what can Daddy do? Daddy is also very sad because mommy's condition is like that, but you can just wait, Daniel. Not only does Daniel want mommy to wake up quickly, but Daddy, Grandma and the others also want mommy to wake up quickly, but we can't force her. Daniel cried like this, and it could make Daniel's condition worse. If you wake up and find that Daniel's condition is getting worse, won't mommy be sad? Daniel doesn't want to make mommy sad, right? But why isn't mommy awake yet, Daddy? When will mommy wake up? Hey, mommy had 2 accidents, and she had 2 collisions. Of course that's it, not easy for mommy. We can only hope for the best for mommy, and when mommy wakes up, she will be very happy to find this situation. Daniel has recovered and is fine. Does that mean mommy will wake up soon? Daniel asked while wiping his tears. Hopefully, and Daniel has to talk to Mommy so Mommy can hear the sound. Daniel, so he quickly woke up. Therefore, Daniel, don't cry because of his health. Daniel will get worse, and if Daniel's health gets worse, who will talk with Mommy and wake her up? Daddy tried, but Mommy didn't want to, hurt because all he wanted was Daniel, so Daniel had to talk again with Mommy. Is it true? Asked Daniel, who was no longer crying. Yes, don't cry anymore and rest. Once Daniel is fine and, if you can move, Daddy will take Daniel to talk to Mommy. Mommy will definitely wake up soon because she won't bear to see Daniel crying. Even though he said that to persuade his son, he hoped that Emma would wake up, after hearing a call from his son later. Okay, Dad. Daniel won't cry anymore, said Daniel, while wiping his tears. Good, Mommy must be proud of you. Hopefully a miracle will happen to Daniel, talked to his mother. Ainsley, who noticed, started to smile and wiped away the water. Luckily, Daniel is a smart kid, so he can be talked to, so he can, not too lost in sadness. Like his son, he also hopes that Emma will come to her senses when Daniel talks to him later. Chapter 83, Not Accepted. Frederick was very shocked when he heard the news that Emma had had a serious accident and, currently lying in hospital unconscious. He just heard about the hit-and-run incident without knowing that Aston was the mastermind. Because of her, wanted to know about Emma's condition, so Frederick invited Kimberly to visit her sister, hospital. Kimberly, who had just returned from therapy, refused her grandfather's invitation, outright, because he thought he didn't want to know what happened to Emma. He actually hoped that Emma wouldn't wake up again forever. This way Emma won't, has Kendrick, and neither does he. Isn't that even? In the end they both didn't. Can have the man they've been fighting for all this time, and Kendrick, well deserved, lost Emma, but his refusal to leave resulted in his grandfather scolding him for it. Frederick wants his 2 grandchildren to live in harmony and start making peace. He was sure they could do that, especially since Kimberly has agreed to change. I don't want to, Grandpa. Kimberly shouted, refusing her grandfather's invitation to go visit Emma. You should go with Grandpa, Kimberly. Emma is your sister and Grandpa wants a relationship. You guys have changed for the better like brothers and sisters, so you go with Grandpa, visit Emma who is currently in a coma, but I don't want to. Grandpa knows I hate him so much. So don't force me, Kimberly shouted loudly. It seemed like his grandfather was crazy to ask him to go, seeing the condition of the person he really hated all this time. He actually hoped for Emma even more, died and never regained consciousness. But the hope is that only he can know. Don't argue with Grandpa's words. Go get ready immediately, Grandpa wait. Frederick walked away after saying those words. Kimberly had to go with him anyway, because he wanted to see whether the therapy Kimberly had been undergoing had succeeded in making a difference, Kimberly's evil nature or not. He really had high hopes for Kimberly. He hopes Kimberly does not disappoint and can change for the better. Kimberly cursed, but she was helpless, so she couldn't help but follow. His grandfather said to go visit Emma. I hope Emma doesn't regain consciousness, hopefully so. After they got ready, they went to the hospital to check the situation. Emma. Kimberly was surprised to see Emma's condition, but she laughed and sighed, laughing, her brother's helpless state. He is really satisfied looking at it. Go away, bad people can't come to see Mommy. Daniel shouted loudly when Frederick and Kimberly arrive. Daniel showed such a reaction because he didn't like it, with Kimberly also his great-grandfather. The reaction he showed was very natural considering that, what Frederick and Kimberly had done to them all this time. Daniel, it can't be like that. Great-grandfather wants to visit Mommy so Daniel can't. Prevent Ainsley advised her grandchildren even though she knew that Daniel hated them. They're mean, Grandma. They're mean and Daniel doesn't like them. They're not welcome here, said, Daniel whined. TCH, damn brat. Kimberly said quietly. Frederick glared at Kimberly. He hopes Kimberly didn't embarrass herself, especially since Kendrick's family was there. Kimberly looked annoyed, but she didn't realize that Kendrick had been staring at her, sharp because he suspected that Kimberly was involved in Emma's accident. Kimberly, you can feel happy now, but later, when Keanu gets the name of the perpetrator, then he won't let it happen. I heard that Emma had an accident. How is she doing? Asked Frederick, as he stepped closer to Emma. As you can see, sir, he is still unconscious after the accident, he said. Ainsley, you can't come any closer. Go away, said Daniel, who was lying next to his mother. Daniel, you can't do that. Ainsley tried to calm him down, but Frederick's actions caught him. Emma and Daniel have made the child dislike his great-grandfather, and even he hates him, with her evil aunt. Daniel doesn't like them, Grandma. Why did they come? Get rid of them quickly, go. Daniel asked. There's no need to be afraid, we'll only be for a moment. Besides, if I don't have to. I don't want to. Come see it, said Kimberly. Kimberly, watch your attitude. I told you, you have to change your bad attitude and make peace with your brother. I know, Grandpa doesn't need to be fussy. Kimberly was standing by Emma's side. Often cynical, adorned her face seeing Emma's helpless state. Nobody knows what. He was thinking that he must be very happy to see Emma lying down, powerful like that. He hopes Emma never wakes up again, and if he does, he hopes Emma wakes up, dozens of years later, and when he realized he was already an old man. He's sure it's Kendrick. It was impossible to wait that long for Emma and marry another woman. Really, very even, and he was very satisfied. Who did this? Have you caught the perpetrator? See the situation. Emma was like that. He couldn't bear it. However, Emma is still his granddaughter. It was already so disappointing, but seeing him helpless like that was heartbreaking. Pity grows in the heart. He hoped Kimberly wasn't involved in what happened to Emma, because this time if Kimberly was the mastermind, then she wouldn't interfere because she already was trying to change Kimberly's bad character. Keanu is looking for the culprit, and we will not be merciful once we find out who made Emma like this, said Ainsley while looking at the direction, Kimberly. He wanted to see Kimberly's reaction after hearing his words. Mommy is like this because Auntie is evil, shouted Daniel, carelessly. Don't just accuse me. Kimberly shouted too. Is it true that it's not you, Kimberly? Now his grandfather asked. What does Grandpa mean by asking that? He's just a kid who talks carelessly because hates me. Does Grandfather believe what he says? I do hate Emma though. I couldn't possibly harm him like this. Kimberly said defensively. Is that true, Kimberly? Kendrick, who had been silent all this time, now moved. Like Daniel, he too didn't like the arrival of the two of them. Are you sure you didn't do this? You never wanted to kill him until makes him lose his memory, and I don't think it's impossible for you to do the same thing. To eliminate him, don't be kidding, Ken. I really didn't do it. Well, it's good if you don't, and I hope you don't do it. Kimberly swallowed hard. What did Kendrick mean by saying that? He better not, talked a lot, and immediately asked his grandfather to leave. It didn't matter where he was anyway, there for so long. Drive them away, Daddy. Drive them away, asked Daniel, who still didn't like it, their presence in that place. Frederick couldn't do anything because it had been since, in the beginning, he was the one who treated Emma and her son badly, and now, it was natural that Emma's son hated her. Let's go, grandfather. We're not welcome here. So why are we staying here too long? Here. Besides, you've seen his condition, and he won't wake up right away, talking to you. Kimberly couldn't stand being there for too long, let alone Daniel. Keep pushing away. It was very embarrassing, so they might as well leave. Okay, I'll come back later and let me know when Emma wakes up, asked Frederick. We will definitely let you know when he wakes up, answered Ainsley. Even though it can be seen, Daniel doesn't like it and neither does Kendrick, but they have to let him know Emma's situation with her grandfather. Hopefully their relationship will improve after that. Get through this unpleasant incident. Go, hurry, shouted Daniel while hugging his mother tightly. Kimberly was getting annoyed. Because they were driven out endlessly. Just watch out for that kid later. Looks like he should, taught a lesson not to be impudent again. Chapter 84, Starting to Respond. After undergoing a bone marrow transplant, Daniel began to experience side effects. He started experiencing diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. It was a natural reaction that occurred after undergoing bone marrow transplant surgery. Daniel lay limp when a doctor arrived, checked the situation. I don't know how many times his grandmother took him to the bathroom, and who knows how many times Daniel refused the food his grandmother gave him because every time he eats, he will throw up the food again. Because of that, Daniel didn't seem to be helpless even though he wants to be with his mother. How is things going? Asked Ainsley, who looked very worried. After operation, it takes time for the recovery period and he hopes that the operation will be successful immediately, so Daniel doesn't need to have follow-up surgery. Even though it's a transplant operation, bone marrow does not hurt because it is not like other operations, but has side effects. After the operation that made him anxious, give him slightly liquid food, madam. Food that he can swallow straight away. You don't need too much. What's important is the nutrition he gets for his body, but don't do too much which can make you nauseous. I will give him medicine later so that he no longer experiences the symptoms after eating. Okay, I will do it. Thank you for the advice you gave. Doctor, luckily Daniel's symptoms are just like that because there are people who experience them. Hair loss, but the side effects don't last long because after the transplant, if done successfully, then Daniel will recover from his illness and they will all be happy. Expect that to happen. He was sure that Emma would also hope so, but unfortunately, the situation is exactly like that and I don't even realize it. Grandma, will Daniel recover after this? Daniel asked his grandmother. Of course, darling. If Daniel rests properly and eats properly, then Daniel will recover soon, so Daniel must rest well and properly. Then, what about Mommy? Daniel has recovered, but not Mommy. What does that mean, Grandma? Daniel wants to recover together with Mommy. Isn't there a way, Daddy? What to do so that Mommy gets better quickly? There's only one way, that is, Daniel has to talk to Mommy often so that he can. Mommy heard Daniel's voice and responded. Don't give up trying, because if we just keep quiet then Mommy's situation will always be like that. But if Daniel, always talk to him and ask him to be aware that it might be subconscious, Mommy will respond to Daniel's request. If that's the case, can Daniel be treated in Mommy's room so that Daniel can always be with him, with Mommy? Let's be honest, Grandma. Daniel doesn't want evil auntie and great-grandfather came again to bother Mommy. So let Daniel be with Mommy so that Daniel, you can look after Mommy well, he said. Since Kimberly and his great-grandfather arrived, Daniel has only become more alert. He even, whining to her father not to let Kimberly and her grandfather inside the room where her mother was being treated because she was afraid Kimberly would hurt her mother. Okay, if that's what Daniel wants, Grandma will immediately ask Grandpa, take care of it so that Daniel can be cared for in the same room as Mommy. So Daniel will always be with Mommy and can talk to her as often as possible, and maybe that way, Mommy will immediately respond to Daniel's request. Thank you, Grandma. Daniel smiled even though he was actually very sad, his mother's condition. But he had promised to be a good boy until his mother realized so. His mother is proud of him. Of course, Ainsley immediately expressed Daniel's request to Damien. That's not a thing, which was difficult especially since it was a private hospital from the start. Kendrick always looks after Emma. After that incident, he rarely went to the office and all his work was taken over by his father. He just needs to focus on looking after Emma. Even Aston, Keanu, tidy up. The person who had hit Emma was not spared. Keanu interrogates people. That was first because he really wanted to know the name of the perpetrator. However, it seemed like the torture he gave was not enough, that the person insisted that he didn't want to say who the perpetrator has paid for it. What happened to you, Emma? Why are you still persisting in your condition like this? Daniel has finished carrying out the operation, and most likely the operation, he did it successfully, but when Daniel was about to recover, your situation was like this. We're all waiting for you to come back, Emma. Come to your senses. We will start from the beginning, our relationship. It doesn't matter if you lose your memory. It doesn't matter if you can't. Remembering our childhood as long as you are with me. That's more than enough. Wake up and listen to my request. Kendrick held Emma's hand tightly. Tightly, a feeling of sadness struck. Kendrick looked down, feeling uncertain because Emma's condition almost made her tears spill, but her mother arrived with her, with Daniel, making him not do that embarrassing thing. Isn't Daniel undergoing an examination? Why did Mommy bring him here? He has been given medicine and is feeling better, but Daniel wants to be with him, his mother, and from now on, they will undergo treatment in the same room. This will make it easier for us to look after them both. You haven't had enough rest lately, Ken. Go to sleep, Mommy and Daddy will look after them. Don't let it happen. Something about you that could make your son even sadder, okay? That's not a bad idea, and I hope that with Daniel always around Emma's side, Emma will respond to her request. Now I want to lie by Mommy's side, Grandma. Daniel asked and complied. At his request, Daniel had been laid by his mother's side, who was still like that. No, wake up, Mommy, what's wrong with you? Does Mommy not want to be with Daniel anymore? What, Mommy doesn't want to play with Daniel anymore? Daniel really misses Mommy and Daniel really wants to do lots of fun things with Mommy. Get up soon, Mom. Daniel loves Mommy, so does Daddy, Grandma, and all of us, loves Mommy. Daniel rubbed his mother's face slowly and then kissed her forehead, and at that moment, tears flowed from Emma's eyes. He seemed to react, at his son's request. "Mommy?" Daniel wiped his mother's tears then said, "Daddy, Mommy is crying." "What?" Kendrick and his mother rushed over to Daniel, and sure enough it was Daniel. "Say," Emma cried. Seeing that, of course, made Kendrick and Ainsley ask Daniel to come back, talking to her mother, because that is a very good response for Emma's health. Emma must be struggling in her subconscious to immediately become aware, and it will definitely be there. Miracles, they believe in it. Whether it's tomorrow or the day after, they are very hopeful about it. Daniel's transfer to that room had an immediate positive impact. Healed, Daniel knows that Mommy will definitely hear Daniel's voice. "Wake up immediately, Mom." Daniel is lonely, and pain from needles. Mommy wasn't there with Daniel when the very large syringe was used to inject Daniel. Daniel doesn't like it, with a syringe, so Daniel wants Mommy to accompany Daniel when he has to get the injection. But Mommy didn't wake up either, so she couldn't accompany Daniel. "So get up quickly, because Daniel needs Mommy." Daniel asked again. Emma's tears rolled down again. Kendrick hurriedly called a doctor to see his condition. Hopefully that's a good start for Emma, and they hope that Emma will always respond to Daniel's requests so that he immediately woke up from his coma. Chapter 85 Wishes Granted. "Look, Mommy," Grandma said. "Daniel is fine." Daniel pointed out a paper containing the results of his medical examination, which had just been carried out on. "The mother is still like that." Daniel did deliberately show him the diagnosis results paper that his mother gave him, though he didn't really understand, but he did it so that his mother would know about his condition. It's okay, so that his mother quickly wakes up from her coma. It's been a while past. Sometimes Emma responded to her son's calls, and sometimes she didn't. Who knows what, which made him not want to get up, but Daniel didn't give up talking at all with his mother and asked her to come to her senses. Daniel's plea, his son Emma's cry, heard it, but it was like he was in a dark place, so he couldn't see anything, even. He seemed lost in that place. Every time he took a step, it was like he was treading water, and that made him scared even though it was only in his subconscious. Emma could also hear the words Daniel said just now. He really wanted to, shouted, but the sound was not there. The darkness enveloped him. He seemed lost, because he couldn't go anywhere. "Look, Mommy, Daniel got a new laptop from Uncle Keanu, so Mommy doesn't need it anymore. Bought it for Daniel." Now Daniel shows the new laptop he got from his uncle as a reward for being a good boy who was willing to undergo surgery. Daniel also got lots of gifts, and this. Daniel will save this for Mommy, so Mommy has to wake up immediately so she can eat this chocolate with Daniel. Daniel, too, show other prizes. Even though he was talking to himself, even though his mother couldn't hear him, but he will continue to share what he did today and what he got to his mother. Daniel opened another gift again because he got lots of gifts from his uncle and his aunt. Of course he wouldn't get a gift from his evil aunt or grandfather, great-grandfather, he didn't like. He didn't expect it anyway because he hated it. Daniel kept telling his mother about the gifts he got, and after finished, he lay down next to his mother. This time he was silent for a moment because he was tired, spoke, but not for long, because after that he spoke again to his mother. "Mommy, what is Mommy doing right now? Is Mommy going for a walk and Mommy forgot to go home, or Mommy doesn't want to be with Daniel? Daniel really wants us, Go back to the way it was before because Daniel loves mommy. Daniel hugged his mother after, said so. He'd better sleep, maybe he'll meet his mother and, if he meets him, he will ask his mother to wake up immediately. Daniel has closed his eyes, but his father came in and made him discouraged. Daddy Daniel immediately got up and sat on the bed because his father had brought something. Does Daniel want to sleep? Kendrick asked his son. No, but because he was bored, Daniel thought it would be better for Daniel to sleep. Maybe Daniel could met mommy, then asked her to come back. Mommy has been sleeping like this for a long time. When will mommy wake up, Daddy? Daniel asked while whining. We never know, we can only hope. Rest assured, mommy will definitely be soon. Realized why mommy loved Daniel so much. So don't be too sad, boys, must be strong to face any situation. Daddy brings Daniel's favorite food, preferably, eat immediately while it's warm. Is that made by Grandma? Asked Daniel, who had moved to the side of the bed. Yes, of course it's made by Grandma. Now Daniel eats first, then later, rest. Okay. Instead of getting out of bed, Daniel approached his mother and gave it to her. A kiss on his mother's forehead. Daniel eat first, mommy. Daniel really misses the food he made by mommy. When will mommy make Daniel food again? Daniel hopes mommy. Hearing Daniel's words, mommy immediately got up so she could make food that Daniel likes again. Daniel kissed his mother's forehead again after saying that. Kendrick was standing by Emma's side and looking at her face. Everything felt quiet, because Emma's condition is like that. He also hopes that Emma can get through everything, then gathered with them again because Daniel's happiness lay in his mother. Why did you sleep for so long? Emma? Are you too comfortable in your sleep, so you don't want to wake up and be with us? Daniel is waiting for you. I see, me too. Didn't we promise to get married? If you're always like this, then when can we give happiness to Daniel? When can we give the family that Daniel really wants? I hope you don't stay in the world you think you are in for too long. Comfortable because we are all waiting for you. Kendrick gave him a kiss on the forehead. Emma, let's eat first, then we'll go back to talk to mommy, he said. Kendrick on his son. Okay, Daddy. Kendrick picked up his son and led him towards the table and chairs, which is already available in that room. The food his mother made was still warm and delicious. Daniel looks like he likes it. Daniel's cheerful voice while enjoying the food filled the room. He and their father was talking about something so excitedly, and they didn't realize it. Emma responded again. This time Emma tried hard to come to her senses. He was sure if he could get through it, and he was sure he could open his eyes and return to order. His son wasn't sad anymore. Emma kept trying. Daniel and Kendrick's voices became louder. It's like he's so close to him, so close, that's why he keeps trying so he can back and be with his son again. Daniel is full, Daddy. Daniel can't eat anymore, said Daniel. Soraya gave the remaining food to his father. Okay, drink this. This is the juice that Grandma made for Daniel for good health. Daniel is getting better, so finish it. Daniel didn't argue. He finished his juice because he wanted to lie down immediately, together with his mother, so that his mother is not alone and has friends. The juice is gone. Daniel immediately asked his father to take him back to bed. Kendrick had finished, so he immediately carried his son. They while talking about the food they just ate because Daniel liked it, but when they were close to the bed where Emma was lying, take a step. Kendrick stopped because Emma suddenly raised her head slightly and looked over. Kendrick said with a confused facial expression, but his fist fell back to lie down. "Emma?" Kendrick called him out because he couldn't believe what he was seeing at the moment. Daniel looked at his mother and then heard her scream, "Mommy!" Daniel was so excited that he even asked his father to take him over. The mother still looked dazed and didn't seem to recognize them. "Mommy!" Mommy finally woke up. Daniel hugged her while crying because of her, very happy that his mother had woken up from her coma. "Daniel is very happy, very happy." Daniel broke down crying while Kendrick called a doctor to see Emma, who was still in a daze, and he hoped everything is all right. Chapter 86. Everything is all right. Daniel was already in his father's arms when a doctor examined him, Emma's newly conscious state. The doctor asked Emma several questions to find out the situation. For a moment, Emma looked dazed. That's normal, because he had just returned and he was recognizing the existing situation. Ainsley had of course heard the happy news. He said he would leave soon, saw Emma's condition. Daniel was very happy because his mother was conscious. This way, they will get back together because there are many things he wants to do with his mother. "How do you feel? Do you feel any pain?" asked the doctor who was in the middle. "Check on Emma's condition." "My hands and feet. Why can't they move?" Emma asked like that because of one thing. It was difficult for him to move his arms and legs, and it also felt very painful. "Madam suffered a broken arm and leg as a result of an accident that you experienced." Hearing the doctor's words, Emma began to remember what happened to her. He really remembers the accident he experienced, but after that he doesn't remember anything else. "Do you know them, ma'am?" The doctor asked that because he wanted to know whether Emma lost her memory or not as a result of the accident because of the impact she caused. He injured his head quite badly, and it could have caused him to lose his memory. "Mommy," Daniel called his mother. He really wanted to approach his mother, but he has not been permitted because his mother has to undergo a series of examinations. "Daniel?" Emma also called her son with teary eyes. "He is very. It was good to see his son again who seemed fine." "I'm going to Mommy's place, Daddy." Daniel asked his father. "Come here, Daniel, come here. Mommy wants to be with you." Emma asked. His son stretched out his hand. Kendrick immediately brought Daniel closer to his mother. As soon as Daniel approached, Emma immediately hugged his son with one hand. Emma also cried because of him, really missed Daniel. He thought he would never see his son again, but fortunately he was still given that opportunity. "Mommy really misses you, darling. How are you now? Are you ready? Undergoing surgery?" I don't know how long he had been lying like that, and he wished his son had undergone surgery even in his absence. "That's it, Mommy. Now Daniel is fine," and Grandma said, "Daniel, I'll be fine soon. Thank God, thank God." Mommy is very happy to hear that. Sorry if Mommy can't accompany Daniel when he underwent surgery. "I'm sorry, Mommy, darling," said Emma on the sidelines. He cried, "It's okay, Mommy. Grandma is accompanying Daniel. The important thing is that Mommy is there. Wake up, so don't sleep anymore, Mom." Daniel was afraid that Mommy wouldn't wake up again and leave Daniel, begged his son, who was afraid that his mother would not wake up again if she did. "Go back to sleep, I won't. Mommy won't leave Daniel." Emma's hug got tighter. A feeling of relief filled his heart because he could be back with his son. Kendrick walked over to them because he had finished talking to the new doctor. just check on Emma's condition. Judging from the reaction shown by Emma, it seems the impact he got on his head didn't affect his current memory because of him, could recognize his son easily. That's very good news, and Kendrick hopes Emma was able to retrieve her old memories from the impact, even though it sounded a little, it's ridiculous, but a miracle could happen. How are you doing, Emma? Asked Kendrick, who was standing by Emma's side. As you can see. Ken. Sorry, I made you all worry. There's no need to say that. The important thing is that you're awake now, and fine. I'm so afraid of losing you, Emma. I have neglected to look after your envy, and made you like this. I'm sorry I've hurt you, but now I will really take good care of you and Daniel, because I want something like this to happen again, because I can't afford to lose you both. Ken, is what Daniel said true? Has he had surgery? Emma asked, made sure, and he hoped that what Daniel said was not a hoax. Didn't Daniel tell you? Yes, Daddy. Daniel has already told Mommy, said his son, interrupting him. Mommy is just making sure whether you have really had surgery or not. Not yet, and what the results are. What Daniel said is very true, Emma. Kendrick sat beside Emma and bent down to press a kiss on Emma's forehead. The operation Daniel underwent, quite successful, and now he is in the recovery stage. In a moment Daniel was there, will be fine, and he will go to school like everyone else. Trust me. I say this not so that you are happy, so that your situation is fine, but I am. Tell the truth, because Daniel's condition is indeed fine this time. He hopes that Emma is confident and believes that their son's condition is fine. The operation he underwent. I'm very happy to hear that, Ken. Very happy. Thank you, really. Give the best to Daniel. I'm so grateful to you. Emma cried, spilled again, because he was so relieved. Nothing could be happier for him, apart from knowing the condition of his son, who was about to recover because of that. His son could live his day like any other child, and that was, of course, make himself happy, who has been unable to give happiness to him, Daniel. He was also unable to treat Daniel's illness, but now, his son's illness has recovered, and the news makes him very happy. What are you saying, Emma? I am his father, and I am responsible for him. I've said it before, but I'll say it again so you remember. You've been fighting for Daniel, so now, it's my turn to fight for you, together. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Just leave everything to me and don't hide anything from me anymore. I'm sorry that I tricked you all this time. I wish he had immediately looked for Kendrick that time. Then Daniel wouldn't suffer for too long, but he didn't have the courage. Moreover, Kendrick is her sister's fiancé. Everything was messed up because of him, but now, he won't hide anything anymore, Kendrick, because there really isn't anything anymore he needs to hide. Get well soon, Mommy, so we can go home quickly, asked her son, who was still young at that time, hugging himself. Definitely, happiness radiated from the expression on Emma's face. After all that happened, befall them, may happiness come to them and nothing else. Distracting them from being happy, Daniel remembered something and started showing the gift he got to his mother. He also told whoever gave the gift to him. Again, expression, happiness graced Emma's face because she had never seen her son so happy. Moreover, when he brought Daniel home, he actually met Daniel. His family is not friendly, especially his younger brother. So far he has provided bad memories of Daniel, but now he can see that Daniel is very happy, along with his father's family. While Daniel showed what he got to his mother, so did Ainsley and Damien come. Ainsley was very happy to see Emma's condition. especially since her grandson was screaming for her, himself. You can see that Daniel is the happiest person because his mother is awake. Even though Emma can answer every question her mother asks, Kendrick can, very curious about Emma's condition. Did what happened to Emma make him remember the past? Really, he really wanted to know, but it seemed like he had to find out later. Chapter 87: Apology and Memories That Have Returned. Frederick came back to visit Emma because he heard that Emma was gone, woke up from his coma. Even though he wasn't liked by Daniel and wasn't accepted by Daniel, but he still came, and this time he came alone because Kimberly didn't want to come anymore, especially to see Emma's condition. Because he didn't want his 2 grandchildren to be at odds at home, illness that could embarrass him, so Frederick decided to come alone and, like yesterday, Daniel also refused his arrival. Daniel shooed him away, but this time, Emma reassured her son not to be impudent towards his great-grandfather. Alone, Daniel already said that great-grandfather can't come again, shouted Daniel while hugging her mother as if she wanted to protect her mother from her evil great-grandfather. It can't be like that, Daniel. Don't be rude to great-grandfather, he asked, Emma to her son. Even though his grandfather had disappointed Daniel so much, he still had hope. Daniel didn't hate his grandfather too much. He's mean to us, so Daniel doesn't like it. Daniel still showed his dislike to Frederick, but Daniel can't be rude like that. No way, Mommy. Hurry and throw him away, shouted Daniel loudly. Daniel. Emma almost scolded her son for his rude behavior. Don't let people think that he has failed in educating his son. There's no need to scold him, Emma. Indeed, from the start, Grandfather was the one who was wrong, you too. Grandpa should still accept your son's existence even though you are like that. Disappointed Grandfather because he was innocent, but Grandfather actually implicated himself, so give him a bad impression, so don't scold your son because it's since Grandpa didn't make a good impression on him at first. Please forgive Grandfather for this. Frederick's request surprised Emma. He couldn't believe his grandfather had just apologized to him when, all this time, his grandfather had always scolded him because he was disappointed with what he had done. But for the first time, Ali's grandfather actually apologized to him. What actually happened to his grandfather in the last few days while he was unconscious? Has his grandfather changed and is able to accept himself and forgive? What mistake did he make? Even though a lot has happened, he is very hopeful. His grandfather wanted to forgive him so that their relationship would improve again. No, Grandfather. From the start, I was the one who was at fault for disobeying Grandfather's words. If at that time I wasn't reckless and took the wrong action, then I wouldn't will disappoint Grandfather. I've also made things complicated. I'm the one. I should apologize to Grandfather, and I hope Grandfather will accept me again as Grandfather's grandson because all I have is Grandfather. Of course Kimberly didn't come in. The reason why Kimberly hates herself is that maybe the feeling of hatred has passed limit, and he didn't know how their brotherly relationship would be after this. No, now I've seen it all and thought about it carefully. I don't spoil Kimberly too much. I apologize, and Grandpa promises, to you, Kimberly will no longer interfere with your life with Kendrick. Now he is going to improve his bad character, and Grandfather also hopes for your relationship. As brothers you can come back even though your relationship was not good from the start, because of Kimberly's nature and jealousy. Hopefully everything can change because he had high hopes for Kimberly and he hoped that Kimberly would not disappoint himself after the therapy he undergoes every day. I hope so too," said Emma, even though she wasn't sure about her sister's nature. "The bad thing is that it has been around for a long time. Daniel still doesn't like it even though Emma has persuaded him in such a way." It's not. It was easy to ask Daniel to accept his great-grandfather because of Daniel's disappointment with him. His great-grandfather was already deep enough. "Grandfather came to see how you were doing and you seemed fine. After, if you get better, come home sometime. The door of the house is wide open for you." "No need, worried about Kimberly, she's on the mend," Emma interfered, even though she didn't understand the healing process referred to by grandfather, but he still hopes that Kimberly's bad character can be treated at least for himself, not for anyone else. Kendrick, who was outside at the time, went inside room. Emma and her grandfather's relationship was already quite good because it was her first time seeing them talking like that without any arguments or anything, and that extraordinary development. Slowly but surely, it looks like the relationship between grandson and grandfather will improve, return to normal after going through a fairly long process. "Sorry if I disturbed you, but it's time for Emma to take her medicine so that things can get better, recover quickly," said Kendrick. "Hurry and throw him away, Daddy," his son asked. "You can't do that, Daniel. You can't be rude to great-grandfather. Quickly apologize," Kendrick ordered his son. He knew Daniel was disappointed because of his mother, treated badly, but that's an adult's business and not a child's. It's okay to get involved, let alone holding a grudge, and he doesn't want his son to such revenge. "But, Daddy, great-grandfather was mean to Mommy and Daniel." "Why did it have to be Daniel? Apologize?" Daniel looked at his father with a pleading facial expression as if he wanted to say that he didn't want to do what his father ordered. "Daniel, didn't grandfather apologize earlier? So now it's Daniel's turn to ask sorry. Mommy's problem with great-grandfather is over. Daniel should know, since Mommy's wrong start. Someday after Daniel grows up, Daniel will definitely understand. So for now, Daniel can't hold a grudge, so apologize to great-grandfather." "Do it, there's no harm in Daniel doing that," asked Emma, his son, because he didn't want to instill hatred in young Daniel because Daniel's character can be like that of his younger brother because hatred can be ingrained in the flesh. So that's how it is. Maybe he wanted his son to reconcile with the great-grandfather he hated all this time. Daniel looked down while clutching his hand. He doesn't want to, but he doesn't want to either, defied his father and mother's orders. Slowly, Daniel raised his head and looked at Frederick. "Sorry, Grandpa," the words came out, but after that Daniel hugged his mother and, hiding his face. Emma was very happy because her son wanted to do that. The word sorry is difficult to say, but it can change many things, and look, his grandfather's eyes filled with tears as if he was about to cry. Frederick restrained himself, who really wanted to hug Daniel, and then asked sorry to him once again, but it looks like Daniel doesn't want to because Daniel is pregnant, hiding. Frederick turned around because he didn't want Emma to see what was happening, what he's feeling right now. "Take him home after your condition recovers. This time I will welcome him home." After saying those words, Frederick walked away. He hoped Emma will take Daniel home if his condition improves because she wants to be close with his grandson and he wants to fix everything. "When my leg heals I will bring Daniel." "I promise, Grandpa," said Emma, before his grandfather left the room. Frederick just nodded, he just left feeling uncertain. Should From the start, he treated his own grandson well but felt disappointed, closed his eyes, but now he hopes everything can be repaired again. Great kid, you did well. Emma praised her son for asking sorry even though his son really hates his great-grandfather. But Daniel still doesn't like great-grandfather, said Daniel. It's okay, but you've done something right. You know why Auntie is like that? Mean to Mommy? Emma rubbed her son's head. He should learn a lesson from what had happened between him and Kimberly, and he didn't want to repeat it. Daniel shook his head as a sign that he didn't understand. Emma rubbed her son's head again, and smiled gently. That's because Auntie has hated Mommy since childhood and Grandma, too supportive and always forgive Auntie's actions. That's why Auntie and Mommy are like that. Don't want Daniel to be like Auntie, who holds a grudge against someone for too long, because that's not good. Emma, your memory? Kendrick was surprised to hear Emma's words because Emma was like, has retrieved his childhood memories. I don't know how it happened. Ken. But now I can remember everything. Emma smiled after saying that, and she wasn't lying because she could, remembering all the childhood memories that have been lost. Oh, Emma. I'm so happy to hear that. Kendrick approached him and hugged him. Finally, Emma has regained her memory, and this is very good news. Daniel also hugged his mother because he didn't want to lose to his father. Emma is very happy. Happiness filled his heart because now he was surrounded by people who love and care for themselves even though they have been through many unpleasant things. Chapter 88. It's Better Not to Know. Aston lay helpless. He was between dead and not because of his terrible circumstances. Pathetic. From head to toe, everything was bleeding and, of course, all of this was due to the torture he received from a crazy man who wouldn't stop, even though the situation is like that. Now he is the only one left because the person who hit Emma is dead, hanging in a pathetic condition without having any body skin left. Fresh blood still flowing from his body because he had just been executed by a man standing not far away, and he was like a devil disguised as a human. Aston's eyes were fixed on one of his legs, which was no longer in place. It should be because one of his legs did not escape the sharp saw blade played by him. Keanu. The man didn't care about anything, all he did was have fun, and unfortunately, they became the guinea pigs of this vile man to eliminate. Boredom, because what Keanu did was torture them even to death. The man looked completely dissatisfied before they died. Their request threw it like a gust of wind because there was no mercy for that man. He deserves to be the leader of the organization. That's why Kendrick handed over Black King organization on Keanu. It turned out that what his friends said was very true. He shouldn't look for cases with Kendrick Maxton. He should have just run away without taking Emma, maybe with, so he had a chance to escape and hide, so he didn't need to experience such terrible torture. But whatever he did, and too, no matter where he ran, he would still be found easily because they had windows, worlds, so they could see wherever the enemy went. You've had your fun, so kill me now. Aston asked. Keanu was washing his hands due to the blood that stained his hands after him finished skinning the poor lifeless man. Don't be too hasty, Aston. It'll be your turn soon, so enjoy the time while you have it. You can, because soon you won't know where you are. Enjoying my time, you say? I actually can't wait to die, so end it quickly, this suffering, and you can see my condition, which is not alive, not even dead. So, now kill me. Do it quickly, so that all the pain I feel, it's over. He hoped Keanu would do it quickly, so he wouldn't feel too much. It hurts unlike the guy who bumped into Emma because Keanu was really playing around with him. Keanu laughed out loud at Aston's request, which he considered funny because he was a man. It wants an easy death. Looks like he should tell Aston if no death is easy, especially for people who are already in place. It and was in his hands. Don't expect an easy death because he's not a person who is generous. In fact, Keanu has already got the name of the perpetrator who collaborated with Aston to hit Emma, but he deliberately didn't act immediately because of her. I really want to have fun first. He wants to play with 2 volunteers who was willing to accompany him to play, and now he felt quite satisfied after played with them for quite a while. Letting Aston die, it doesn't matter because of him, really satisfied. It's a little disappointing that you've given up even though I thought you could accompany me. I played a little longer but you already wanted death. How about we play a little before I take you to the angel of death, probably waiting for you at the gate by now. Keanu stepped closer to Aston and stood in front of the man after he finished washing his hands. I don't want to play anymore. Kill me now so that the angel of death doesn't take too long. Wait for me, Aston asked. Keanu looked at him, then burst out laughing again. Just a coward already, begged for death, but because he was satisfied, he would grant it. So that the man would get the death he wanted. If that's what you want, I'll give it because I'm quite satisfied, playing around with you too. At least my boredom has been cured now. It's your turn to face death. Keanu snapped his fingers up and down. At that time some of his men arrived. They scattered, some picking up their feet. Aston, someone took down the man who didn't have the skin anymore, and several people, lifting Aston off the floor because he was about to be taken away. Where do you want to take me? Kill me right now, Aston shouted, but he was gone. Can struggle or whatever because he can't do it anymore. All right, head to the place of your death. Isn't that what you wanted? So enjoy it. Just the timing and the process. I will watch from afar, see you being picked up by angel of death, Aston screamed as he was pulled away. Keanu followed suit with a satisfied facial expression. Whoever was going to chew Aston's bones, he didn't care because he just wanted to see the process. The man witnessed it, watching Aston's death be fought over by the hyenas, who are hungry. Keanu is completely satisfied, and now it's time for him to go catch that. It's different because there is still one person he has to deal with, but before that he has to gave his brother the news and told him that he was done playing with him, prisoners, and will capture others. Kendrick was feeding Emma when Keanu contacted him. Daniel leaves, did an examination with his grandmother because there were still a series of examinations that he had to undergo until he was completely declared recovered from the leukemia he had been suffering from all this time. Seeing his sister contacting him, Kendrick left Emma for a moment because he wanted to know whether Keanu had found the perpetrator who was working with Aston, or not because some time has passed. His sister should have gotten it, the name of the perpetrator, but he doesn't know if Keanu actually knows, and he is. Just have fun before capturing the next target. Tell me, what did you get? As you might expect, and I just wanted you to know that I finished it. They both. Maybe now the man named Aston has met the king of hell, which he really misses, and soon maybe I will catch the other perpetrator, said Keanu, who was still seeing the beautiful animals partying hard. Do it, Keanu. I told you you can do it, and you can. Have fun because it's your part, so do it, said Kendrick. I know, I called you just to say that I had taken care of them, and just the rest. At least they provide entertainment for me. Good, when will you come? Daniel was looking for you because he said you promised, want to give him something. Don't make him wait because he still is in the recovery stage, and remember, don't say anything about this because of me. Don't want Emma to know. I know. I'll come later. Keanu ended the conversation. It was time for him to leave, because he was done having fun. Kendrick then approached Emma again, waiting for him. Are you busy? Emma asked that because she thought Kendrick was busy with his job. No, I'm not busy because Keanu contacted me. It's better to continue eating before it gets cold. Kendrick took the plate and fed Emma again. He tasted Emma. Don't need to know what happened, let alone the person who hit him. It's best Emma didn't know at all. Chapter 89, Can't Be Advised. Kimberly and her grandfather were arguing because Kimberly wanted to go to Hawaii too, enjoyed his time there with some of his best friends. However, his departure was not planned in advance, therefore his grandfather did not allow because Kimberly would miss several meetings with the psychologist, even though he already has a registered schedule. Frederick wants his grandson to get better quickly, but Kimberly doesn't seem to have any interest. Now he decided to go to Hawaii without asking his grandfather's permission first. Of course, Frederick was angry, especially since Kimberly would be gone for 2 weeks, and that would happen, making his healing process take longer, even though he wanted Kimberly to get married immediately, of course, after his bad habits change. I told you, I want to go and grandfather can't stop me. Kimberly shouted, hardly. He hated having to always be restrained when he just wanted to leave, just having fun with his friends, but what his grandfather cares about, just therapy, therapy, and therapy. Honestly, he was sick of going through the therapy he had to do it every day. You can't go like that, Kimberly. You still have some schedules to do. Fulfill it, and after that you can leave while waiting for developments from your situation. Even that can't take long because you have to take a personality test. I don't want to do all that. I'm not crazy. Grandfather. How many times do I have to say, if I'm not crazy? Kimberly shouted even louder because she didn't accept her grandfather treating himself like crazy even though he wasn't crazy at all. You're not crazy, and I'm not saying you're crazy, but you have character, bad, and it is a disease that must be cured immediately. If you had come with me first, so I've done this so that the bad character doesn't get worse with you, won't harm your own brother. Oh, is Grandpa defending Emma now? Is it because he wants to marry her, Kendrick? Grandpa is defending himself? Kimberly looked annoyed that her grandfather defended Emma. I'm not defending Emma. What she did was wrong, and I'm not. Defended himself, but you see, he wants to improve himself, and even though he doesn't remember, whatever the consequences of your actions and evil deeds in the past, but at least he is starting to make amends, that mistake. Meanwhile, Grandpa just asked you to go to therapy and all that, for your sake, Kimberly. Grandpa is old, and when he dies, who will it be? Will be with you. Your relationship with Emma is not good, and she won't care, especially since you have harmed him and even almost killed him. I really regret not knowing about the crimes you committed before. Your mother shouldn't have defend and immediately correct your bad qualities, but he loves you too much, so that he forgets that what he did was wrong. Think about what grandfather said, just want you to change and have a better life, and grandfather also hopes you and Emma live as sisters in general, so you should apologize to him. I don't want to. I never want to apologize to him. Don't, embarrass me by asking for this. I will still go even though Grandpa prevent, because I have promised my friends to spend time with them. I will be back in 2 weeks, and after that I will undergo therapy, just like Grandpa ordered. Kimberly took her things because she will go. Nothing should prevent him from having fun, let alone therapy. What he did actually made him stressed. I told you couldn't go, Kimberly. Frederick followed his grandson's steps, who had already walked out, but Kimberly still didn't care. Increasingly, his grandfather, it's getting increasingly annoying, especially now that her grandfather is starting to defend Emma. It feels like he will get happiness because everyone only thinks about Emma and Emma, just Kimberly. Frederick shouted again to prevent his grandson from leaving. However, the stubborn Kimberly of course didn't care and went anyway. Frederick can only looked at his grandson's departure while stroking his chest. Why is Kimberly difficult to advise? Has he been difficult to advise since the beginning? That's why his mother gave up his hand, because can't stand Kimberly's attitude like that anymore. Really love you. He should have prevented them from moving first. Frederick chose to go inside because there was nothing else to do because of Kimberly, already gone. He should contact some psychologists to give them the news if Kimberly won't be able to go to therapy for the next few days. One problem already finished, but another problem arose. I don't know how long Kimberly will be like that. I hope it's just that his grandson quickly changed. While on the road, Kimberly grumbled, scolding her own grandfather. He's not crazy and fine, but he was treated like crazy, and all because of Emma. Now Emma can live comfortably with Kendrick himself. He should undergo therapy, a personality test, and don't say anything after this tea. Psychiatric, then he will be thrown into a mental hospital. He really didn't want to because of her, will become the subject of ridicule by his friends. While on the way to the airport, Kimberly contacted her friend who was leaving with him to Hawaii. Whatever happens, he wants to have fun enjoying his time in Hawaii and looking for a partner. Don't let him look so pathetic afterwards. Kendrick abandoned him, and don't let Emma laugh at him. He would, showing them that he could do much better than that. Kendrick, so that Emma and Kendrick don't underestimate him. While Kimberly was joking and laughing with her best friend, suddenly a car came over, stopped in front of him suddenly. Kimberly screamed and hit the brakes on her car, quickly. His body was slightly pushed and his head suffered a slight impact. Insolent, are you crazy? Kimberly shouted while holding her new head, just got hit. Kimberly grimaced and cursed. I don't know which crazy person brought it, car carelessly. He was in a bad mood, and now it was getting worse. Kimberly looked ahead where a car was in front of her blocking it, road. It must have been his grandfather's doing, because his grandfather wouldn't let him go. His grandfather definitely ordered someone to take him home, without any suspicion at all. Kimberly immediately got down and walked over the car where 2 men also got out of the car. No more mistake, his suspicions grew stronger that they were people ordered by his grandfather, ordered to take him home. You're insolent. Can't you use a better method? What if I crashed into your car? Do you want to die? Shouted Kimberly, full of anger, but second, the man ignored him. Tell grandfather, I don't want to go home, so don't do anything in vain. Go, you won't be able to force me to go home. Kimberly casually turned around and ignored the 2 men who were getting closer to him. Kimberly walked over, went to his car casually because he was very sure that those 2 people were her grandfather's messenger, but when the two people approached, Kimberly was very surprised because one of them hit him on the back of the neck. Kimberly was about to scream, but it was too late because she had already fallen unconscious. And after that he was taken away and no one saw where he was being taken by, the two men. Chapter 90 Plans to get married. After Kimberly left, Frederick went to see Emma at the hospital because he wanted to, saw the condition of his grandson. She also wants to be close to Daniel. He had thought about it. The more often he meets Daniel, the more accepting the child will be, himself. He had to approach Daniel so that Daniel would quickly accept him, because he wanted to take Daniel to do some fun things. When he arrived, Emma was doing exercises to walk because of her broken leg, has started to recover, but he can't just use it. He had to do some during practice, especially since he is not used to using a stick. The sound of Daniel screaming, his mother's cheering was heard as Frederick stood in the room where Emma was being treated. Frederick, instead of going in, he instead stood in front of the door for a moment because he didn't want to disturb him. "Hurry, Mommy. Hurry," shouted Daniel, while clapping his hands together. Emma is trying to step closer to Kendrick, of course without his cane. "Don't push yourself, Emma. Don't your legs still hurt?" Who is afraid instead, Kendrick, because Emma could have fallen because her legs still hurt and couldn't stand, so he couldn't support his weight. "I'm trying, Ken. Stand there all right. You'll have to catch me if I do. I'm going to fall," said Emma, who was ready to move. "Come on, Mommy can do it." Daniel cheered again, giving encouragement to his mother. "You're really excited." "Darling," Emma started to take the courage to take one step, his feet. Kendrick is on standby. Emma is training, but she has a heart attack because of her leg. Emma has not fully recovered. One step was quite successful, but the next step made Kendrick scream and ran towards Emma to catch her body, which fell to the side because her legs didn't work, able to support. "Mommy." Daniel screamed, but he looked relieved because his father had caught him. His mother almost fell. "I told you not to push yourself, Emma." Kendrick said, "I can't stand lying down all the time, Ken. I want to be able to walk again, so I can get out of the hospital immediately. I don't know what about my job now. I really don't feel good about your best friend." "No need to think about that. I've talked to him. Now it's up to you. Just do it to recover yourself and don't force yourself like this, because your legs will get more injured." "Okay, sorry for making you worry. Now rest. Don't force yourself." Kendrick carried Emma and took him to the bed where Daniel was lying. "How are you, Mommy?" "Do Mommy's feet still hurt?" asked his son. "Yeah, looks like Mommy won't be able to hold Daniel for a while. It's okay because many people are carrying Daniel. Apart from Daddy and Grandpa, Daniel, I like being carried by Uncle Keanu the most," said Daniel with a big smile. "Hey, it looks like Daniel really likes Uncle." Emma rubbed her son's head. Circumstances. Daniel is getting better because the operation he underwent was even successful. In a few days, Daniel will be able to go home. That's very good news for them. Everything and Emma's condition is fine, which is another good news. Of course, Uncle Keanu always promised Daniel that Uncle would teach Daniel playing with swords. Daniel smiled broadly again. He thought Keanu wanted to invite him playing with swords like other children's toys, but really, what Keanu means is of course a real sword. "You're still too small, no way." Kendrick stopped. Looks like he'll have to ban Keanu. Did this because Daniel was still too young to play with a sword. Why, Daddy? Daniel asked, not understanding, but before his father answered, the room opened and Frederick entered the room. Sorry if Grandpa disturbed you, said Frederick, who had been standing at the door. Grandfather? Did you come alone? Emma asked casually. Yeah, your sister is going to Hawaii. How are you doing? What are your feet, and is your hand healed? Frederick stepped closer so he could see the situation, his grandson. Daniel still showed his dislike, but this time he was no longer pushing away the whereabouts of his great-grandfather. That's quite a development, as Daniel restrained himself even though he didn't like his great-grandfather's arrival. As you can see, I hope you get well soon. Well, I have nowhere to go, because Kimberly is gone and won't listen, my words. Sorry if I disturb you, but seeing your situation like this, when are you guys going to get married? As soon as possible, grandfather. Once Emma's legs and arms are healed, I'll take her. Married, said Kendrick. You can do it now if you want, Ken. No need to wait for hands, and my leg will heal, because we can get married whenever you want. Are you serious, Emma? Kendrick confirmed that Emma wouldn't mind getting married. With his condition still like that, he would propose to Emma and ask her married, especially since he really wanted to make Emma his wife. My legs and arms will heal soon, Ken. I don't want a party, luxurious, because many things have happened between us. We'd better have a simple party, attended by our family only. No need to invite other people, just family, and that's enough for me. Grandpa doesn't mind, right? I wanted a simple party because I didn't want anyone to gossip about the family. Moreover, there has been a misunderstanding between us and Kendrick, Kimberly's fiancé, so it's best not to have a luxurious wedding party. Emma asked this because she wanted to save the reputation of her grandfather, who once was her, broken, because if they throw a fancy party, then his grandfather will become material. Gossip because Kendrick was once her sister's fiancé, and she didn't want to disappointed his grandfather again. I won't stop you, Emma. If that's what you want, I won't forbid. Besides, what you say is very true, so do it. Just a family party. The important thing is that you two become legal husband and wife. If that's what Emma wants, then he wouldn't mind, especially since what Emma said was true, so it was good. Their marriage was held behind closed doors and was not known by many people. Did you hear that, Ken? So prepare the wedding if you really want to marry me. If you don't mind me marrying you in your condition, then I will. We'll soon prepare our wedding. My family won't either. Make a big deal about it, even if it's just a family party, so wait, even if it's simple, but I will still give you a memorable wedding. Thank you, Ken. Now I don't need anything else because I already have it, you guys. So Mommy and Daddy want to get married? Daniel asked. Yes, isn't this what Daniel wanted? Now we will be a family like that. Daniel wants to go first, said his mother. Hurry! Mommy and Daddy are getting married. Denny jumped for joy, because indeed, that's what he wanted. Frederick was quite relieved to see his grandson, but he had another problem, who was hard of hearing, his advice. In fact, he didn't know whether Kimberly wanted to attend the wedding or not. Emma later, tell me, when are you going to get married, and I will ask Kimberly to come home, although I'm not sure whether he wants to come home or not to attend your wedding. Later, there's no need to force your will on him, grandfather. He's hated me for a long time, Manna. Maybe he wants to attend my wedding even though we are relatives, but he never considered me as his brother, so forget it. Let him, having fun in Hawaii. It's best if you just enjoy your grandfather's time and don't have to, thinking too much about spoiling Kimberly because she's already big. If he doesn't either, come back. Grandfather should block all access he has, then he will come back automatically. Well, what you said is very true. He said only go for 2 weeks, and if it's deep, if he doesn't come back in 2 weeks, then I will close all access he has. Grandpa really should do that, said Emma, and she was sure that Kimberly would. Came home after he had nothing left, but unfortunately there was none. I don't know where Kimberly went at the moment because she wasn't in Hawaii, and since, when he leaves, no one will see him or meet him again. In fact, no one would be able to find his whereabouts. Chapter 91. Relationships are getting better. Kimberly had been gone for several days, but there had been no news from her at all. Frederick, he tried to contact his grandson, but his cell phone was no longer active. I don't know what happened, but Frederick still thought positively because he thought Kimberly did it on purpose. Deactivated his cell phone so he couldn't call and disrupt his vacation he's doing. He didn't even know who Kimberly was going with. Because Kimberly didn't said who he was going to Hawaii with, Frederick also doesn't really know who Kimberly's friends have been. He let it go. His grandson was too free, and now he didn't know who he should contact, know where Kimberly is. Even though he wanted Kimberly to come back quickly because of Emma is getting married and he wants to buy a house and attend Emma's wedding, it's possible that Kimberly will refuse, but she wants Kimberly to come home because she wants to see what Kimberly's reaction was like. Where are you, Kimberly? Frederick talked to himself because he failed to contact Kimberly. He tried again to contact his grandson, but at that moment suddenly he was there. Who came, and they were the towing crew who had just towed away his car, left by Kimberly on the street. Of course this made Frederick and him very surprised. Starting to guess that Kimberly didn't go to Hawaii, Frederick began to find out where his grandson was. Honestly, he was worried, especially since he was suspicious if Kimberly wasn't in Hawaii. I don't know what happened to Kimberly, she continues, tried, but his efforts were still in vain even though he had been searching for several days. Not knowing where else to look for Kimberly, Frederick couldn't help it, decided to look for Emma. It's possible that Emma knows who Kimberly's friends are, so he could contact one of them so he could know where his grandson was. Emma has returned to her rented house because she can leave the house sick. Even though she and Kendrick had decided to get married, he refused to, living with Kendrick, let alone having to live at Kendrick's parents' house. Emma, not feeling well, and that's why Kendrick finally decided to buy a house they will live in after they get married. Frederick had contacted his grandson and said he wanted to come over, talking about something about Kimberly. That's why Emma welcomed her arrival, his grandfather well. Coincidentally, he was home alone because of Kendrick, and Daniel went to buy something he needed. What do you want to discuss about Kimberly? Didn't grandfather say that he went to Hawaii? Has he come back, or does he not want to come back? Emma asked her grandfather, after the two of them sat in the living room with warm drinks on the new table, brewed by a servant whose job was to help Emma. He did go to Hawaii. At that time he said goodbye to going to Hawaii, but grandfather felt like he didn't go to the island because someone found grandpa's car on the road, and now I have penetrated the car. Your sister can't be contacted. I've already found out he wasn't going to Hawaii. If he didn't go to Hawaii, then where did he go? This is very strange because Kimberly, like he was lost on the road if he heard what his grandfather said because of his car. just left behind. I don't know, that's why I'm looking for her. Do you know Kimberly's friend? Maybe one of them knows where Kimberly has gone. To be honest, Grandpa, worried about your sister because grandfather hasn't found her for several days. His whereabouts. Frederick looked worried and Emma could see that. It had always been that way. His grandfather loved Kimberly more, and he was very sure that his grandfather would like that. Worried about Kimberly's condition. Sorry, grandfather. I don't really know Kimberly's life, and I don't know her best friend. Grandpa better just wait, isn't it already 2 weeks? When the time comes it will definitely come back by itself as long as grandfather follows what I say, namely, blocked all the facilities that grandfather gave him. Trust me, Grandpa, he will return. Okay, maybe what you said is true, said Frederick, even though he wasn't sure. Who knows? Why did he suddenly become suspicious? Don't say if Kimberly ran away and didn't. Wants to go back again because he doesn't want to undergo the therapy he has to undergo every day. This could have happened because before Kimberly left they had a fight and Kimberly really showed that she didn't like the therapy she had to undergo. Don't worry too much about her, grandfather. Kimberly is an adult and she's not a child, another little thing that grandpa has to worry about every day. The more grandfather prevents himself, the more he rebelled. It's better for grandfather to think about grandfather's situation than too much thinking about Kimberly's situation. Grandpa just wants him to change, Emma. He's not like you who wants to improve himself. He actually fought me even though I wanted the best for him. I want your relationship intertwined like brother and sister, and there are no more disputes between the two of you. That is his greatest hope, and he hopes that this hope can come true, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Emma couldn't bear to see the sadness shown by her grandfather. But what's more, he couldn't say anything. While they were talking, Kendrick and Daniel returned home and they were quite surprised by Frederick's arrival. Usually, Daniel, come here. Frederick asked Daniel because he wanted to play with Daniel, comforted his sad heart because he couldn't find Kimberly's whereabouts. Daniel looked doubtful. He hid behind his father's legs and looked reluctant because he still feels that feeling of dislike. Come here, Daniel. Great-grandfather is calling you. Don't hide like that, he asked, Emma to her son. But, Mommy? Daniel looked up and looked at his father. He seemed to want to ask help to his father so that his father prevents him and does not let him approach the great-grandfather he didn't like. Go away, Daniel. Don't act like that. Kendrick encouraged his son Daniel, don't act like that. Even though he was doubtful, Daniel approached his great-grandfather and stood up in front of him. What's wrong, grandfather? Daniel asked while looking down. Do you want to go home with grandfather? Frederick held Daniel's hand and hoped that Daniel would come home with him. Daniel hasn't answered and he looked at his mother. He seemed to be waiting for approval from his mother, and again she was seen, reluctant because he didn't want to go. Grandpa will take Daniel to buy the toys Daniel wants. Does Daniel want to come along, grandfather? The question was asked again. Daniel wants to, but Daniel can't leave Mommy. After Mommy's leg heals, then Daniel went to visit grandfather together with Mommy, said Daniel. Do you want to promise? Frederick asked, and Daniel nodded slowly. Thank you. Frederick hugged Daniel suddenly, and that was enough to make Daniel surprised. Daniel looked back at his mother and father where they were seen together, smiling because everything was getting better and their son was willing to accept his great-grandfather. Despite being disappointing, they really have to instill good things in Daniel so that he doesn't become revenge later on. Great-grandfather, why are you crying? Daniel asked like that because he felt Grandpa, his great-grandfather, was crying. These are happy tears because you still want to forgive grandfather even though he already has disappointed you both. Even grandfather didn't care about you being sick. Please forgive grandfather for being selfish because grandfather has behaved badly. I ask. Frederick wiped his tears. It's okay, Grandpa. Daniel and Mommy forgive Grandpa. With his little hand, Daniel rubbed Frederick's back and even patted him. This made Frederick laughed, and of course he apologized again to Daniel. She didn't expect that she would feel that feeling happy because of Daniel, want to forgive himself. Emma and Kendrick looked at each other and smiled. What a sight! Like that moved Emma and she became more confident in their relationship. The family will get better because his grandfather can accept Daniel and is willing. Apologized to Daniel, but Kimberly's problem was only Kendrick and Keanu. No, because right now, Kimberly is partying hard with the crocodiles in the pool, and he is being greeted with joy. Chapter 92. Let's just say that before Kimberly swam with the crocodiles who had inhabited the pool for a long time, Kimberly thought that the two people who intercepted her were her grandfather's messengers. Really didn't expect that he would have to be in such an unpleasant situation because, when he woke up, he was in a very strange, scary place. Bloodstains were still visible on the floor because they belonged to Aston and the man, others that haven't been cleaned. Kimberly was scared to see him. He wanted to scream, please, but her chatty mouth like a firecracker had been silenced, so she didn't can speak at all. I don't know where he is now. He is really scared. Kimberly thought she was kidnapped and the kidnapper was going to ask his grandfather for ransom, but unfortunately none of that happened, as he thought, because the kidnapper was definitely Keanu. Kimberly has already felt it, very happy when I saw Keanu. He thought Keanu had come to help him and freed himself from that place, but unfortunately, Keanu actually invited him, have fun in an extreme way. He knew the man was crazy a long time ago, but he didn't expect that today he would be. Felt the cruelty of Keanu's treatment with several instruments of torture, and today, he had to lose many of his limbs. Every torture he gets, Kimberly was helpless. He could only surrender until he was finally taken to the pool, which contains hungry crocodiles. The crocodiles welcomed Kimberly's arrival very enthusiastically. They seemed to know if delicious food is in sight. Kimberly was scared to death. Hey, begged Keanu to let him go, but unfortunately, Keanu only watching himself while smoking a cigarette. He couldn't possibly let go Kimberly because her sister has given her the confidence to do it. That matters. Don't let his reputation become bad and his brother no longer trusts him with him. Whoever it is, he doesn't care, especially since he has heard of many crimes. What Kimberly did to her own older sibling. Without waiting a long time, Kimberly was completely thrown into the pool, contains hungry crocodiles. His body was fought over in the blink of an eye by the crocodiles who were already there. Hungry and most fond of the soft flesh of beautiful women as well as his evil brain, which can be a source of vitamins for them. After this, they will have more eggs. There are many reasons why female crocodiles have entered the egg-laying phase, which will reproduce their descendants in the pool. Keanu was really satisfied watching Kimberly's end. Now it's time to go to told his brother that he had finished Kimberly so that his brother would be satisfied with the results of his work, and he was sure that not only he was satisfied, but the crocodiles were also satisfied. Kendrick, who doesn't know the news yet, is enjoying dinner together, Emma and Daniel and Emma's grandfather, whom Emma invited to eat together because he felt sorry for his grandfather who was alone at home because Kimberly was somewhere where you have already planned your wedding. So when will the wedding be? Took place. Have you discussed it with your extended family, Kendrick? Of course, grandfather. Everything is being prepared, and once everything is finished, then we will get married, which will only be witnessed by the family. I'll definitely give you the news after my mother decided the date. I leave everything to my family and they are the ones who will take care of everything. Indeed, his mother took control. Because of that, he only knew it was okay because his mother ordered him to look after it. Emma is fine and focused on Emma and Daniel. Besides, he has a lot of family. They all like to bother themselves over things like that, so he would accept it as a matter of course. Just, okay then, looks like I don't need to get involved. Said Federic again. Grandpa doesn't need to get involved because I don't get involved either. Grandpa, look, me, I didn't do anything because everything was taken over by Kendrick's mom and me. Trust him. Emma hopes her grandfather enjoys his time because he is old. Mommy, I'm full, said Daniel while handing him an almost empty plate to his mother. But there's still a little left, Daniel. Finish it, and after that, you can go play, okay? After this, Daniel wants to contact Uncle Keanu. Daniel enjoyed himself again. His food was finished, and after that he ran away and went into his room. Daniel contacted Keanu and asked him to come because he wanted to play with his uncle, but coincidentally Keanu was heading to that place to meet his brother. Daniel was so happy when Keanu arrived. Federic said goodbye to the young man. Come. He had been in that house for so long, and now he had to go home too, looking for Kimberly's whereabouts again. Emma invited her son to accompany his grandfather though, just get to the car. Besides, there was something he wanted to tell his grandfather. He asked his grandfather not to think too much about Kimberly because he was sure Kimberly would. I'll go home when the time comes. Emma certainly didn't suspect anything, especially since Kendrick didn't talk to her about it. He hadn't even asked Kendrick about Aston catching him at that time, and hit the person who hit him and then ran away. I don't know Kendrick yet, imprison them or not. He really hasn't asked. While Emma was talking to her grandfather, Keanu broke the news to his brother, had done what his brother ordered. Of course, Kendrick looks quite satisfied, because this way no one will bother Emma anymore, because the source is already there, obliterated. This is a secret between us, Keanu. I don't want Emma to hear what happened with his younger brother, so don't discuss this, especially in front of him. He must not know. Kimberly has disappeared, but I will still tell her later that Kimberly is the mastermind, which has caused him harm. That way he will never search Kimberly again as well as her grandfather, because I will give her an alibi. I know. Do you think I like to gossip? I'm just telling you this news so you can, I'm done with them. I want to go because I have a lot work. Daniel has been looking for you. Go accompany him for a while and after that you can go. Don't disappoint him, especially since you promised to do a lot of things with him. Tisk, suddenly I feel like I have a child, if not her brother's son then him, wouldn't want to because he doesn't like children. As Kendrick said, after accompanying his mother, Daniel immediately shouted for his uncle and invited Keanu. Go into the room. Daniel's cheerful voice could be heard coming out. I don't know what they are doing though. There was something else that made Emma more curious. That's why Emma approached Kendrick to find answers to his curiosity. Ken, how is Aston doing? Have you arrested and imprisoned him? Himself? Asked Emma matter-of-factly. Let's just say that. I've caught him and he's inside prison currently. You don't need to worry, because he will be in prison for life. Alive. He lied. I'm relieved to hear that, but what about the person who hit me? Have you find out the culprit and catch him? Of course, you don't need to worry about that, but do you want to know? It seems like your sister was involved in what happened to you. What? Emma was shocked, however, after remembering what Kimberly did to her. So far it doesn't seem impossible. No need to think about it, I'm investigating him. If he is involved, then I will make a report so that he will be arrested. Kendrick said that on purpose even though Kimberly is no longer there. He was able to take advantage of Kimberly's departure because of Emma, and her grandfather would assume Kimberly ran away because her crime had been discovered, and they will no longer look for Kimberly, especially Emma's grandfather. I'll leave him to you. Ken. I believe you will uphold justice for me, and Kimberly, I hope she doesn't run away because she has to be held accountable. What has he done to me all this time? Said Emma. Do you think he's stupid, Emma? Trust me, I don't think he went to Hawaii though. He ran away and pretended to just disappear so he wouldn't be caught. Why do you say that? Emma looked at Kendrick because she wanted to know why Kendrick could say that. This is just a guess, but believe me, I think he did run away and it would be better. Your grandfather doesn't need to look for him. Okay, what you said makes perfect sense, said Emma because of what she said. Kendrick has a point because maybe Kimberly did run away to be free from punishment. If so, he would tell his grandfather later that Kimberly was involved with the tragedy he had experienced and asked his grandfather not to look for Kimberly. Kendrick managed to make Emma believe what he said, and in this way, Emma and her grandfather would assume that Kimberly had run away because she was afraid, arrested. Chapter 93 Wedding Day. Frederick was very surprised and disappointed when he heard from Emma that Kimberly was involved. What happened to him? Frederick didn't want to believe what Emma said, but he couldn't deny the truth because all this time, Kimberly had hated Emma and has done many evil deeds just to get rid of Emma. Frederick couldn't even say anything after hearing that. He really didn't expect it. If Kimberly was so crazy she wanted to kill her own brother out of jealousy and hatred. Now, how could he defend Kimberly again? His hopes for Kimberly had completely disappeared, because what Kimberly did was beyond the limit and now she can't do anything else to his grandson. At first he was worried about his grandson and kept looking for his whereabouts, but after that, heard what Emma said that Kimberly was involved in a near accident, took Emma's life. There was only a feeling of disappointment and he felt he didn't need to cared about Kimberly again. He assumed Kimberly's disappearance was because Kimberly was running away to escape the crime he committed, and he will leave it entirely up to Kendrick, who was looking for Kimberly's whereabouts even though Kendrick wasn't actually doing that. Frederick was so hands-off that he didn't want to know anything about it anymore. Kimberly apparently disappointed herself more than Emma because Emma didn't hurt anyone, so that the disappointment he felt was greater in comparison with his previous disappointment with Emma. Knowing the reality, Frederick really didn't care at all and he was busy with the time to approach Daniel. Even though Daniel didn't have time, liked himself, but in the end Daniel accepted himself and forgave him for what he done all this time. Thanks to being together with Daniel, Frederick made him forget Kimberly, especially now that it is Emma's wedding day with Kendrick. As Emma wanted, their wedding was held simply, only family came. Even so, their wedding was still held at a luxury hotel that can accommodate many people because Kendrick's family is so large. Lots. From Emma's side, only her grandfather was present, because all she had was her grandfather. Just, Wawa. Mommy is very beautiful, praised Daniel after seeing his mother's appearance. Looks amazing. Does Daniel like Mommy's appearance? Emma was being dressed up at that time, and a dress, the bride chosen by Ainsley, adhered beautifully to her body. Of course, Mommy looks amazing, and one day Daniel wants to marry her, a beautiful woman like Mommy. Wow, what kind of woman does Daniel want? Emma asked that, without any meaning. Of course someone is beautiful like Mommy, but she has to be great, not whiny because of Uncle. Keanu said, whiny girls are no fun. Daniel also wants a woman who can. Daniel will invite you to fight later. Wow, so that's the woman Daniel wants in the future? Yes, Mommy. Uncle said weak women like Mommy are no fun, said Daniel innocently. Emma shook her head. Is he weak? It seems because he was bullied by too much, his own sister. The criteria for the woman Daniel wants is pretty good, and it seems like he should let Daniel always be with Keanu because that man can shape his character. Daniel became a tough guy. That doesn't mean Kendrick can't. He knows Kendrick too, yes, but Kendrick has a softer nature than Keanu, because Kendrick doesn't, having that trait. He was sure that Kendrick couldn't stand him being a crybaby. Okay, Mommy is weak and a crybaby. That's why Mommy is always bullied by Auntie, and Daniel really shouldn't like weak women like Mommy, let alone ones. Do something without thinking so that it makes a family relationship chaotic. Daniel must also love Daniel's brother in the future. There must be no feelings, envy, and hatred of one's own brother. What happened to Mommy and Auntie Kimberly can be used as a lesson for Daniel so that Daniel will love Daniel's younger siblings in the future. Will Daniel have a younger sibling, Mom? Asked Daniel, who looked enthusiastic. Yeah, Mommy and Daddy are getting married today, so it doesn't rule out Daniel will have a younger sibling. Hooray! Daniel wants to have a little brother, cheered Daniel. Don't you want a little sister? Emma asked. Usually boys definitely want it, younger sister, but Daniel actually wants a younger brother. No, Daniel wants to have a younger brother that Daniel can play swords with, Uncle Keanu. Daniel answered with a big smile. Emma just shook her head. It looked like her children would stick to Keanu later if she gave birth to another son, but it doesn't matter. Before Keanu gets married, she has to bother with the kids first. Daniel was still cheering and screaming if he wants a younger brother. His voice stopped when his father came into the room. Because the wedding is about to start. What makes you so happy? His father asked. Daddy. Daddy, Daniel wants to have a little brother, shouted Daniel. Wow, then Mommy and Daddy will have to try hard. 5 Daddy, Daniel wants to have 5 younger brothers, said his son again. What? Emma and Kendrick were surprised by their son's request. You can, right? Mommy and Daddy can give you 5 younger siblings like Daniel wants, right? Of course you can, but isn't that too much? What if a younger sister is born? Doesn't Daniel want to love him? Asked his father. Of course you want to, Daddy. Daniel will definitely love you, but how do you do it, Daddy and Mommy gave Daniel a little brother?" asked Punya with a curious expression. That's an adult's business." "Daniel can't ask questions like that," said his mother with fast, "Really?" Even though Daniel wants to see it to find out. "Oh, no. No. The event is about to start, let's hurry." Kendrick said he'd better ask them out before Daniel asks any further questions. Due to curiosity, "You're right, let's go out immediately. Invite Emma, who also has similar concerns." "Kendrick, it's great. Mommy and Daddy will get married and give Daniel a little brother." Daniel cheered, happy. Daniel goes out first while Kendrick helps Emma because of him, still using a cane. "Looks like tonight, I have to exile Daniel to my sister's house." Kendrick said, slowly, "Is it okay to trouble Keanu? What if he gets angry?" "No need to worry, he won't be angry." "Okay, great idea," said Emma. They have to be careful because Daniel has a desire, no very high. They immediately headed for the party room, but Kendrick left Emma after meeting them with his grandfather because he had to wait for Emma at the altar. Even though it was only attended by family, but the room provided is fully occupied. Emma's heart started pounding when music began to sound. Slowly, Frederick led his grandson to the altar, where Kendrick was waiting. In the past, he no longer had hope in Emma, but it turns out that his greatest hope was actually in Emma. The wedding ceremony proceeded solemnly. Emma and Kendrick stared at each other as they will swear their oath of loyalty as husband and wife. Kendrick made a promise. His marriage was beyond doubt, and so was Emma's. Even though it all starts with an unpleasant incident, but that incident also brought them back until finally the unknown past was revealed, and now, like the promise they made when they were little, Emma and Kendrick have become husband and wife. Chapter 94, Don't Force It. The marriage brought happiness to Emma and Kendrick, but not to Keanu, because Daniel would come home with him. All of that was because of his older brother's request, suddenly wanted to entrust Daniel to her on the grounds that Daniel liked her, even though he knew his brother didn't want his wedding night to be disturbed. Quite annoying, but he couldn't refuse, especially since Daniel really liked him and Daniel started whined for Keanu to take him home because he wanted to be with his uncle. The wedding is over. The party was very lively even without it. There were invited guests and only Kendrick's family and his grandfather attended, but at the party they all went crazy doing whatever they wanted. Because they're fun people, so they actually made a game and make bets so that the party becomes lively. Because they all have, knowing Emma became the victim of Kendrick's cousin's pranks. Emma already looked messy, with streaks all over her face. Not without reason, Emma became like that. It was because Emma couldn't answer the questions in the riddle. They gave it mainly from 4 young men who had the same face. Not just Emma become victims, the women who joined the family also become victims of the 4th prank of a young man who happened to be bored. But Keanu doesn't like it. The crowd actually accompanied Daniel, so he was affected because he had to look after Daniel tonight. Apart from being pranked, Emma received lots of gifts from the Kendrick family. His grandfather, too, gave him a gift even though Emma said there was no need, but Frederick still did. Gave it because all this time Frederick had never given anything to his grandson, and those are just some of the small gifts he can give. Tonight, Emma looks happy because she is happy. He was warmly welcomed by the Kendrick family, and they all get along so well. That's what makes Kimberly hate Emma, because Emma is liked by all of them, Even though they still wanted to spend time together, the event had to end because, late at night, one by one, they started to disperse and go home, each other's house. Daniel was ready because he was going home to Keanu, and he already looked impatient. "Mommy, tonight Daniel wants to stay at Uncle's house," said his son with a smile. "Wide. Has Daniel asked Uncle for permission?" Emma cleaned her face, filled with graffiti. He didn't know if Kendrick really entrusted their son to Keanu. "Of course, Mommy. Daniel can't wait to see Uncle's house, because Uncle said so. Keeping a super big cat at home." "Cat?" Emma frowned. "Is it true that a man like Keanu keeps cats? But what cat is super big? What is a Persian cat?" "Maybe it's like that, because it could be that guy. He does have a strange hobby." "That's right, Mommy. Uncle said there's no need to be afraid, because the cat is tame." "Daniel, I'm getting more and more impatient to see Uncle's pet cat." "Okay, but Daniel can't bother Uncle." Understood, Mommy." Daniel answered with a big smile. Emma smiled and rubbed his son's head. "In a moment they will go home, but Kendrick is talking to his younger brother because Kendrick wanted to give Keanu a small warning. Hey, don't ask Daniel to do anything strange. Go to bed before 11 o'clock p.m. and, remember, you have to crate your cat because it's dangerous for Daniel." "Of course," he warned, was his sister's unusual pet. "I know, don't be fussy. If you don't believe me, take it home. Don't leave it to me. I'm just reminding you because you keep it at home. What's more, it's not an animal friendly, so don't let Daniel get hurt. There's no harm in putting it in the cage just in case, and don't forget when you wake up, give Daniel all the milk, not coffee." "Tisk, why are there so many rules? You just take them home." Keanu was starting to get annoyed because there are a lot of things he has to follow because he is not a person who likes to follow rules. "Daniel, Uncle is going home." Kendrick actually called his son, and it made Keanu had to rub his temples because his brother was so cunning. "Watch out later." Keanu threatened. "Okay, pretend you're practicing so you won't be awkward when you get married and have children later." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Daniel wants to have 5 younger brothers, and he wants to bring his 5 younger siblings to live with you, so you have to study from now on how to behave with small children." "What?" Keanu was shocked to hear his brother's words. "Are you crazy?" he asked, with an unhappy expression. "No, if you don't get married soon, then I will really let my children go close to you so that you have other activities besides your business and killing people. TSK, don't force it because I don't intend to get married." "Daniel, come on, Uncle." Then, hearing the chatter of her sister, who was just like her mother because her mother was the same, asked him to quickly find a girlfriend so he could get married quickly, but he was not interested at all because he still wants to enjoy his life. "Okay, Uncle," shouted Daniel, who was going to say goodbye to his mother first. "Be a good boy. Don't make things difficult for Uncle. Remember Mommy's message, and tomorrow, Mommy and Daddy will pick up Daniel." "Okay, Mommy. Daniel will go first." Daniel hugged and kissed his mother on the cheek, then he follows Keanu after he says goodbye to his father. "Uncle, what is the name of Uncle's pet cat?" asked Daniel, who had followed his uncle. Daniel can call him anything when he meets him. "Okay, Daniel can't wait," said Daniel. Emma smiled as she watched her son leave. Daniel's illness has healed 100 times, that's why he can be cheerful like that. He also met someone who donated his bone marrow to Daniel to thank people that, even though the rewards given by the Kendrick family are not trivial, they remain indebted to people who are willing to donate marrow, Daniel's bones, and now his son is completely healed. Let's go home, Emma invited Kendrick because there was no one else but them, together. Yeah, but what about all those gifts? We can't take them with us, because of that, lots. No need to worry about that. Kendrick carried Emma, who was sitting, and took him away. There will be someone to take him home, so there's no need to worry, he said again. Okay, I'm also tired and want to sleep. It turns out parties like this are quite draining. Power, are you sure you just want to sleep? Now you can rape me as much as you like, and I don't mind, interfere with their activities. Looks like they won't sleep tonight, quickly, because they'll both be busy doing something, and that's Kendrick's goal. Asked Keanu to take his son home because he wanted to spend the night, his marriage to Emma, without anyone disturbing the two of them. Of course we'll take Emma home to the house he just bought where it's just them, just the two of us. Daniel, who followed Keanu home, looked amazed to see his uncle's house, very large. Along the way, Daniel chattered nonstop, which made his uncle had a slight headache. The kids really weren't as much fun as they were. Women, they are chatty. That's it for Keanu. Where's the cat, Uncle? Asked Daniel, who couldn't wait to see the cat, his uncle's pet. Keanu blew his finger, and at that moment a big cat came out of the whole room. The big cat looks adorable. Daniel was very surprised to see him, but only for a moment, because in a matter of seconds he seemed to like pets. His unusual uncle, Simba, shouted Daniel as he ran towards the big cat, which turned out to be a lion, a male that Keanu had kept since the animal was a baby. Because that's the lion, looks tame. Without any fear at all, Daniel hugged the lion he named Simba. Tomorrow he would introduce Simba to his mother, and he was sure his mother would. I like cute and adorable Simba. Chapter 95, Made a Headache, Uncle. Uncle, wake up. Daniel asked while shaking Keanu, who was sleeping. Daniel woke up earlier than usual, because he wanted to contact his mother. Keanu fell asleep, disturbed even though no one had ever disturbed his sleep so far. It's still early, Daniel. Go back to sleep, don't disturb Uncle, said the lazy Keanu, opened both eyes. Come on, Uncle. Daniel wants to contact Daddy, so Uncle has to lend him Daniel's cell phone. Daniel asked, Hey, it's still early. Your father and mother must not have woken up yet, especially since they just did it. Have fun, so Daniel just go back to sleep. Having fun with what? Why not invite Daniel? They're making a little brother for you, so they can't invite you because it's Daniel. Just go back to sleep. Wow, why didn't Uncle tell you? Then Daniel would go back to sleep, so Daniel's little brother would hurry up, so Daddy and Mommy can bring it later, said Daniel, who came back. Lie down. Keanu frowned. Did Daniel think his little brother would just be like that? What, even so, just leave it because he wants to sleep again. Uncle Daniel couldn't close his eyes again. I didn't want to go back to sleep. Can Daniel take Simba home? No. If you want to play with him, Daniel has to come, but Daniel likes him, Uncle. Can Daniel take Simba home? Daniel asked, pitiful. Uncle already said no. If Daniel wants to have a younger sibling, then Daniel can't bring one. Simba, why Uncle? Simba likes children and we will play together at home. Daniel's 5 younger siblings will definitely be happy, and if Uncle doesn't believe it, wait for Daddy and Mommy," came with Daniel's 5 younger siblings. Yes, yes. Go back to sleep so Daniel will have the energy to look after Daniel's 5 younger siblings later. Better join the game so he can go back to sleep. Okay, Daniel will go back to sleep. Daniel took a pillow and hugged it because of him. Want to go back to sleep. Keanu sighed, finally. Hopefully his older brother can do it, answered Daniel's question about the 5 younger siblings he wanted. Daniel really went back to sleep, but didn't last long because half an hour later he came back. Woke up his uncle. Keanu felt a headache. It's been a really annoying morning, and he's going to give it back, Daniel, as soon as possible so that tomorrow he doesn't experience a morning like this again. Women and children are the 2 elements he dislikes the most because of women and children. Both are noisy and chatty. Because Daniel forced him, like it or not, Keanu got up and made breakfast for Daniel, while Daniel contacted his father because he wanted to talk to her mother. Kendrick and Emma are still sleeping because they are quite tired from their activities. Emma encouraged Kendrick to answer the incoming call on his cell phone, even though he was reluctant because he was still sleepy. In the end, Kendrick answered, a call from his son who sounded impatient. "Daddy, when are Daddy and Mommy coming?" Daniel asked the truth. Couldn't wait to meet the 5 younger siblings his father had promised him because of him. Still thought that his 5 younger siblings would be born immediately. Isn't it still early, Daniel? Why is Daniel already awake? Did Uncle invite you? Daniel did something? No, Daddy. Daniel can't wait for Mommy and Daddy to come, and Daniel too. I can't wait to introduce Simba to Mommy. Oh, so his name is Simba? Finally, the lion has a name after not having one for a long time. Have a clear status. That's right. He's very cute, that's why Daniel gave him the name Simba. Daniel wanted to introduce Simba to Mommy and invite the younger siblings to play with Simba. So, come quickly, Daddy, so that Daniel doesn't wait too long, asked his son. Boys, your mother is scared. She will faint when she sees Simba, so you better don't introduce Simba to your mother, said Kendrick while looking at Emma. Also looked at him with a suspicious look because he became interested in the conversation. Kendrick with Daniel. No, Mommy definitely won't be afraid because Simba is a very good cat, and funny. Okay. We'll leave in a moment. Remember, don't make things difficult for Uncle. Message, Kendrick. Daniel is a good boy. Don't make things difficult for Uncle, said Daniel, even though he had already done it early in the morning. Gave his uncle a headache. Good. Does Daniel want to talk to Mommy? I want to, but Uncle has already called. Daniel will go first, said Daniel because of the call. His uncle heard again. Kendrick lay back down after talking to his son. Emma still looked at him with a curious expression because he wanted to know what they had just done. Talk about it. What did Daniel say to you? He asked. Simba. Your sister's pet cat? Emma still doesn't suspect anything even though her name sounds like a name. Wild animals from children's films. Yeah, that's the cat's name, Kendrick confirmed because if anything Emma knew Simba, what he meant was a lion, Emma would definitely ask him to go straight away. Pick up Daniel. Okay, I don't feel good about your sister, so we should just go pick her up. Besides, I promised Grandfather that I would take Daniel home. Do not let Grandpa waited too long because he said he wanted to give something to Daniel. How about you? If you are not tired, then we can go after us. Getting ready. I'm fine, no need to worry. then go get cleaned up. I'll make breakfast for you. Kendrick bent down, placing a kiss on Emma's forehead. Emma nodded with a smile adorned his face. It felt like he wanted to go back to sleep together, but he couldn't forget Daniel and don't bother Keanu any more than that. Kendrick came out of the room because he was going to make breakfast for the two of them, while Emma went to clean herself. They weren't in too much of a rush and enjoyed their time together, and when they were finished, they went to pick them up. Daniel, who had been waiting impatiently for his father and mother to arrive. He has to have breakfast and play with Simba. Daniel also saw Simba being fed by one fresh goat thrown into the pen. No fear at all. Daniel even cheered when Simba pounced on his prey and ate it. When he grows up, Daniel wants to keep a black cat, he said without looking away. View of Simba eating. Uncle will give it to Daniel later as a gift, said Keanu. 2 uncles. Daniel wants 2, said Daniel while showing 2 fingers to Keanu. Okay, Daniel will definitely get it. Daniel nodded and smiled broadly. He had even imagined a black cat, which he really wanted. Daniel was still looking at the lion until Simba finished eating, and after that he asked Simba to be taken out because he wanted to play with him. Kendrick and Emma have arrived out there. Emma is quite curious about cats, Keanu's pet. He didn't expect such a young man to have such a soft heart because, in his imagination, the cat his son was referring to was a small cat. It's funny because he really wants to see it. Where's Daniel? Kendrick asked his sister. He's playing with Simba, said Keanu. Let me call him. Emma, who was curious, couldn't wait but felt being curious is not good. Keanu pointed to a room where Daniel and Simba was there. Of course they weren't alone because there were his subordinates on guard, to anticipate because Simba is a very dangerous wild animal. Daniel, Mommy has come. Emma entered the room without any suspicion at all, but when he entered the room, he saw Daniel downstairs. The body of a lion is quite large. Daniel. Emma shouted loudly, Mommy, hurry up and play with Simba. Daniel called while waving his hand. However, Emma's face was pale because she thought Daniel had been attacked by a lion and he wasn't. A long time later, Emma screamed loudly again. Kendrick immediately ran over, as did Keanu, and they found him. Emma panicked greatly, but she didn't dare to come closer because she was afraid of Simba. There was a bit of a commotion, so Simba was immediately returned to his cage because his nature can turn aggressive. Keanu's head hurts more and more, and this is the worst day for him because of his family. His older brother succeeded in making him dizzy. After this he will not allow SI. The crybaby came because he was the most excited and his screams filled the house. Children and women must be avoided, and again Keanu said that to himself, alone. Chapter 96. It's no longer allowed. Emma, who was surprised by Simba's presence, was of course very shocked, especially as she thought his son was torn to pieces by the wild beast. Emma, who was in extreme shock, sat on the sofa with a pale face. The son found his mother and said that everything was fine, but not for Emma, who was the first to see a wild animal so close, let alone, he had to see Daniel under Simba's body. It's okay, Mommy, it's okay, said Daniel while fanning his mother. Both hands, Emma trembled. She actually imagined Simba pouncing on Daniel. Why you? Emma couldn't continue her words. Simba is a good cat. Mommy doesn't need to be afraid, said his son again without stopping fanning her mother. Emma looked at her son, who wasn't scared at all even though he was close, fainted when he saw Simba. It seemed like he would have to forbid his son from being too close to the dangerous animal. Daniel can't play with Simba anymore, he said. Why, Mommy? Simba is very kind, so Mommy doesn't need to be afraid, said his son. No, Daniel can't play with Simba too closely because Daniel is still small. Just look from afar, don't get close, said his mother. Yeah. Mommy is no fun. Daniel jumped down, then ran away looking for his father. Remember what Mommy said, don't get too close to Simba, his mother shouted. Daddy. Daniel called his father, who was talking to Keanu, because he was too. I want to ask Keanu not to release the lion carelessly because it is very dangerous. Even though they have been cared for since they were babies, wild animals are still wild animals. Daddy, Mommy won't let Daniel play with cymbals anymore, said his son, with a sad expression. Daniel just surprised Mommy, so it's very natural that Mommy asked Daniel to don't play with Simba anymore. Why, Daddy? Simba is very good and Daniel really likes him, but why doesn't Daniel? Can you play with Simba? Daniel still showed a sad expression for his father. Did not forbid him from playing with Simba in the future. Daniel, Simba is a dangerous animal. Daniel is still small, so he shouldn't get too close yet. With Simba. That's why it's natural for Mommy to forbid it, because Daddy will also forbid it. Will Daniel be able to play with Simba when he grows up? Yes. But for now Daniel has to get to know Simba first so that Simba can be more. Get to know Daniel, so that Simba doesn't pounce on Daniel in the future. What Daniel? Understand? Okay, Daniel understands, but where is Daniel's little brother? Isn't Daddy going to take his little brother, Daniel too? Asked Daniel very innocently. What do you mean, little brother? His father asked, not understanding. Uncle said Daddy would come and bring Daniel's 5 younger siblings. Where are they, Dad? Daniel, playing with them. Kendrick looked at his little brother when he heard the words. His son. Keanu was just indifferent and even wanted to walk away. What did you say to him, Keanu? Did you think I could make his sister deep? One night, he was so loud, so I said that to him on purpose to make him shut up. I did. I want to leave in a moment, because I'm looking for someone. If you still want, when you're here, don't forget to lock the door to my house. I'm leaving too. Thank you for looking after Daniel and remembering my message. Don't be too busy with work. Go find a life partner so you won't be alone, accompanied by Simba who can attack you at any time. You may be fussy as the days go by, brother. For me, women are the biggest problem. I have to avoid it, so I don't want to get involved with any woman. That's why I won't marry anyone, because I'm not interested in getting married. You can say that because you haven't found the right and suitable woman with you. Don't go to the black market too often. Go to the office once in a while. Maybe you'll find someone who can catch your attention in the office. Not interested. Keanu said briefly as he walked away. Kendrick just shook his head, because his sister hasn't changed at all. Now he understands why his mother always talkative when talking to Keanu. That must be because Keanu is hard to talk to because of him enjoying the world too much. Daddy, where is Daniel's brother? His son asked again while pulling his father's arm. Daniel's little brother won't become one overnight. Be patient. If Daniel becomes one good brother, then Daniel will soon get the little brother Daniel wants. Is that true? Will Daniel get a younger sibling if Daniel is a good boy? Yes. That's why Daniel has to listen to Mommy's words and obey them. Where? Your mother. Today we will go to great-grandfather's house. Let's take Mommy out. Kendrick invited his son to approach Emma, who at that time looked calm. How are you doing, Emma? That animal. Daniel can't get too close to it anymore, said Emma, already managed to control himself. You don't need to worry, I've talked to him. Go and calm your mother down, and tell your mother everything is okay. Kendrick ordered his son. Daniel is sorry, Mommy. Sorry if I made Mommy worried. Daniel won't. Repeat it again and we'll play with Simba when Daniel grows up. Okay, don't forget what Daniel said because Mommy is afraid something will happen to Daniel. Therefore you can't do it again, okay? Asked Emma. Daniel promised, said his son, smiling broadly. Emma smiled brightly, feeling of relief. He wouldn't forbid his son from playing with the animal, but he had to, carried out in a safe manner. Kendrick Maxton has always had this personality, which is scary because of his grandfather's harsh upbringing because he was educated to be successor to the Black King organization, because they had to go to their grandfather's house. So they said goodbye to Keanu, but the young man couldn't be seen. That's why Kendrick immediately asked them to leave, because his younger brother is really unpredictable. Frederick had been waiting for them all this time because he couldn't wait to play with Daniel. He had also bought several toys, although he didn't know whether they were Daniel, whether he likes the toy or not, but he is trying to win the heart of his grandson. Daniel, who was not used to his great-grandfather's treatment, suddenly became kind. Of course, even Emma felt awkward accepting a gift from her great-grandfather, asked his son to take it so that his grandfather wouldn't be sad. Grandpa, you look so tired. Are you still looking for Kimberly? Emma asked, to the grandfather who looked unhealthy. Grandfather has tried to find your sister's whereabouts, but for some reason he is still having difficulty found. Although I was disappointed with what he did because he didn't change at all, but he is still a member of our family and grandfather wants to know where he went, but apparently, he doesn't want to take responsibility for the crimes he committed. Feelings of disappointment hit, but what could they do? Kimberly was completely lost, without a trace. Never mind, grandfather. I told you, he will definitely come back when the time comes. So now Grandpa doesn't need to look for it because Grandpa knew Kimberly a long time ago. It was like that, and he always did what he liked without anyone else being able to prevent. Right now what you have to pay attention to is your health, and I hope Grandpa doesn't think too much of himself. Actually, Kimberly didn't need to run away, but he could understand because Kimberly would have been scared because she wouldn't want to languish in prison as a result of the crimes he committed. Frederick sighed. Even though he doesn't want to, he cares, but he still worries about his grandson who just disappeared without him. News. Kendrick, who heard their conversation, remained silent. He won't say where Kimberly actually was. Sooner or later, Emma's grandfather won't be looking. Kimberly's existence again and her existence will be forgotten. Emma again asked her grandfather not to think too much about Kimberly's condition. Take better care of your health. He also asked his grandfather to enjoy his life, like him now, who is enjoying his life with his family. Sure everything will be fine, and he is sure they will find happiness, them in different ways. Chapter 97, Surprise. Everything is working as it should. Daniel, who had recovered, started running. His activities are like children in general because now he is starting school like other. Emma, who takes him every day, also picks him up. Kendrick has prepare a private driver for his wife and son. If he's not busy then he will accompany them. as Emma asked her grandfather not to think too much about Kimberly's situation. Frederick no longer looked for his grandson's whereabouts because he couldn't find him, Kimberly's whereabouts. He could only surrender and couldn't do anything. Even what happened in the past, Emma has forgotten because now she is better. Focus on a small family that may grow soon. A test tool, pregnancy is at hand. Emma bought it after dropping Daniel off from school. He had felt a little strange for the past few days, but he didn't say that to Kendrick because he wanted to confirm it first and then he would make it happen, as a surprise for Kendrick and Daniel, who always whine, a sister. Hopefully his guess is correct so that Daniel's wish can come true. He is also using that tool. He waited a few moments until he finally smiled, adorned Emma's face. He had expected it. Emma was very happy to see the 2 lines on the tool, which is still in hand. Now it's time to make a surprise for his son, who will be home soon, but before that he has to contact Kendrick and asked him to come home so Kendrick could get his surprise. Kendrick, who was busy, took the time to answer a call from his wife first and asked his employees not to make a sound because he was pregnant. Discuss work with several employees. Ken, are you busy? Emma asked after Kendrick answered, "No, I'm not busy." Kendrick answered while looking at one of his employees, one by one. Then you can pick Daniel up from school, right? Emma asked. Kendrick looked at his employees before he answered his wife's request. 1 hour, Daniel was going home but he still wasn't finished with his work but he didn't can refuse Emma's request, especially since that is also her duty. I'll go pick him up. So you don't have to go anywhere. Want something? I will buy it for you if you want something. No, I don't want anything. Just pick up Daniel and then take him home. Me, have a surprise for you both. Wow, what is that? Kendrick forgot about his employees who were there because he wanted to know what surprise his wife wanted to give him. This is a surprise, Ken. I'll tell you when you get home so you will get it after you're home. Okay, I'm getting impatient. Kendrick returned to work after speaking with his wife. His work is not finished, but he will continue it later because he have to go pick up Daniel. Daniel has been waiting for his mother because today he wants to ask her permission because of him. Wants to go to Keanu's house to play with Simba. He hoped his mother would give it to him, permission, but when he saw his father coming, Daniel immediately ran over to his father. Daddy, can Daniel go to Uncle's house today? Daniel wants to play with Simba, so that's okay? Daniel asked his father. You can't, Daniel. Uncle isn't at home and Mommy asked us to go home. Where did Uncle go, Dad? Why didn't you tell Daniel? Uncle couldn't possibly tell us. Because he has a lot of work. After he comes home, Daddy will take Daniel to his house. If so, who is Simba with? Who fed Simba, and who will sing a song when Simba is about to sleep? Who's accompanying Simba now? Daddy? Daniel asks a lot of questions just for Simba and it makes his head. His father was dizzy because he didn't know if Simba had to be sung a song when he was going to sleep, but is what Daniel said true? I don't know why he imagined it. Keanu sings just to put his pet to sleep. Doesn't that sound funny? Simba doesn't need songs. Kendrick said, Simba really likes to be sung, Daddy. Daniel sang a song for Simba that time, so Simba quickly fell asleep. Since Uncle is away, can we bring Simba? Go home, should not. His father refused. Why, Daddy? Daniel will look after Simba, and Daniel will sing songs when Simba is about to sleep. So okay, Dad, take Simba home, asked his son. Whining, Daniel, Daddy said no means you can't. Don't force it, especially if Mommy doesn't love Simba. Besides, Mommy said she had a surprise to give. Let us go home so that Mommy doesn't wait too long for us, said his father. Okay, Daniel looked down and looked sad because of his desire to take Simba. Going home is not allowed. Daniel was quiet along the way and didn't say much. Kendrick knows that his son is pregnant, sulked, but he still wouldn't allow Daniel to take Simba home, let alone. Emma was afraid of the animal, and she was sure Ma would definitely not agree like she did. Emma, who had been waiting for their return, was very surprised to find her son visible. Sad. Daniel immediately approached his mother and hugged her mother's legs. He also cried for her, shed his sad feelings. What's wrong? Why is Daniel crying like this? Is something bothering Daniel? Emma asked his son while looking at Kendrick. I forbade him from bringing Simba home. That's why he became sad like that. Daniel wants to take Simba home, Mommy. Daniel wants to play with Simba, said Daniel between sobs. No way, Daniel. Simba is a dangerous animal, so Daniel can't play with him. Daniel has a lot of toys, so play with Daniel's toys. Not with Simba, but Daniel doesn't have friends, Mommy. Daniel wants friends he can take with him, play. Daniel wants to play with Simba. Is that not allowed at all? Daniel still looks sad because he doesn't have any friends. Emma felt embarrassed hearing that, his son's words. Looks like it's time to tell him what surprise he wanted. Tell him so that his son won't be sad anymore. Does Daniel want to hear good news? Asked Emma, squatting down. Daniel, originally hugging his legs, he let go of his hug. What good news? Daniel wants to have friends, he said again. Okay, listen to this. Emma wiped her son's tears first before she could, continued his words. Didn't Daniel want to have a baby brother? Did Daniel forgot that? He asked. That's right, but where is Daniel's little brother? Daniel's little brother is here, said Emma, touching her stomach. Daniel looked confused because his mother actually touched his stomach even though what he wanted was a sister. Mommy lied. Mommy said Daniel would have a younger sibling, but Mommy showed him, it's Mommy's stomach. Daniel shouted, then he cried loudly. Daniel screamed, making Kendrick, who was contacting someone at the time, very surprised. What is, Daniel say, Mommy isn't lying. Daniel's little brother is in Mommy's stomach, believe me, said his mother, persuade. Can't believe it, it's food in Mommy's stomach, not Daniel's little brother, shouted Daniel, who was crying even louder. Emma massaged her temples, dizzy. Is it true that you are pregnant again? Emma asked Kendrick, who was standing behind him. Yeah, this is a surprise for both of you, but you see? Emma had stood up and looked at Daniel. The surprise no longer matters. Daniel, boys shouldn't cry, said his father, but Daniel wants to have a younger sibling. Daddy, Mommy told you, right? Daniel's little brother is in Mommy's stomach and the time has come. Later, a baby sister will be born. Daddy has said it before, hasn't he? Daniel's little brother. What you want can't be done right away. So Mommy isn't lying, asked Daniel, who had stopped crying. Why did Mommy lie to Daniel? Lying is not good, so Mommy, tell the truth. So there's a baby in Mommy's stomach? Daniel stepped closer to his mother and touched her. His mother's stomach, yes, he's in there and will grow in there, hooray. Daniel's 5 little brothers are ready, cheered Daniel, who was already cheerful. Emma and Kendrick looked at each other and sighed. When their second child is born, they definitely will, got another protest from Daniel, but never mind, that's a matter for later and a new surprise, they got good news for them. Chapter 98 Far from Hope. The whole family has heard the happy news of Emma's pregnancy, but the most excited was Daniel. He told everyone who came to visiting Emma when she has 5 siblings. Of course it makes Kendrick and Emma dizzy. The 7 went around because they were afraid of disappointing Daniel's wishes. They let it go. Daniel told the others that the little brother he wanted was ready and soon will be born. Daniel also said that to his great-grandfather who always came to him, visiting Emma. Now Daniel is getting closer to his great-grandfather because Emma always asks his son not to hate his grandfather. What happened is over, he doesn't want to, they have a bad relationship anymore. Daniel is an obedient child, that's why he listened to his mother's words and accepted his great-grandfather. As the days went by, Daniel became more and more impatient for his little brother to be born. As soon as he came home from school, he must have immediately looked for his mother and then asked her to sit down because he wanted to, hugged his mother's stomach. Daniel will talk to his younger brother who he still thinks is there, 5. He likes doing that, especially sometimes his little brother moves and kicks. That moment was what Daniel was looking forward to the most, and after that he would laugh and invited his sister to talk. Sometimes Daniel wouldn't take too long, but this time he did. He hugged his mother's stomach for a long time and even fell asleep because he was tired, and his mother didn't stop, rubbed his head. Emma moved Daniel's head, which was on her stomach, then laid Daniel on the sofa. Her stomach is already so big because soon she will give birth to a child, both of them. I don't know how he will tell his son, because his son doesn't, twins and female. It's really far from in front of Daniel. He is sure his son will definitely be disappointed after his younger sibling is born. Is he asleep? Kendrick asked because he couldn't hear his son's voice anymore. How is it, Kendrick? I'm going to give birth soon. We have to tell you. The truth to Daniel is that he only has 1 sibling and is female. I will definitely be very disappointed later after finding out the truth, but we can't continue. Deceived him, I know, Emma. You don't need to worry, I found a way so he doesn't, disappointed later. You don't need to worry, what way? Don't deceive him too much. Daniel will be angry and even more disappointed to us later. I won't deceive him, but we can't change the reality of his sister, woman, therefore I will divert her attention later. Okay. Emma looked at her sleeping son, then rubbed Daniel's head. Hope he's not too disappointed, he said again. I'll try to persuade him later and talk to him so you don't have to worry. You'd better rest, I'll look after Daniel. Okay. Actually, I want to go to the bathroom. Take Daniel to the room. I will. I'll catch up with you later. Emma moved slowly because she wanted to go to the bathroom. Kendrick then picked up his son to take him to the room. After laying down Daniel, he will follow Emma to look after her because he is worried that something will happen to her. Emma. Daniel had just been laid on the bed. Kendrick was about to follow his wife, but the sudden scream really shocked Kendrick. What's wrong, Emma? Asked Kendrick, who was already running to the bathroom. Help me, Ken. I think I'm about to give birth. Emma said that, didn't she? No reason. There were already blood spots, and he felt his stomach ache. What? Aren't you mistaken? Kendrick found Emma holding on to the bedroom wall. Take a shower and hold his stomach. We need to go to the doctor now. I'm starting to feel it. Emma took a deep breath, exhaled, and he did the same thing again because the pain came back to him. Feel it? Oh, no. I'll ask my sister to come so Daniel will have someone to look after. You can hold on for a while, right? Between his wife and son, Kendrick started to panic. Yeah, call Keanu or your mother immediately, asked Emma, grimacing. Kendrick right away ran out to contact Keanu. He needed his little brother not only for looking after Daniel but with Keanu around, Daniel won't be too disappointed later because his wish did not come true. After contacting Keanu, Kendrick ran into the bathroom and found his wife was sitting on the floor. Without wasting any time, Kendrick immediately took Emma, went to the hospital, and his son certainly wasn't left alone because he asked for a child. The fruit was to look after Daniel until Keanu came. Luckily, he contacted his sister first because while he was on the road he couldn't contact anyone because Emma was moaning in pain. Kendrick focuses on accompanying his wife. He believed Keanu would not take long to come to look after Daniel, and indeed, Daniel was surprised because his uncle came and woke him up, but when hearing that his mother was about to give birth to his younger sibling, Daniel cheered happily. Keanu immediately took Daniel to the hospital. He also informed his father and mother, according to his brother's request. The news spread quickly to the family, even big, quickly. Daniel's 5 younger siblings are about to be born. Hooray! Daniel cheered happily because that's what he had wait for a long time. Hey, what if Daniel doesn't have 5 younger siblings? What will Daniel do? Keanu asked him. Why do you say that, Uncle? There are 5 of Daniel's younger siblings. Believe me, said Daniel. If there weren't any, what would Daniel do? Would Daniel be angry? He knows Emma. She wasn't pregnant with twins. In fact, she had heard that her sister's second child is a woman, and they all know that Daniel will definitely be very disappointed when he finds out. If his sister is a girl, it's not what he wants. Daniel didn't answer because he still believes that his younger siblings are boys and quintuplets. Daniel and his uncle arrived at the hospital first, then Ainsley and Damien. They all waited impatiently because a nurse said if the process, labor, is in progress. This of course made Daniel even more impatient to welcome the arrival of a baby sister. They all waited, and after a while of waiting, Kendrick came out of the room, gave birth because Emma had finished giving birth to their daughter. How's Ken? Is everyone safe? His mother asked. Of course, the baby is being cleaned and soon you will be able to see him. Daddy, do your 5 baby brothers look like Daniel? Asked Daniel, who really wanted it. Saw the face of his baby brother. Daniel, actually his sister is a girl and there aren't 5 of them. He couldn't help but want it or not. Had to tell his son that fact even though Daniel would be disappointed later. What? Shouldn't Daniel's younger siblings be boys and there be 5 of them? Facial expressions. Daniel already looks sad because his hopes of having 5 younger siblings have disappeared. Does Daniel not like little sisters? Asked his grandmother. No way, Grandma. Daniel doesn't like little sisters. Daniel wants a little brother. Daniel started whining and crying, but we can't choose, Daniel. Whether you want a little brother or a sister, it should be Daniel, happy and must be loved by Daniel. Just a little sister later, Grandma. Now Daniel wants a little brother first and a little sister, the woman later. Daniel started crying because he was disappointed. Daniel, Mommy and Daddy already have you as our son, so now Mommy and Daddy was given a daughter, and this is a gift that we should not have, reject. Daniel will understand later after Daniel grows up. If Daniel must want younger brother, Daniel can ask uncle. Maybe uncle will give 5 little brother for Daniel at once. Is it true? Daniel asked while wiping his tears. Hey, why are you carrying me around? Keanu looks unhappy because there is no marriage in his life agenda. What Daddy said is very true, Daniel. Who can give Daniel 5 younger twins, and only uncle at the same time? Ainsley confirmed her first son's words. Mom, why are you being such a provocateur? Keanu is increasingly uneasy. Mommy isn't like that because Mommy is telling the truth. Your 2 uncles are twins, Grandma is also a twin, and maybe after you get married you will be too, we'll have twins. Daniel's wish will come true for you, whatever, his father and mother are still there, but why should I? Keanu protested. Uncle, is it true that only uncle can give Daniel twins? Daniel asked, innocently. No, I don't. Yes, just uncle. Between his father and mother and his brother. Keanu massaged his temples. His brother really took advantage of him, and now the second. His parents also took advantage of this situation to get him married. Daniel cheered because now he believes that the 5 younger brothers he wants can only be given by. Of course his uncle would charge for it all the time, and Keanu was advised to buy earplugs that can be used when Daniel comes visit. Watch out later, he said, but his family just laughed. Emma has finished being handled, and so has the baby been cleaned. They was moved to another room. Daniel was previously not interested because of his younger brother. The woman began to be interested in seeing the cute little baby in her mother's arms. Even though he was disappointed because his sister was a girl and there was only one, he believed that his uncle will give him twin younger siblings later. Chapter 99 End. Dandelion. Almost the name of the daughter that Emma just gave birth to is called Dandelion. According to Daniel's request, he was disappointed because he didn't get a younger sibling, boy, and he didn't get the 5 younger siblings he wanted, but thanks to his father's persuasion, now his desire has shifted to his uncle, so Daniel whines at Keanu. Keanu chose to run away because he was attacked from all sides. Daniel's whimpering, insistence, from his father and mother and his cunning older brother like a hot stove that was about to explode, because he heats up everyone. Children and women, he does not need. That's why Keanu chose to leave, because he preferred the battlefield to being in the middle. Her family was pressuring her to get married. The name for their second child was quickly decided, and it certainly wasn't Dandelion, as Daniel wanted. Kendrick and Emma's daughter is named Eliza Maxton, of course. After everyone agreed, the name was chosen and Daniel had to return, disappointed because the name he wanted was not used. Eliza has sharp eyes and her face is more likely to resemble Kendrick. Of course Kendrick is very happy because this time he got the part, and the end, her daughter's face resembled her. Even though Daniel had prepared names for Daniel's 5 younger siblings, they didn't used, said Daniel sadly. Daniel, didn't we agree? Don't be sad like that. Don't you like Daniel, Eliza's presence? Asked his father. It's not like that, Daddy. Uncle said that girls are not fun because of them, whiny. That's why Daniel wants to have a younger brother. Because Uncle said that, Daniel could have to ask for a younger brother. Uncle, I'll get it. But Uncle said he didn't want to get married. Daniel, come here." Emma asked her son. Daniel immediately approached his mother and sat on the side of the bed as requested, her mother. Emma knows her son is disappointed, but she wants Daniel to still love his little brother and, being a good older sister and being a protector for Eliza, answer Mommy now. Isn't Daniel happy to have Eliza? When he has you. Mommy is very happy, and now Mommy has a little daughter, and the presence of Eliza completes Mommy's happiness because I have you and Eliza. But Daniel didn't, happy with Eliza's presence, and it made Mommy sad because Mommy wanted to. Daniel can accept Eliza and then become a good older brother to Eliza. Sorry, Mommy. Daniel approached his mother and hugged her. He didn't mean to make it. Her mother was sad and couldn't accept Eliza's existence. Daniel didn't mean to make Mommy sad. Daniel just wanted to have a little brother, but Daniel still loves Eliza and Daniel will take good care of her. Good, that's what Daniel has to do. Daniel is a man, so promise Mommy that Daniel will protect Eliza in the future. Don't let anyone bother Eliza, and if anyone does, do it, then Daniel, as an older brother, must protect Eliza. One more thing, there should be no hatred between Daniel and Daniel's brothers in the future. Whatever you are fighting over, one of you must give in and be equal. Daniel's older brother must set a good example for Daniel's younger siblings. Mommy wants it. You guys live in harmony as siblings. Don't let you and your younger siblings be like Mommy and Auntie. Does Daniel want to promise and do it? Emma asked her son because he didn't want his children to be enemies like he was with Kimberly, and he would, trying to be a good mother to all of them, will be good parents to them. Emma. If something goes wrong, we must not defend it. If we educate them well, then they will be good kids. You're right, Ken. I just don't want our children to have an unhealthy relationship, as good as my relationship with Kimberly. Therefore we have to be good parents for them. That's for sure, and I need your support and cooperation so that we don't make mistakes that could ruin their lives. You don't need to worry, we will fight together. Kendrick said while touching Emma's shoulder, because at that time he was standing by his wife's side. Eliza, this is big sister, said Daniel while pressing his cute little sister's cheek. Emma and Kendrick, looking at each other. They looked at Daniel again with smiles adorning them. Face, big brother will guard Eliza from anyone. We will play with Simba, then big brother will protect Eliza from the evil dog who wants to bite Eliza. Don't be afraid of Simba, because Simba is a good animal while we have to hit the bad dog with a stick. Uncles, Emma rolled her eyes. Where else would her son learn those words? Simba and the dog, evil. Isn't Simba more dangerous? Emma looked up at Kendrick. Kendrick just shrugged, because he wasn't the one teaching. There's no question about it, they are, know who did it, between dogs and Simba, which is Daniel more afraid of? His mother asked. He asked deliberately, just to see his son's reaction. Daniel doesn't like dogs and really loves Simba, said his son. Emma shook her head. Good. Even though dogs are cute animals, it really depends on the type. Meanwhile, lions are wild animals that have nothing funny about them, but Daniel actually likes them. The beast. He won't forbid it as long as it doesn't cross the line. Get some rest, I'll look after them. Have you contacted grandfather? Have you told him this news? Sure. He said he would come to visit you, so rest first, before he came. I will look after Daniel and Eliza. Okay, I really need it because I'm still tired. What, Mommy and Daddy, will you come back again? Emma started to lie down. helped by Kendrick. Of course. Mommy only came home for a moment to make good food, for you to recover your strength quickly, then I'm going to sleep first. His whole body still ached from what he had just done, gave birth, but all that has paid off with the presence of her little daughter and love, the love that Daniel shows for his younger brother. It didn't take long for Emma to fall asleep because she was so tired. Kendrick looks after his son and daughter and invites Daniel to do something. It was fun because Eliza was sleeping. Daniel's laughter was quite loud, and his laughter stopped when Emma's grandfather arrived. They immediately welcomed the arrival of Frederick, who brought a gift for Emma, and after. Not long after Frederick's arrival, Ainsley and Damien returned. The atmosphere returned to normal, busy. Frederick felt happy after seeing his sweet grandson. He even, holding Eliza, and couldn't hide the feeling of happiness he felt. Atmosphere, the crowd made Emma wake up. Grandfather's arrival made Emma happy. Moreover, his grandfather was teasing Daniel by saying he wanted to take Eliza home. Daniel certainly didn't accept it because no one was allowed to take his sister, and of course that was the case. Make them laugh. Emma just watched with a smile. This is what he wanted, a family, which is harmonious, and fortunately he is still given the opportunity to get it, even though he has made a big mistake that has disappointed many people. Kendrick, who was calming Daniel, realized that his wife was awake. The grandfather approached his grandson to give him a gift. Even though Emma refused, she, very happy with his grandfather's gift. After their misunderstanding was finally resolved, their relationship became better. His grandfather's feelings of disappointment for many years were no longer there, and now, they really have become a family even without Kimberly.